Hi everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Welcome back to the channel.
Welcome to Novels Wonderland OPM, Reborn as King, Infinite 8 Gate. Chapter 57 to 111, How dare you stand this old man up? In a dimly lit cavern, a series of dull growls echoed continuously, sounding like a vicious dog snarling. A colossal creature, tens of meters long, lay prone on the ground, roaring constantly at the sky. It exuded the massive aura of a dragon-level monster without restraint. This behemoth had the overall shape of a dog, covered in pitch-black fur, with 6 scarlet eyes staring unblinkingly at the heavens. Monster Association Dragon-Level Executive, Overgrown Rover. Rover had been sleeping peacefully when he was forcibly awakened by energy fluctuations that made his heart palpitate with fear. The dog instantly went into high-alert mode. This immediately triggered his intense territorial instincts. The dignity of a dragon-level monster and the king of his territory was inviolable. Even now, as the aftershocks of the battle gradually faded, Rover didn't relax his vigilance, remaining ready for combat at any moment. Vast outer space. Countless stars shone with their own brilliance in the pitch-black void, yet they couldn't mask the cold emptiness of the cosmos. In this deadly silent starry expanse, a massive spaceship was cruising slowly, heading toward a certain blue planet. Inside the ship's control room, a strange-looking alien, after finishing his scans, urgently reported to his superior. Report, Commander. The massive energy detected on Earth has vanished. The battle must be over. Behind the alien, a giant humanoid creature waved his blue tentacles and nodded. I understand. We must inform Lord Boros of this news immediately. Saying this, Geryuganshoop couldn't help but wipe the non-existent sweat from his forehead, still feeling lingering fear. Such terrifying power. Earth really does possess warriors on par with Lord Boros. The prophecy was true. Geryuganshoop pushed open the doors to the throne room. Just as he was about to speak, a magnetic voice interrupted him, echoing through the empty hall. No need to report. I have already felt it. The humanoid creature on the throne slowly stood up. His single, massive eye shone with unparalleled excitement. Yes. Yes. The creature had blue skin, pink hair that almost dragged on the floor, and wore golden armor with a red cape billowing behind him. Most strikingly, his single giant eye took up half his face. Dominator of the universe, Boros. At this moment, Boros's heart was surging with emotion. He walked slowly to the edge of the ship, gazing out at the vast, silent stars. 20 years ago, he had listened to a seer's prophecy and traveled from the depths of the universe to Earth, solely to find a worthy opponent. After being the universe's dominator for so long, Boros's fighting spirit had grown cold. He only wanted to find someone who could truly fight him, to experience the passion of battle once more, and now, he had felt it. The energy from the earth-shattering battle between King and Saitama had propagated through space and been detected by his ship. To transmit power over such a vast distance, undoubtedly, that was a warrior comparable to himself. Thinking this, the air around Boros twisted constantly, suppressed by the power he inadvertently leaked. He clenched his fist unconsciously. His long-cherished wish would finally be fulfilled on this trip to Earth. Meanwhile, the two warriors the universe dominator was so fixated on were gathered together. King, who was drinking a cola, suddenly heard the door open and turned around curiously. Saitama walked in looking a bit dazed. His yellow hero suit was spotless, clearly showing he hadn't been in a tough fight. Back so soon? What did you do? Hearing King's question, Saitama scratched his head helplessly, trying to stroke his phantom hair. Let me think. I disbanded that Paradise Group thing. And I beat up some pervert in black spandex. I think his name was Jointo Panic or something. That should be Speedo Sound Sonic. Just then, Saitama looked at the time and suddenly jumped up as if remembering something crucial. Crap. How could I forget this? King, let's go. That old man invited us to his dojo to eat Wagyu beef today. King paused for a moment, then remembered the appointment. Seems like we agreed to meet at 3 p.m. He looked at the time. Great. It's 4:30 p.m. The dojo. In the empty main hall, Chiranko huddled fearfully in the corner, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Who the hell stood Master Bang up? Get over here and fix this mess, you bastards. Just like several hours ago, Bang sat alone in the center of the hall, next to a cup of cold tea. Unlike his calm demeanor 5 or 6 hours ago, Bang now looked stable on the surface, but veins were popping out between his wrinkles. Where are they? He looked angrily at the time. An hour and a half had passed since the agreed time, and neither Saitama nor King had shown a single hair. Bang laughed in anger. He grabbed the teacup, downed the cold tea in one gulp, and slammed the cup onto the floor. How dare they stand this old man up? Just as he was about to go out and personally hunt them down, a familiar shout rang out from outside the dojo gates. Hello? Anybody home? Old man Bang, I'm here. Are you there? Is the Weiju there? They actually came. All his anger vanished instantly. Bang immediately suppressed his displeasure and transformed back into the calm, mountain-like martial arts grandmaster. Chiranko, open the door. Oh, right away. Chiranko obediently ran to open the door for the two guests. Glancing at the composed Bang, he couldn't help but mutter internally. Master's face-changing speed is truly impressive. As expected of a martial arts grandmaster. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 57, Chapter 58, You Stubborn Baldy. 1078 words. Chapter 58, You Stubborn Baldy. The moment the door opened, Saitama's eyes landed on Chiranko, who was opening it. A look of confusion flashed across his face. Hey, old man Bang, you're pretty hip. Did you go and dye your hair? Bang. Bro, I'm standing right here in the middle of the hall, posing like a martial arts master. Why did you mistake Chiranko for me? Chiranko didn't react at first, but soon he understood. He shook his head frantically, looking nervous. I am not Master Bang. I am Master Bang's personal disciple, and currently his only disciple, Chiranko. Hearing the name, Saitama looked thoughtful. Chiranko? What an ugly name. King also struggled to hold back a laugh. He didn't expect the caped baldy's first words to be so shocking. He patted Saitama on the head and signaled him to look slightly to the left. Following the hint, Saitama turned his gaze and finally saw Bang, who was pretending to be calm. A smile appeared on his face. Oh, so you were hiding there, old man. You're pretty playful for your age. Bang. His facade of a grandmaster almost crumbled right there. Bang really couldn't handle this guy. Saitama, what is wrong with your brain? What do you mean I was hiding? You just didn't see me. Ahem. Bang coughed twice, maintaining his grandmaster demeanor, and put on a benevolent smile. Welcome, both of you, to my dojo. Chiranko, serve tea to our honored guests. Yes, master. Under Bang's invitation, the three of them entered the dojo together. Once inside, Chiranko scurried off to pour tea, while King unhurriedly observed the dojo. Big. That was his first impression. Covering thousands of square meters, the space was wide and bright. However, it had one flaw: it was too empty. The entire dojo lacked a sense of human presence. Aside from being clean and tidy, it felt like an abandoned house. Then, King's gaze fell on Bang. This was his first time meeting Silver Fang, S-Class Rank 3, the martial arts grandmaster of the One Punch Man world. King observed Bang's movements and understood instantly. This seemingly frail old man moved with a natural grace. Every action seemed to have the essence of flowing water engraved into his soul, appearing incredibly fluid and agile. Although in King's eyes, Bang's physical body was relatively weak, far inferior to his own or Saitama's, that pinnacle-level technique allowed him to bridge the gap in strength. While King observed Bang, Bang was also subtly observing King and Saitama. Saitama was nothing special to look at, just as carefree as ever. Bang's keen perception failed completely on him. Every probe sank like a stone into the sea, sucked into a black hole. As for King, Bang's eyes narrowed slightly, deepening the wrinkles on his aged face. So this is the strongest man on Earth, the man who defeated the Tornado of Terror. S-Class Rank 7, King. In his eyes, King was like a bottomless ocean of vitality. Bang couldn't fathom just how abundant his life force was. If an ordinary person's vitality was a torch, then King was a blazing sun hanging high in the sky, scorching everything in heaven and earth. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Respect rose involuntarily in his heart. No wonder he could defeat Tatsumaki. He truly is a powerful existence. After sitting down, Saitama saw King and Bang staring at each other silently and felt confused. What are these two doing? Having a staring contest? After waiting for 10 seconds, Saitama lost patience. He cut straight to the chase, his eyes full of anticipation. Old man, where's the Wagyu beef you mentioned? Bring it out and let's start the hot pot. Hearing this, Bang smiled. But the smile looked somewhat mischievous. He waved his hand benevolently, dropping a few words that Saitama couldn't ignore. Don't be in such a rush, Saitama. Before tasting the Wagyu, why don't we play a few little games? Games? Saitama's expression changed instantly. He switched into the battle mode he used when playing fighting games with King. You just mentioned games, right? Hearing this, King, sitting beside him, had a strange look on his face. He saw the mischief in Bang's smile and knew the caped baldy was about to suffer. Saitama's competitive spirit was instantly ignited. His eyes gradually filled with excitement. I can't beat King in games, but surely I can beat an old man? Bring it on. However, the result was a huge disappointment to Saitama. What? It's not a fighting game. Bang stroked his mustache, his smile still benevolent and gentle, looking completely devoid of ill intentions. My games aren't the video games you're thinking of, Saitama. They are special training methods of our dojo, designed to exercise reaction speed and adaptability. Saying this, Bang took out a rectangular opaque box. He turned his back, ensuring King and Saitama couldn't see, and grabbed a handful of beans, tossing them inside. Then, he closed the lid tight and shook the box continuously to mix the beans evenly before explaining the rules unhurriedly. Inside this box, there are a certain number of red beans and soybeans. The textures of red beans and soybeans are different, so the sounds they make rolling in the box are also different. Next, you can shake the box and judge how many red beans are inside by listening to the sound. What do you say, Saitama, Mr. King? King and Saitama exchanged a glance and chose to join the game. For King, today was a rare relaxation day since his transmigration. Playing a puzzle game was fine. As for Saitama, he was just addicted to winning. Plus, having been constantly crushed by King in games, he desperately wanted to find a rookie to bully. Taking the box from Bang, Saitama placed it next to his ear and shook it, listening carefully. Tens of seconds passed, and Saitama was still shaking it non-stop, appearing to be gathering sound data and thinking deeply. Even Bang thought so. Only King could tell, this guy clearly has no clue, but his competitive spirit for games is forcing him to keep pretending to listen. You stubborn husky baldy, you really are persistent. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 58, Chapter 59, The Incompetent Baldy. 1092 words. Chapter 59, The Incompetent Baldy. Time ticked by slowly. Half a minute passed in the blink of an eye. How about it, Saitama? Have you figured out how many red beans are inside? Bang asked with a smile. A simple question, yet it made Saitama freeze for a moment. Damn it. I can't tell at all. No matter how Saitama listened, the sounds of the rolling beans were practically identical. He couldn't detect any difference whatsoever. Am I going to lose again? To Old Man Bang? Saitama's expression instantly turned serious. His simple doodle face transformed into sharp, angular features. His hearing sharpened to a degree unimaginable for ordinary humans. Serious series, serious listening. The tumbling sound of every single bin echoed in Saitama's mind, constantly being analyzed and differentiated. However, he still couldn't figure it out. So, Saitama, have you got it now? Under Bang's repeated questioning, Saitama sighed helplessly and handed the box back. Sorry. I still can't tell. Hearing this, the wrinkles on Bang's face deepened with his smile. He patted the bald demon's shoulder benevolently and comforted him. It's fine. This is just a small training game. Only those who have mastered the trick can hear it correctly. Saying this, Bang turned his gaze to King, who had been observing from the side, and passed the box over. Would Mr. King like to try this little game as well? He was curious to know if King, the strongest man on Earth, could crack the clever trick he had hidden inside. King took the box and brought it to his ear, pretending to listen. In reality, he didn't listen at all. Instead, he tapped his finger lightly on the surface of the box. Under the effect of precision control, the force of King's tap permeated the box like countless threads, penetrating every single bin inside. A few seconds later, he handed the box back and stated with certainty, "There is only one red bin inside." Oh! Bang's eyes widened slightly. He opened the box. All three of them looked inside simultaneously, but they saw no trace of red. All they saw was a pile of yellow soybeans. Seeing this, Saitama instantly felt balanced internally. He pointed at the box with a grin. "Hehe, King, you didn't get it right either. By the way, old man, isn't this cheating? You said there were both red beans and soybeans, but there are only soybeans." Bang remained calm, putting on an enigmatic air. Just as he was about to explain, King spoke suddenly. "Bang, I said there is only one red bin inside. Even if it is a red bin disguised as a soybean." Chem. Saitama was still confused by this statement, but Bang, after a moment of shock, couldn't help but applaud. As expected of King. "You actually discovered this old man's little trick." Bang picked up one seemingly ordinary soybean. Channeling the internal force of the water stream rock smashing fist, he instantly shattered the outer soybean shell. Sure enough, a small, translucent red bean fell out, lying amidst the fragments of the soy shell. Saitama's eyes went round. He clearly hadn't expected such a move. Is that even allowed? In this moment, the strongest bald demon in the universe felt a deep sense of malice from the world. Bang put the box away, his tone filled with curiosity. "King, could you tell this old man how you detected the red bean hidden inside the soybean?" King held up a finger. "It's simple. Just feel it." Having dropped this profound-sounding line, King turned to comfort the frustrated Saitama. After all, the guy had a rough day. First, he was crushed for over 100 rounds in a fighting game. Then, he went out to handle some business and got harassed by a pervert. Finally, he came to the dojo and got stomped in a minigame. Today was truly the bald demon's day of suffering. Bang stood there, King's words echoing in his mind. Just feel it. After a long while, Bang suddenly thought he understood the meaning and sighed. Truly worthy of the strongest man on earth. To have such astounding mastery in all aspects. In his view, the reason King could detect it so easily was that his soul was powerful enough to perceive the essence of things. His spiritual perception had reached perfection. This was a realm even Bang hadn't reached yet. Seeing the box put away, Saitama leaned in again, his tone a bit annoyed. "By the way, old man, the game is over. When are we serving the wagyu?" After all, Saitama's main goal for coming to the dojo was always to eat a 6 wagyu beef, not to play games with a lonely old man. However, facing Saitama's impatience, Bang unhurriedly stroked his white beard. "How about this, Saitama? Let's play one more game. If you can beat this old man, I'll give you an extra box of wagyu beef. Deal?" Hearing it was a competitive game and the prize was extra beef, Saitama agreed without hesitation. Just then, King's gaze landed on 2 props placed nearby. 2 toy hammers and a metal pot. "All right. I know what game this is." King silently pulled out his phone, ready to start recording. He planned to record a certain egghead turning red, so he could show it to a certain someone frequently in the future. Soon, Bang and Saitama sat facing each other on the floor. Beside each of them was a toy hammer, and in the middle sat the metal pot. The rules are simple. We play rock paper scissors. The winner hits the loser on the head with the hammer. The loser can try to grab the metal pot to block the hit after the rock paper scissors result is shown. Saitama was clearly confident in his rock paper scissors skills. He placed his hands on his knees, a winner's smile already on his face. First round. Bang, scissors. Saitama, paper. The moment he saw he lost, Saitama's pupils constricted. He reached for the metal pot without hesitation, but he was a step too late. Bonk. The hammer landed on Saitama's head with a dull thud. Again. Saitama shouted unconvinced. King sat silently to the side, recording mode activated, zooming in for a close-up of Saitama's bald head. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 59, Chapter 60, I would like to experience it. 1094 words. Chapter 60, I would like to experience it. Chiranko, standing to the side, flipped the scorecard and announced loudly. Round 2, start. This time, Saitama locked his gaze on Bang, trying to predict his next move through observation. Bang, however, remained calm, embodying the demeanor of a martial arts master, unmoved even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. A faint smile lingered on his face. Sure enough, Saitama lost again. Bang played rock, Saitama played scissors. The result was the same. Before Saitama could even touch the metal pot, his head had already been bonked by the hammer. Again, bonk. Damn it. Again, bonk. Why did I lose again? Again, bonk. Ouch. Again, bonk. The sounds of percussion rang out continuously like a drumline. Time passed slowly. Chiranko, keeping score on the side, was getting tired. He flipped the card again. Round 65. Master maintains a complete victory streak. King observed the two from the side, keeping his camera focused on a certain shiny bald head. Or rather, the head was no longer shiny, it was starting to turn red. From start to finish, Bang maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of tension. In contrast, Saitama's face was twisted with rage. Veins popped out on his smooth head, and his body trembled slightly as endless anger surged in his heart. The spot repeatedly hit by the hammer looked swollen and red, even emitting white steam. King sat by the side, genuinely curious. His night guy kick, capable of blowing up a planet, hadn't managed to break Saitama's defense, yet this little toy hammer was doing the job. King concluded that the red skin likely wasn't from the impact, but because Saitama was so angry that blood had rushed to his head. Damn it, you bastard. Why can't I win even once? Round 66, start. After the shout, both extended their hands simultaneously. This time, Bang played paper. The bald demon played scissors. Saitama's pupils constricted. Ecstasy washed over him. He reached for the toy hammer without hesitation. Perhaps because he had been crushed so many times that he was delirious, or maybe just from sheer overexcitement, his fingers accidentally extended a bit too far while grabbing. Thus, the handle of the hammer slipped perfectly past his fingers and slid away. Crap. Seeing this, the frustration in Saitama's heart exploded. His features twisted into a knot, and the veins on his forehead pulsed like earthworms. Seeing Saitama so furious, Bang unhurriedly picked up the metal pot between them and lightly placed it over his head. He closed his eyes. Memories of his life flashed through his mind, memories so beautiful, shining brightly in the river of time. Back then, he often played this game with his many disciples. Every time, they would look angry but helpless. Each of their faces flickered in Bang's memory. How nostalgic, those times were quite warm. With that thought, Bang opened his eyes again. In the next second, an unparalleled aura of death shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his skull. Every cell in his body screamed a warning. In Bang's eyes, the world seemed to turn blood red. A berserk aura erupted from the bald man in the yellow jumpsuit before him, power and momentum terrifying enough to chill the soul. Saitama had successfully grabbed the hammer. Channeling all the dissatisfaction and rage from losing until now into this one strike, he just wanted to give Bang a vicious bonk. In that instant, Bang's life flashed before his eyes. If the previous memories were warm reminiscences triggered by a familiar game, then what he was seeing now was his life literally flashing before his eyes. If I don't dodge, I will definitely die. With pupils constricted to the limit, Bang, for the sake of his own life, immediately chose to violate the rules of the game. He flickered and vanished from the spot, leaving only the metal pot suspended in mid-air, not yet fallen. In the very next instant, Saitama's hammer smashed into the metal pot. Boom. Violent force created an invisible shockwave. If he hadn't controlled his strength, the entire dojo would have exploded. Hey, old man, where are your gaming ethics? Are you allowed to dodge that? Facing Saitama's furious shout, Bang awkwardly touched his white hair, not knowing what to say. He knew he had broken the rules, but his sharp martial arts intuition told him that if he hadn't dodged that strike, his head would have exploded like a ripe watermelon. King took a sip of tea and casually stopped the recording. Excellent. A fine piece of blackmail material. I can play this for the baldy frequently in the future. Don't be angry, Saitama. It's this old man's loss. How about I give you an extra box of Wagyu beef? After observing for a while, Bang had basically mastered the Saitama user manual and began to apply it. Sure enough, upon hearing the keywords Wagyu beef, the dissatisfaction and anger leaked out of Saitama like a punctured balloon. He smiled again. That's great then. Remember not to cheat again, old man. Seeing Saitama settled, Bang turned his gaze to King, who had been secretly recording everything, wondering if he should invite him to play the game too. Just then, King noticed Bang's gaze and understood his intention. But he didn't want to play this minigame. It would be bullying. With his heaven-defying luck, playing a game of chance like this, even if he picked randomly, he would crush the opponent until they doubted life itself. Besides, King wanted to try something else. So, before Bang could speak, King asked first. Old man Bang, I've heard your water stream rock smashing fist has reached the pinnacle of perfection. I would like to experience it. What do you think? Hearing this request, Bang was stunned for a moment. Then, a sharp light burst from his aged eyes, though his face maintained a gentle smile. Of course. However, the dojo cannot withstand a spar of this level. Let's go outside. On the surface, he looked calm, but inside, he was thrilled. Wonderful. Although I couldn't get Saitama to fall in love with martial arts, I didn't expect King to show interest. Now, the water stream rock smashing fist might have a chance to find a super powerful successor. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 60, Chapter 61, Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist. 1086 words. Chapter 61, Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist. Outskirts. King and Bang stood facing each other. To the side, Saitama was unhurriedly preparing the hot pot ingredients. Bang had surprisingly kept his promise. He had prepared the hot pot ingredients in advance, and even stocked up on several extra portions of Wagyu beef. Clearly, he had thoroughly mastered the Saitama user manual and understood the bald demon's weakness for premium meat. King crooked his finger at Bang. He entered his combat state. The sound of his heartbeat gradually amplified, echoing like rolling thunder within his body. Doom, doom, doom. The surrounding world seemed to resonate with his heartbeat, trembling rhythmically. Hearing the continuous, engine-like roaring in his ears, Bang's expression turned serious. So this is the rumored King engine. The pressure it exerts on both the body and the mind is truly powerful. Bang lowered his center of gravity and swung his right hand back, assuming the opening stance of the water stream rock smashing fist. Come, King. Today, this old man will let you experience the essence of the water stream rock smashing fist. King knew very well that Bang's martial art relied mainly on counterattacking, using the opponent's force against them and reflecting it back. When reading the original manga, he had been curious about the principles behind the water stream rock smashing fist and what it felt like to fight against it. Now, fighting the founder of the style could be considered fulfilling a dream. Very well, old man Bang. Be careful. The ground beneath his feet exploded. King vanished like a lightning bolt, appearing in front of Bang in the blink of an eye, throwing a punch. He didn't open the 8 inner gates. He simply attacked relying on his naturally powerful physique. Violent wind pressure slapped against Bang's cheeks. He instantly felt a heavy sense of crisis. Decades of martial arts intuition warned him of the terrifying power contained in this punch. Moreover, Bang vaguely sensed that King hadn't used his full strength at all. Even this punch was held back. As expected of the strongest man on earth. The reputation is well deserved. But this old man is no pushover either. Facing King's rapidly approaching fist, Bang raised both hands. His clenched fists traced mysterious arcs in the air, and a force like flowing water covered his palms. The moment their fists collided, the soft, diverting force of the water stream rock smashing fist erupted, clashing with King's raw, ferocious power. In the next second, King felt his fist deviate slightly. The force originally aimed at Bang was redirected by the water-like energy, smashing into the ground beside him. Boom, boom, boom. Power poured into the earth. The surface within a radius of dozens of meters shattered instantly. Spiderweb cracks spread for 100 meters, and a massive crater appeared beneath their feet. Seeing this, Bang broke out in a cold sweat. That was close. If I hadn't successfully redirected the force, that single hit would have been enough to break both my arms. Even though he had successfully diverted the attack using his technique, Bang's aged hands were trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, he had suffered significant trauma. It was obvious that King's punch was so ferociously powerful that it couldn't be completely redirected. Some of the force had still transferred into Bang's body. Now, it's my turn. Bang's eyes narrowed. Flowing energy spread through his palms. Channeling the force he had just absorbed, he threw a punch. King stood his ground, not dodging or evading. Instead, scorching vitality like a blazing sun erupted from his body, enveloping him in a crimson shield. Bang! With a dull thud, King took half a step back. A hairline crack appeared on the blood shield where he was hit, but it repaired instantly. Realizing his attack had barely worked, Bang was stunned. So tough. That punch hadn't just utilized Bang's own internal force, it had also borrowed a portion of the residual power from King's earlier attack. It was essentially a fusion of two forces. Yet, this strike hadn't even broken the opponent's defense. So this is the water stream rock smashing fist. Not only can it neutralize the opponent's force, but it can also convert incoming attacks into your own power and reflect them back. Truly an exquisite martial art. King didn't hold back his praise. Simultaneously, his mind was replaying every single movement Bang had just made. The passive skill, precision control, allowed King to manipulate every ounce of power in his body with ease. Once he familiarized himself with the stance of the water stream rock smashing fist, he subconsciously began controlling his body to mimic the form. Bang, who was still marveling at King's defense and attack power, suddenly froze in place. His aged eyes widened, staring at the scene before him in disbelief, as if witnessing something that shattered his worldview. In front of him, King lowered his center of gravity and assumed an opening stance identical to Bang's. Then, King moved his fists slowly. An intent of flowing water, familiar to the extreme, manifested in his punches. Every move exuded the air of a grandmaster. Bang was dumbfounded. Only shock remained in his heart. He had demonstrated the water stream rock smashing fist in front of King once. Yet the man had effortlessly imitated it, with proficiency not inferior to someone who had practiced for years. This is the caliber of the strongest man on earth. Truly worthy of the name King. It wasn't just terrifying strength. His comprehension of techniques had reached a realm of perfection, and his spirit and awareness were saint-like. If before, Bang had only marveled at King's legendary strength and power. Now, after personally engaging with him, this 81-year-old martial arts grandmaster genuinely respected the strongest man on earth from the bottom of his heart. Both took a step forward simultaneously. Their eyes locked only on each other. In the next second, Bang flashed forward. The force of flowing water emerged in his fists, tracing faint blue trails in the air as he unleashed the water stream rock smashing fist he had honed for decades. King didn't rely on his raw physical strength this time. Instead, he countered with the water stream rock smashing fist as well, clashing head-on with Bang. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 61, Chapter 62, Back and Forth, The Intent of Flowing Water. 1156 words. Chapter 62, Back and Forth, The Intent of Flowing Water. Bang could feel it. King was suppressing his vitality, which usually burned like a high noon sun, adjusting its intensity to match Bang's own level. This revealed King's intention. He wanted a duel of water stream rock smashing fist, not a contest of brute strength. Truly arrogant. As expected, young people have plenty of spirit. With that thought, Bang raised both hands. The soft conquering hard water stream rock smashing fist struck out in alternating blows. Since it's come to this old man must respond to the young man's expectations. Two people, two pairs of fists, collided in the void. Two intents of flowing water simultaneously tried to neutralize the opponent's attack, yet they cancelled each other out, leaving only the raw collision of fists. Bang's expression changed. His right hand's technique had been neutralized, meaning he was forced to contest King's strength with pure physical power. This was obviously impossible. His right hand would snap in the first instant. Although King had suppressed his vitality, physical durability obviously couldn't be suppressed. Their bodies were not in the same league. When equal force is applied, the one with higher durability remains unharmed, while the one with lower durability shatters. To avoid this, Bang's left hand flowed through the void. A faint blue intent of flowing water covered the space in front of him, diverting the force of King's right fist. But this broke the original balance of left vs left and right vs right. King's left fist, carrying the water stream rock-smashing fist, landed directly on Bang's abdomen. Goo! Bang was sent flying backward like a cannonball. His feet carved 2 deep trenches into the ground, but he wasn't just being knocked back, the surface of the trenches was unusually smooth. Faint blue light swirled beneath his feet. Soft energy continuously neutralized the impact force within his body. Finally, after sliding back dozens of meters, he successfully stopped. As a martial arts grandmaster who had perfected the water stream rock-smashing fist, how could he limit himself to just his hands? Although the operating logic of the technique didn't perfectly match the legs, he could rely on his seasoned skills to utilize it to some extent. Residual pain throbbed from the impact site. Bang's face darkened slightly, and his eyes showed unprecedented seriousness. He assumed the stance again. Before the fight officially started, although he was amazed by King's incredible comprehension, learning the technique he had struggled to find an air for in an instant, he had subconsciously held a certain view. No matter how strong King is, he just learned the water stream rock-smashing fist. In terms of usage, he should still be a notch below a grandmaster who has practiced for decades. But now, it seemed Bang was wrong. King's usage of the water stream rock-smashing fist was not inferior to his own. My, this really brings back memories of my youth. My blood is boiling just like back then. Fragments of memories flashed through his mind, rising and falling in the river of time, replaying the exciting first half of this old master's life. Young Bang had been a complete scoundrel, utterly devoid of conscience for the sake of his own desires. He sought martial arts duels not to improve, but simply because he disliked someone, using the pretext of sparring to beat them into cripples. Back then, he had none of the demeanor of a martial artist. He indulged in pleasure every day, arrogant because of his talent, even believing he was a unique, unparalleled existence. It wasn't until his older brother, Bomb, beat him senseless that young Bang finally realized his mistakes. After that, he buried the exploding heart release fist he used in his youth deep in his heart. Through painstaking research, he developed this soft conquering hard water stream rock-smashing fist. Mr. King, you indeed possess extreme comprehension, instantly mastering the technique I created. But in terms of the intent within, this old man won't lose. In a trance, Bang seemed to regain the passion of his youth, the self who fought all kinds of enemies, the self who wanted to become stronger. Sensing the change in Bang's aura, King paused for a moment, then the corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Looks like S-Class Rank 3, Silver Fang, is getting serious. Their strengths were obviously not on the same level. If King really wanted to defeat Bang, frankly, it would take one punch. But he didn't want to do that. He wanted to experience the peak of martial arts and show respect to this old man. After all, he was the one who proposed to experience the water stream rock-smashing fist. Knocking the old man over with brute force would be pointless. With a clear mind, Bang took a step forward. His figure turned into an afterimage and vanished, closing in on King at extreme speed. His fists seemed to flicker with faint blue water-like power. King's expression remained unchanged. His majestic, domineering face was still intimidating. Amidst the thunderous roar of the King engine, he mirrored the stance of the water stream rock-smashing fist. In the next second, they clashed again. The soft power flowing in their fists ground against and reversed each other. Bang, ultimately more experienced, found an opening and punched King in the abdomen. Seizing the moment, his fists turned into a blur, landing 5 consecutive hits in less than a second. Taking multiple hits, King merely took half a step back. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he threw a punch with chilling momentum in a strange posture. This punch not only used force equal to Bang's but also contained the absorbed impact of the 5 punches he had just taken. Facing this heavy blow, Bang took a step back, then leaped forward. His hands flowed in midair, actually dissipating all the force of King's punch. Boom! The ground beneath them exploded again. Invisible shockwaves swept wildly in all directions from their center, kicking up a cloud of dust. Using the dust cover, Bang borrowed the force he had just neutralized and unleashed a water stream rock-smashing fist far fiercer than before. King retaliated in kind. While neutralizing the force of Bang's punch, he added even stronger impact and fired it back. The two continued to rush and dole the force using the water stream rock-smashing fist. The attacks grew stronger and stronger, eventually reaching a point where every punch shattered the earth. I send force to you. You neutralize it, add your own force, and send double back to me. I neutralize your counter, add my force, and send it back again. And so it repeated, endlessly. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 62, Chapter 63, The Old Wave Dies on the Beach. 1101 words. Chapter 63, The Old Wave Dies on the Beach. While the battle raged on and dust flew everywhere, a few hundred meters away, Saitama was unhurriedly preparing the hot pot ingredients. You have to peel off this stringy part from the water spinach stems, otherwise it won't be tender. The enoki mushrooms need to be separated a bit more, or they'll clump up when boiled. The greens need another wash. And why are all these meatballs so misshapen? Old man Bang really doesn't know how to pick groceries. Saitama muttered non-stop as he inspected each ingredient, complaining about the poor taste of the elderly. Aside from the Wagyu beef, Bang had bought all the other hot pot ingredients himself, and the quality was inconsistent. In front of a hot pot connoisseur like Saitama, it was clearly not up to standard. Ha! Bang shouted, slamming his right hand onto King's incoming fist. With a twist of his wrist, he neutralized the force, channeled it through his body, and fired it back out with his left hand. King did the same, neutralizing Bang's left-hand attack with one hand and countering with the water stream rock-smashing fist using the other. Although they seemed stuck in an infinite loop, Bang's expression was growing increasingly ugly. His hands had started to tremble uncontrollably. His physical body was too weak. The cumulative force stacked by both sides had reached his limit. If they continued stacking power, Bang would likely lose outright. I need to find a way to end this stacking cycle. Bang raised his hand again to neutralize King's attack. While thinking of a strategy, he used the flowing water intent with his whole body, retreating rapidly. Realizing the old man wanted to run, King naturally refused and quickly chased after him. Their water stream rock-smashing fists collided in mid-air, creating a violent airwave that cleared the dust within 100 meters. While maneuvering and dodging, they continued to trade blows with the technique, the power behind each strike escalating further. Actually, ending this stacking state was simple. Just redirect the increasingly powerful force into the ground and stop countering. But Bang couldn't do that anymore. The force had stacked to a terrifying level. His dojo wasn't far from here. If he caused an earthquake in this area, the dojo's surroundings would turn into a disaster zone. Fighting and retreating, they unknowingly extended the battle line over several kilometers. King took a step forward. The faint blue light of the water stream rock-smashing fist traced an arc in the void as he threw a swift straight punch at Bang's face. As expected, the power of this punch was redirected and neutralized again. But unlike before, Bang didn't choose to use this force for a counterattack. Instead, he deflected it to the side. In the next second, this berserk force poured into a mountain towering into the clouds behind him. Boom! 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 Instantly, the entire mountain was covered in dense cracks. Rocks fell like rain, and the earth shook violently. Bang turned and ran without hesitation. He didn't want to be buried under rubble. In the next instant, the force accumulated from dozens, perhaps hundreds of exchanges completely annihilated the mountain, shattering it from the inside out. In the blink of an eye, the towering peak was reduced to a pile of rubble, though it still formed a small hill of debris. Bang, having run a few kilometers away, turned around but couldn't see King. He was confused. Where is Mr. King? He didn't get buried under the mountain, did he? Just then, vitality as hot and ferocious as the sun shot into the sky. Invisible shockwaves swept in all directions, instantly dispersing the dust cloud raised by the mountain's collapse. Massive boulders flew into the air, clearing a path for the person inside the rubble. King walked out. He was still completely unharmed, not even dust had landed on him. Seeing this, Bang was about to assume the stance of the water stream rock-smashing fist again, but he suddenly tasted iron in his throat. The experienced martial arts grandmaster immediately understood what that metallic taste meant. He stopped his preparations and shook his head helplessly. I lost. The young people really are holding up the new era. It's time for this old man to retire. Yes, Bang had lost to King in this contest of water stream rock-smashing fist. His hands were too weak to continue neutralizing the opponent's attacks, and his body had suffered internal injuries from the repeated redirection and countering. King, on the other hand, had remained at ease from start to finish. His terrifyingly strong physique allowed him to neutralize and counter indefinitely, bringing out even more power from the technique. While the water stream rock-smashing fist was indeed a technique for overcoming hardness with softness and conquering the strong with the weak, having a sufficiently powerful body allowed one to take the martial art to a higher realm. Although Bang was the founder of this style, his body was ultimately still within human limits, not overly absurd. He relied mainly on his martial arts skills and powerful combat ability to suppress monsters. But in King's hands, the water stream rock-smashing fist combined with his powerful body to create a miraculous reaction. Thinking this through, Bang felt relieved. He smiled and waved to King in the distance. I'm done. This old man lost this battle. Young people truly are the main force of the era, ho ho. Hearing this, King smiled back. He retracted his ocean-like vitality, and his aura returned to normal. He dusted off his clothes, his tone filled with genuine praise. Old man Bang, your water stream rock-smashing fist is truly exquisite. If your physical body didn't limit you, your strength could reach an even higher level. Bang waved his hand dismissively. There was no loneliness in his eyes, only infinite hope for the legacy of his martial art. King, you don't need to praise this old man so much. I'm already very happy that the water stream rock-smashing fist has a successor. As the saying goes, the new wave pushes the old wave, and the old wave dies on the beach. But seeing the new wave surge more fiercely than myself, even if this old wave dies on the beach, it feels worth it. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 63, Chapter 64, Where the Heart Is, There Lies the Way. 1178 words. Chapter 64, Where the Heart Is, There Lies the Way. The spar ended. Bang rolled his shoulders, his joints popping satisfyingly. He sighed with contentment. This old man hasn't exercised this vigorously in a long time. Today really loosened up my muscles and bones. My shoulders don't ache anymore. He stretched his limbs as he walked toward Saitama. King, however, remained rooted to the spot. His mind replayed the scenes of their water stream rock-smashing fist exchange over and over again. I feel like it can still be improved somewhere. Having perfect control over every ounce of his power, King began to feel a slight dissonance after repeatedly using the water stream rock-smashing fist. It wasn't that the technique itself was flawed, but he vaguely sensed that this martial art could be combined with his own strengths to create something entirely new. In this moment, King truly understood just how terrifyingly broken the passive skill, precision control, was. In other words, he could learn any martial arts technique displayed by an opponent with a single glance and replicate it perfectly. Following his intuition, King slowly lowered his center of gravity and began to move his hands. Bang, who had only taken 2 steps, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Sensing a unique flow of power in the air, he turned around quickly. He saw King standing exactly where he had left him, eyes closed, but his hands were performing movements Bang knew all too well. 2 fists clenched tight, tracing arcs like flowing water in the air, exuding the profound mysteries of martial arts. Along with the movement of his fists, King's footwork shifted in harmony, echoing the flow of his strikes. This is the water stream rock-smashing fist. Bang was puzzled. Why was King practicing the technique again? Was he consolidating what he had learned? In the next second, he seemed to notice something. His pupils constricted as an astonishing thought formed in his mind. Could it be? King is improving the water stream rock smashing fist. In Bang's eyes, although King appeared to be using the technique, there were subtle differences from the original version, and these differences were gradually expanding. As his hands moved, King began to incorporate elements unique to himself. Scorching vitality surged into his fists like a tsunami, turning the faint blue traces of the water stream rock smashing fist into a deep crimson. Bang watched, stunned. The shock in his heart was beyond words. His eyes held not just amazement, but also a deep complexity and anticipation. Truly worthy of the strongest man on earth, King. Such talent is something even this old man cannot hope to reach. He was almost certain that King had never touched the water stream rock smashing fist before today. Yet, not only did he learn and apply it in combat within such a short time, but now he was even improving upon it. What peerless genius! King didn't notice Bang's whirlwind of emotions. His eyes were closed, immersed in his own world. The flowing force and the domineering vitality merged within his fists. Faint blue and deep crimson converged, softness and ferocity fused in this moment. Ding! Congratulations host for comprehending a new skill, Imperial Fist. Imperial Fist, King's Fist, a unique martial art fusing the force of flowing water with the power of vitality. Can unleash continuous, high-power strikes in a short time. When met with resistance, the flowing water force triggers double damage. Each use places a certain load on the muscles. Exclusive to the host. Achem. I comprehended a new skill. King was jolted out of his trance by the sudden system notification. Only then did he realize that the technique he was currently performing was no longer the water stream rock smashing fist, but something entirely new. His fists flickered with faint golden light, swaying in the air. The shadow of the water stream rock smashing fist could still be seen in their trajectory, but they were vastly different. King quickly scanned the skill description provided by the system and couldn't help but roast the name internally. Imperial Fist sounds a bit Chunibya. Despite the cringe name, getting a new skill directly was satisfying. Now, let's test the power of this move. King flickered and appeared in front of a small hill several hundred meters away. Just as he was about to punch, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. Can Imperial Fist and Sikizo, Evening Elephant, be combined for a long-range strike? If so, this would be a bold innovation for King and another boost to his combat power. With that thought, King set his sights on a small mountain a full 3 kilometers away. He slowly raised his fist. Faint golden light shimmered on his knuckles as he punched out fiercely. A golden light flashed through the void. The distant mountain emitted a thunderous roar as a violent air cannon smashed into its surface. In the very next instant, the power of the Imperial Fist manifested almost simultaneously with the air cannon, triggering a secondary attack that surged into the mountain's interior. Boom! 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 Boundless power erupted from within. The entire mountain shattered instantly into a shower of gravel. The earth shook, and in a blink, the hill was reduced to a pile of rubble. King was shocked by the power of this strike. It's this powerful even from nearly 5 kilometers away. What if I hit someone at close range? Undoubtedly, the comprehension and integration of the Imperial Fist had taken the already potent Sikizo to the next level. King exhaled a long breath and returned to his normal stance. He felt a stinging pain in his right hand, which had just unleashed the attack. Clearly, the muscles had torn slightly under the strain of such a rapid, powerful strike. But in the next second, extreme regeneration activated, and the minor side effect vanished without a trace. Seeing King finish, Bang walked over and patted his shoulder with gratification. As expected, heroes come from the youth. Mr. King, your attainments in martial arts are far higher than mine. To think I wanted to take you as a disciple earlier, it seems laughable now. Hearing Bang's words, King shook his head and pointed to his heart. My martial arts attainment isn't profound. I simply follow the guidance of my heart. For a martial artist, the most important thing is the heart. Where the heart is, there lies the way. With that, he turned and walked toward Saitama. Bang stood rooted to the spot. After a long while, he finally moved, clasping his hands behind his back like an old man, but his eyes shone with brilliance. For a martial artist, the most important thing is the heart. Where the heart is, there lies the way. Truly profound wisdom, King. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 64. Chapter 65, Speedo. 1060 words. Chapter 65, Speedo Sound Sonic, arrives. Inside the spacious dojo. The broth in the hot pot bubbled furiously, and various ingredients rolled in the liquid, releasing tantalizing aromas. Bang took out 2 boxes of Wagyu beef and held them over the pot, ready to cook them. Snow-white marbling was evenly distributed across the bright red meat. It looked tender and juicy, with a perfect ratio of fat to meat, truly impeccable quality. The moment the main character of the meal appeared, King and Saitama locked onto the 2 boxes of beef simultaneously. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Bang didn't delay. With a light tap of his finger on the box, the beef slices drifted into the pot. Time passed quickly. At the 8th second, all 3 of them looked up at the same time. Their chopsticks shot toward the pot like lightning. Saitama was the first to grab a piece of beef. Before he could lift it, Bang's chopsticks, carrying the intent of flowing water, lightly tapped Saitama's chopsticks, knocking the beef into the air. Immediately after, Bang twisted his wrist, deftly catching the falling beef mid-air and placing it into his own bowl. Damn it! Saitama's mouth twitched. He had to give up on that target and quickly scanned the rest of the pot. Just as King picked up a piece of beef floating on the surface, Saitama's chopsticks, carrying chilling momentum, smashed toward him. Achem! You want to steal it? 8 inner gates, 7th gate of wonder open. Blue steam exploded from King's body instantly. A heavy pressure enveloped the entire dojo, making everyone except Saitama feel a tightness in their chests. Bang, who was just about to put the beef in his mouth, looked up in shock, completely stunned. Such terrifying pressure. Is this King's true strength? During their earlier spar, Bang had felt that King was holding back, perhaps not even using 50% of his power. But now, it seemed he had still underestimated the weight of the title's strongest man on earth. Bang was now certain that King had zero desire to win during their spar. He was purely experiencing the water stream rock-smashing fist. Because with the power King was displaying right now, if he really wanted to kill Bang, it would probably only take 1 or 2 punches. Feeling the surging power within him, King's eyes narrowed. He manipulated his chopsticks to clash with Saitama's sneak attack. Compared to when he first transmigrated, his strength had increased significantly, especially with the boost in stats. He could now fully control his own power. In an instant, the area above the hot pot became their arena. Chopsticks clashed against chopsticks. Almost every collision created an invisible shockwave. The steaming piece of Wagyu beef bounced back and forth between their chopsticks, never landing in anyone's bowl. During their duel, Bang tried to grab another piece of beef. But as soon as his chopsticks approached, they were snapped in half by the force of the 2 younger men's clash. Bang! Are young people nowadays all this fierce? On the other side, seeing the stalemate continue while the remaining beef in the pot cooked longer and longer, losing its tenderness. I need to think of a way. King frowned slightly, then a light bulb went off in his head. Oh, I got it. In the next second, King's chopsticks slipped slightly, deliberately revealing an opening. Seeing this, Saitama didn't suspect a thing. Thinking King had made a mistake in the Great Beef War, he excitedly snatched the beef from the air. Haha, you lose, King. I'll be taking this piece of Wagyu. Hearing Saitama's cheerful boasting, King remained unmoved. The corner of his mouth curled up in a smile of successful plotting. He took the bait. In the very next instant, King's hand holding the chopsticks turned into a blur, rapidly exploring the depths of the pot. Saitama's eyes widened. He realized what King was doing and tried to stop him, but it was too late. Because at this moment, his chopsticks were still holding a piece of beef. Even if he put it back in his bowl now, he couldn't stop King's rampage. By the time King finished, his bowl was piled high with steaming Wagyu beef. Only a few lonely pieces remained floating on the surface of the pot. Saitama. Bang! Realizing his base had been stolen, Saitama's face turned a little green. But thankfully, there were still a few pieces left in the pot. He could still eat a couple more. However, just a second before he dipped his chopsticks into the pot, Bang reached out with a fresh pair of chopsticks carrying the intent of flowing water, preparing to join the scramble. Saitama. Damn it. If this goes on, I won't get to eat a single piece. His simple face instantly became sharp and angular. His gaze turned fierce, and an invisible aura radiated from him. Serious series, serious chopsticks. Bang only saw a blur. The beef in the pot vanished instantly, almost all of it reappearing in Saitama's bowl. Only the last 2 slices remained floating in the broth. Watching the 2 young men gorging themselves, the martial arts grandmaster finally lost his composure. Are young people nowadays this forgetful? Did they forget who paid for these 2 boxes of Wagyu beef, you bastards? City Z streets. Passers-by only felt a blur zip past on the road, accompanied by a gust of wind, but saw nothing clearly. On a rooftop, a slender, handsome young man with black hair stood on the edge. His purple scarf fluttered in the wind, and his black bodysuit perfectly accentuated his physique. A long, slender sword hung at his waist. Looking in the direction of the dojo, the young man glanced at his crotch, seemingly recalling a painful memory. Veins instantly popped out on his forehead. You bastard Saitama. I will kill you. Or I will never avenge this punch. Saying this, the young man took a step forward. His body vanished like a ghost, leaving only a barely visible afterimage as he sped into the distance. Ninja, Speedo Sound Sonic, arrives. -20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 65, Chapter 66, I will personally guide him. 1021 words. Chapter 66, I will personally guide him. Coastal border. Sunlight bathed the golden sands as people enjoyed a leisurely afternoon. Energetic young men and women walked along the beach, while sleepy middle-aged couples napped under parasols. Suddenly, a man preparing to go for a swim sensed something wrong. He tapped his friend on the shoulder. Hey, don't you think the water is moving weirdly? It looks like something is about to crawl out. His friend looked over, about to reply, when the ocean surface exploded violently, sending water spraying into the sky. Gigantic marine creatures crawled out of the sea one by one, letting out terrifying roars. Their voices, filled with murderous intent, echoed through the sky. We are the sea folk. Today, under the leadership of the King of the Sea, we have returned. Humans who occupy the land, prepare to be conquered by the Deep Sea Clan. Watching these sea monsters crawl onto the beach, fear and panic spread through the crowd instantly. People scrambled backward, desperate to get away from the shoreline. Run. Monsters. So many monsters. Where are the heroes? Why aren't they here yet? There are monsters. Honey, hold my hand tight. Don't let go. Terrified screams, the sound of frantic running, and curses as people shoved each other filled the air. In just a few dozen seconds, the entire beach turned into a chaotic scene of negative emotions. Warning. A large number of monsters have appeared on the coastline of City Z, Sector 2. Confirmed demon-level disaster. Citizens, please evacuate in an orderly manner. Do not panic. Warning. A large number of monsters have appeared. The piercing alarm siren rang in everyone's ears, escalating the panic to a new level. Pedestrians on the streets heard the alarm and joined the fleeing crowd without hesitation, rushing toward the shelters. Most ordinary people in the One Punch Man world were accustomed to evacuating during disasters. After all, monsters capable of destroying districts or entire cities appeared in these cursed places almost daily. They were used to it. Therefore, the civilians evacuated the area at breakneck speed, hiding in the numerous shelters built for this exact purpose. Unknowingly, the blue sky had been covered by layers of dark clouds. Heavy clouds churned, and a torrential downpour enveloped the world. The sea folk stood on the land, feeling the rain nourishing their bodies, which had started to dry out upon leaving the sea. They vented their emotions freely. Seeing the humans of the land choose to flee so cowardly, without even a thought of defending their territory, the sea folk laughed with disdain. They mocked humanity's weakness, cowardice, and pathetic nature. One octopus-like monster, standing 5 or 6 meters tall, waved its blue tentacles. Every time a tentacle hit the ground, the earth trembled. Ha 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 ha. Humans are nothing but despicable creatures. The land will ultimately belong to us sea folk. Squelch. Before it could finish speaking, a rapidly spinning white spear shot through the torrential rain, accurately piercing the octopus's forehead. The octopus's voice cut off abruptly. Its massive body stiffened briefly before blue blood sprayed out, and it crashed heavily to the ground, motionless. This sudden turn of events stunned the other celebrating seafolk. Then, unparalleled rage exploded in their hearts. Who dares to ambush us? Come out. I'm right here, you blind monsters. A confident voice reached the seafolk's ears through the rainstorm. They moved their massive bodies, turning their gazes toward the source of the sound. In the rain, a handsome young man with spiky black hair stood holding a spear. His body was wrapped in grey-black bandages, and his face was written with confidence. A-class rank 11, Stinger. A human. A weak human dares to attack us seafolk? Die. Stinger had posed coolly, but seeing dozens of seafolk surrounding him, the corner of his mouth twitched. This seems a bit bad. After a fierce battle, the corpses of seafolk lay scattered around him. Stinger planted his spear in the ground, his handsome face now bruised and swollen. In front of him stood the 4 strongest seafolk, their vicious eyes staring dead at the seemingly weak human. Bastard! You dare kill so many of our kin, pay with your life! Stinger gasped for air, lowering his head wearily, looking as if he had given up resistance. The moment the seafolk prepared to strike, he snapped his head up. His body turned into a black bolt of lightning, vanishing from the spot. His white spear shattered the rain, thrusting forward with chilling momentum. Gigantic drill Stinger. In the blink of an eye, massive holes appeared in the heads of the 4 seafolk simultaneously. They crashed to the ground, dead. Stinger landed back on the ground, his muscles trembling from overexertion, but an uncontrollable smile spread across his face. I did it. With my newly developed ultimate move, I one-shotted 4 god-level monsters. My rank is going to skyrocket. Before he could finish his sentence, a heavy green fist smashed into his abdomen. The violent force momentarily paused the rain falling behind him. Stinger spat blood, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out, collapsing like a dead dog. Truly frail. Is this humanity? To be wiped out by such trash. It seems my subordinates were quite incompetent. The monster who spoke had green skin and stood over 4 meters tall. His humanoid body was covered in well-defined, bulging muscles. He wore a red cape symbolizing royalty and a small crown on his head. The ruler of the Deep Sea King, demon level. The dojo. Hearing the alarm, Saitama, who was eating hot pot, raised an eyebrow and prepared to stand up to execute justice. King, however, unhurriedly took a sip of tea. A data-like glint flashed in his eyes as he smiled. It's just a mere demon-level disaster. I've already sent Genos to handle it. This time, I will personally guide him. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 66, Chapter 67, Super Gay. 1053 words. Chapter 67, Super Gay. King was a bit surprised. If he remembered correctly, the Meteor arc should have come before the Deep Sea King arc. But now, the timeline was scrambled again. Strange. The only explanation for this disordered timeline was another butterfly effect caused by his transmigration. As King slowly closed his eyes, a different scene appeared in his mind. Retreating streetscapes, torrential rain, a silver mechanical body, and the roar of an overheating core. Seeing King sitting there like an old monk in meditation, Saitama unhurriedly picked up a piece of Wagyu beef and put it in his mouth, mumbling with his mouth full. Old man Bang, is King sleeping because he's full? Why did he suddenly close his eyes? Saitama wasn't worried. He trusted King. Since King said there was no problem, then there was no problem, and he didn't need to rush over there. Facing the bald demon's question, Bang didn't know how to answer. He didn't actually know what King was planning either. After pondering for a moment, Bang offered a tentative answer, his tone filled with uncertainty. Perhaps Mr. King has some special method to resolve the crisis from right here? Is that so? That fits his style. He is amazing, after all. Saitama slurped up some enoki mushrooms, mumbling again. City Z streets. Gah. A man in a tight suit with lightning bolt markings on his face and hair like a golden pinecone cried out in pain. Like a cannonball, he was blasted backward, smashing heavily into a building behind him. Deep Sea King walked up unhurriedly, picked up the unconscious blonde young man with one hand, and tossed him aside like trash. Although the blonde man looked frail, he was actually an A-class hero named Lightning Maximum. But in front of the rain-enhanced Deep Sea King, he couldn't even deal damage, let alone withstand a single punch. Oh my Tilda, it seems humans are so fragile. None of the so-called heroes who appeared could take a single hit. It looks like conquering this land will be effortless. Deep Sea King scratched his head with his sharp claws. He leaped high into the air and landed on the street with a heavy thud, his massive body looking even more terrifying in the rainstorm. Just then, a voice that was slightly flirtatious yet magnetic drifted into Deep Sea King's ears. Oh my goodness! You dreadful monster! What have you done to my beautiful, cute little boys? Deep Sea King looked toward the source of the sound, and his pupils constricted for a moment. The person standing there was nearly 2 meters tall. A body of explosive muscles was trapped inside a cute, pink, hand-knitted sweater, and he wore prisoner stripes on his legs. He had a very masculine, cleft chin covered in fresh stubble, but his curly hair and long eyelashes were unsettling. S-Class rank 16, Puri Puri prisoner. And an unrepentant gay man. He had been imprisoned for repeatedly assaulting male criminals, but because the prison was male only, he had essentially started a harem there. Looking at the unconscious Lightning Max, and remembering the bruised and battered Stinger he had seen in the ruins on the way here, Puri Puri prisoner's heart filled with rage. These handsome A-class heroes were all targets for his harem. How could he forgive someone for treating these beautiful flowers so roughly? Puri Puri prisoner's aura exploded. His muscles swelled again, standing out like rocks on his body. His sexy chest hair, wet from the rain, clung to his pectorals. Rip! His clothes exploded instantly, turning into pink shreds on the ground. Even his pants burst open, revealing something mysterious. Deep Sea King looked at Puri Puri prisoner, who was now as naked as himself. Sensing the strength of the human's body, he felt a spark of interest. He could tell that this guy was on a different level from the previous human heroes. Or, human. What is your NA? Before Deep Sea King could finish his question, Puri Puri prisoner let out a wretched wail. His gaze fell on the pink shreds on the ground, and his anger soared to new heights. His face darkened as he stood up, clenching his fists. You bastard! That pink sweater was hand-knitted by my boyfriend. Do you know how much love was poured into it? Puri Puri prisoner roared and strode forward, charging at breakneck speed. The ground beneath his feet cracked under his immense power. He rushed up to Deep Sea King and threw a punch fueled by pure muscular force. With chilling momentum, he shattered the rain and smashed his fist into Deep Sea King's face. With a loud thud of flesh on flesh, Deep Sea King stumbled back half a step. He touched his slightly stinging cheek, and a ferocious grin spread across his face. Not bad. My turn. What? Puri Puri prisoner was shocked. The feedback from his usually unstoppable fist felt like hitting a steel plate. He had barely caused any damage. In the very next instant, Deep Sea King drove power from his waist and arm. His violent fist traced a sharp arc in the air and slammed directly into Puri Puri prisoner's gut. Ugh! His internal organs churned as if a storm was raging inside him. Consciousness seemed to be punched out of his body, and Puri Puri prisoner's eyes rolled back. There was no back-and-forth struggle like in the original story. Because Deep Sea King was in his rain-enhanced form from the start, the current Puri Puri prisoner was no match for him. Quite tough. Then have a combo. Ha 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 ha. Deep Sea King punched rapidly. A storm of fists enveloped Puri Puri prisoner, each blow heavy and powerful, smashing into his muscular frame. Even muscles as hard as rock caved in immediately after taking a hit. In an instant, Puri Puri prisoner's body was battered and dented. Covered in blood, he collapsed heavily to the ground. Deep Sea King squatted down and patted the hero's face disdainfully with his finned claw. Did you really think taking your clothes off would make you as strong as me? What a foolish human. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 67, Chapter 68, God. 1051 words. Chapter 68, God-level pilot, kid. After mocking Puri Puri prisoner, Deep Sea King didn't waste any more time on the muscle pervert. In the pouring rain, he spread his arms wide, carefully sensing his surroundings. The scent of humans is thicker in this direction. So the ordinary humans are all hiding over there. Interesting. Sensing the large concentration of humans, the smile on Deep Sea King's face grew even more grotesque. He strode toward the evacuation shelter. But in the very next second, the crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, and the roar of an engine core echoed through the stormy night. Incinerate. A beam of scorching heat evaporated the falling rain, rushing toward Deep Sea King at incredible speed. The crimson light expanded rapidly in his pupils. What? Deep Sea King's expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, he crossed his arms in front of his chest. The microscales on his skin locked together tightly, combining with his powerful muscles to increase his defense. The incineration cannon collided head-on with his body. The sizzling sound of flesh being seared filled the air, and the powerful impact forced Deep Sea King to slide backward continuously. Such powerful energy. What is this thing? 2 deep trenches appeared beneath his feet as he was pushed back. His arms, used for blocking, began to emit faint smoke. His vertical pupils stared fiercely ahead, trying to see the attacker clearly, but all he saw was a blue core flickering in the rainstorm and a cannon muzzle glowing with light. Don't look down on me. Deep Sea King was enraged. As the ruler of the sea, how could he tolerate such humiliation, not even being able to see his enemy's face? Roar. He let out a deafening roar. Forcing his way forward against the incineration cannon, risking injury, he swung a massive fist. The giant fist tore through the air with chilling momentum, smashing viciously toward Geno's. Facing this attack, if it were the old Geno's, he would likely have activated his thrusters for a head-on clash. But at this moment, Geno's right side thrusters fired. He simply shifted slightly to the right, dodging Deep Sea King's fist with precision. While the momentum of the dodge was still active, his lower right thrusters fired in succession, moving him behind Deep Sea King like a ghost. At this moment, Deep Sea King was in the awkward phase where his old force was spent and new force hadn't yet been generated. He couldn't mount an effective defense. Seizing this opportunity, Geno's raised his left hand. Sharp blades extended from his wrist and began to spin rapidly, turning into an extremely sharp chainsaw. The moment the spinning blades touched Deep Sea King's flesh, they tore through skin and muscle. Green blood and chunks of flesh sprayed across the ground. Simultaneously, Geno's didn't stay idle. He pressed his right hand directly against Deep Sea King's thigh, specifically, the inner thigh area, and fired an incineration blast. Ah! Being burned and sliced simultaneously, Deep Sea King let out a wretched scream. His massive body spun around, smashing a fist backward with fury. Facing this heavy blow, he expected Geno's to give up the attack or at least pause. But Deep Sea King never expected the robot in front of him to pull off such a heaven-defying move. With a crisp metallic click from his elbow joints, Geno's forearms detached. His thrusters propelled his main body backward, dodging Deep Sea King's fist. But those 2 detached arms remained attached to Deep Sea King, continuing to slash and incinerate his body relentlessly. Impossible. Deep Sea King, who had lived in the deep sea for so long and never seen such novelties, was dumbfounded. While Deep Sea King was stunned, Geno's golden mechanical eyes burst with blinding light. 2 lasers pierced the void, accurately hitting Deep Sea King's eyes. Ah! My eyes! Damn human! The ruler of the sea roared in terror and pain. The sudden loss of vision plunged him into involuntary panic, and he flailed his massive fists wildly, attacking the air around him. Seizing this chance, Geno's extended his upper arms forward. Sensing the summons, the 2 detached forearms stopped attacking and flew back, reattaching perfectly. In less than a minute of engagement, Deep Sea King had suffered multiple lacerations, taken a heavy hit to a sensitive area, and been blinded by lasers. Looking at what his own body had just done, Geno's was dazed. A heartfelt lament escaped his lips. As expected of King Sensei, his combat experience is terrifyingly profound. Facing an unfamiliar mechanical body, he can still pull off such spectacular maneuvers. That's right. The battle just now was entirely controlled by King piloting Geno's body. The Genos of the past could never have pulled off such intricate moves. Take the thrusters, for example. Genos usually just used them to charge forward blindly, increasing impact but losing fine control and wasting energy. King, controlling the mechanical body, conserved energy as much as possible, using the smallest movements for the greatest effect. Every burst of the thrusters used minimal energy but perfectly dodged every attack, while simultaneously delivering precise strikes to vital points. Moreover, King perfectly utilized all the extra functions he had recommended Genos install, from the detachable arms to the melee weapons. Meanwhile, at the dojo, King held a silver-white game controller in his hands, his thumbs moving back and forth rapidly. His focused expression looked like he was facing a boss with delayed attack patterns in a Souls-like game. Looking closely, however, the corner of his mouth was curled up in a sly grin. God-level piloting, kid. This time, Genos hadn't just installed weapons and body functions, he had added something else. Besides controlling himself, he could now be fully piloted by King via this special controller, sharing vision through his mechanical eyes. This was tantamount to handing over his life and everything to another person. It required immense trust and courage. However, Genos would always trust two people, the doctor who had helped him all this time, and his earnest teacher, King. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 68, Chapter 69, Walking the Dog. 1040 words. Chapter 69, Walking the Dog. Through Genos's mechanical eyes, King's gaze locked precisely onto the green figure hidden within the torrential downpour. Deep-sea King struggled to open his eyes. His fish eyes, filled with tyrannical rage, were on the verge of shattering. Blood and tears flowed uncontrollably, only to be washed away by the rain on his face. His vision barely recovered, but the world was now tinged with a bloody hue. The intense pain in his eyes stimulated the nerves of the deep-sea ruler. Roar. I will slaughter you. Relying on his perception, which had reached mid-demon level, and perhaps high demon level in his rage, Deep-Sea King pinpointed Genos's location and pounced with a roar. Under the washing of the rain, Deep-Sea King's slashed flesh began to heal slowly, and new skin started to grow over the charred areas. King frowned. This was exactly why the current Genos struggled against Deep-Sea King. This guy was thick-skinned and had strong regeneration. Genos's various attacks dealt relatively limited damage. To use an analogy, Genos's mechanical body was like a highly mobile assassin. Every attack was swift, but only dealt 10 damage. Deep-Sea King was like a lumbering tank. Although he was being kited like a dog by Genos's agile movements, he regenerated 5 HP per second. While he couldn't heal instantly after being hit, in a battle of attrition, Genos ran the risk of losing because his core energy was finite. However, King placed both hands on the controller, his eyes filled with unparalleled confidence, the arrogance of a top-tier gamer. Since individual attacks are just tickling him, I'll just execute a brand new, badass combo. With that thought, Deep-Sea King was already in his face. King rapidly tapped the controller, and Genos's body moved. The thrusters fired for a split second. Genos shifted to the right, effortlessly dodging Deep-Sea King's pounce. Immediately after, the rotating blade on his left hand slashed out viciously, severing the gills on the left side of Deep-Sea King's face and carving a huge gash across his mouth, tearing the facial muscles. Pain drove Deep-Sea King even crazier. His massive claws shattered the rain as he smashed a fist toward Genos. Thrusters fired again. Genos retreated, dodging the fist, then immediately dashed forward. Deep-Sea King couldn't control his own momentum. Unable to change his movement in time, his fist smashed heavily into the ground, creating spiderweb cracks in the asphalt. Bad news. Seeing the robot disappear from his vision, Deep-Sea King felt a sense of dread. Just as he tried to turn his head, a silver light flashed on his right side, followed by intense pain. White gills scattered in the air, green blood sprayed, and the muscles on the right side of Deep-Sea King's face were severed. Losing muscle support, his jaw drooped downwards, leaving his mouth hanging open. In the next second, Deep-Sea King finally sensed Genos right behind him. Die. He swung a fist backward with tremendous force, whipping up a gale, but hit nothing but air. Genos had somehow moved directly underneath Deep Sea King. His rotating blades slashed upwards dozens of times in midair, while his right hand fired another incineration blast straight at Deep Sea King's crotch. Amidst the flashes of blades and fire, Deep Sea King's Achilles tendons were severed. His legs lost support, and he collapsed to his knees uncontrollably. Simultaneously, the fire from the incineration cannon shot up from between his legs straight into his face, obstructing his vision once again. Feeling the intense pain from all over his body, Deep Sea King finally panicked. This is bad, really bad. As the ruler of the Deep Sea King had united the intelligent marine life and launched an all-out attack on the humans occupying the land. According to the script he had envisioned, he should have stormed the land with unmatched power, engaged in a passionate battle with the strongest human, and emerged victorious, claiming both land and sea for the seafolk. That was how it was supposed to go, but now, Deep Sea King felt his worldview shattering. His proud, powerful body was being shredded by spinning blades. His unmatched strength couldn't even touch a hair on this guy's head. It felt as frustrating as punching cotton with full force. The battle Deep Sea King had imagined was a thrilling, blood-pumping brawl, like his fight with that naked pervert earlier. Now, Deep Sea King's massive body was kneeling on the ground. His eyes were still bleeding, and his jaw hung loose, his bloody maw wide open. Suddenly, a ghostly figure approached rapidly. Murderous intent locked onto his neck. Damn it! He wants to decapitate me. Deep Sea King was terrified. He hurriedly raised his still functional arms to protect his neck, fearing he would be beheaded in one stroke. However, the expected slash didn't aim for his neck. It aimed for a different spot. Ah! My eyes! My eyes! His already damaged fish eyes were sliced in half by the rotating blades. Blood poured from the sockets like a fountain, plunging his vision into complete darkness. Engulfed in darkness, Deep Sea King's anxiety skyrocketed. He flailed his thick arms desperately. The strong arms that used to bring him power were now his last straw to clutch at. Unnoticed, Genos was already standing right in front of Deep Sea King, slowly raising his right hand. Deep Sea King was still flailing blindly, but having lost all form, he was just swinging on instinct and couldn't touch Genos. In the pouring rain, the blue core released berserk energy. The charging palm cannon pressed directly against Deep Sea King's wide-open mouth. 100% output, incinerate. A violent beam of light shot out, rushing into Deep Sea King's mouth instantly. Scorching heat engulfed his insides in a split second, incinerating all his internal organs. The flailing arms dropped. Deep Sea King lost all signs of life, kneeling dead in the torrential rain. He was gone. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 69, Chapter 70, Let Me Show You the Terror of Speedo. 979 words. Chapter 70, Let Me Show You the Terror of Speedo. Sound Sonic. Witnessing all this, Genos' heart was filled with nothing but shock and reverence for King. Such fluid control. He had never imagined his mechanical body could execute such precise combos, leaving the enemy with zero chance to counterattack. Take the thrusters, for example. King's application of them was a peak Genos felt he could never scale. Using short bursts for mid-air strafing, effortlessly dodging every attack. Genos was deeply shaken. He began to doubt, is this mechanical body mine, or is it King-sensei's? As expected of King-sensei, I still have so much to learn. Accompanied by static, King's voice came through the audio receptors in his mechanical eyes. I recorded it all. Feel the battle just now. Your mechanical body has great potential. In special situations, it can create miracles that will make your machine's spirit rejoice. With that, King disconnected the visual link and returned control of the body to Genos. Thud. Deep Sea King's corpse, having lost all support, crashed to the ground, splashing rain everywhere. His two shattered fish eyes rolled out of their sockets, coming to a stop at Genos' feet. Deep Sea King had died miserably. The ruler of the deep had all his internal organs turned into bloody water, roasted to perfection from the inside out. Wisps of burnt black smoke rose from his gaping maw, like vengeful spirits venting their unwillingness and pain. Genos stared at the corpse for a long time, speechless. If it were me, would I have had a chance to defeat this monster? Genos ran a simulation based on his own data and the combat data he had gathered on Deep Sea King. The conclusion: if he fought normally, his win rate was about 46%. Just shy of an even match. After all, Deep Sea King was durable and had strong regeneration. Unless Genos used an overclocked incineration cannon, it would be hard to deal effective damage. The sound of rain gradually ceased. The torrential downpour had come quickly and left just as fast. Rays of sunlight pierced the heavy clouds, sprinkling over the earth and illuminating the horizon. Standing in the sunlight, Genos sighed deeply and looked up at the clearing blue sky. The road I have to walk is still very long. Meanwhile, dojo entrance. Chiranko, who was sweeping outside, suddenly saw someone leaning against the doorframe. He looked up, puzzled. This is the Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist Dojo. Are you here to inquire about enrollment? The young man leaning against the door smirked. His purple scarf fluttered, and he vanished from sight instantly. Chiranko's scalp tingled. Seeing a grown man disappear into thin air made him instinctively step back. But in the next second, a hand landed on his shoulder, followed by a heavy chop to the back of his neck. Goo! Chiranko let out a low groan, his eyes rolling back as he slumped to the ground, unconscious. Sonic tossed the unconscious Chiranko aside. His handsome face twisted into a grimace of rage as he stared at the main hall of the dojo. Right there. My greatest enemy in this life. S-class hero Caped Baldy is right there. Unable to suppress his anger any longer, he strode forward, then pulled a muscle in his groin and winced in pain. Damn it. Sonic gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist and drew it. The sharp blade glinted coldly in the post-rain sunlight. Hunched over, enduring the intense pain between his legs, he kicked the door open and roared. Saitama. I know you're in there. Get out here. I'm going to kill you. But when he saw the scene inside the dojo, Sonic froze. His hand gripping the sword stiffened instantly. Are you kidding me? Inside the spacious dojo sat 3 people. On the left was a man with golden hair. His majestic, domineering face, accompanied by a heartbeat like thunder, exuded a heavy, invisible pressure that suffocated anyone who looked at him. In the middle sat a wrinkled old man. But as a ninja, Sonic could tell at a glance that this man was a martial arts grandmaster. Every movement was natural and flawless. As for the one on the right, wearing a mustard yellow jumpsuit, ridiculous red gloves, and a fluttering white cape. And most eye-catching of all, a completely hairless, shiny bald head. Sonic felt a sense of dread and subconsciously took half a step back. Miscalculation. I didn't expect so many people. Damn it. The blonde man on the left is definitely strong. At least, not someone the current me can fight. Just facing him feels suffocating. The old man in the middle isn't to be messed with either. He looks like a master of martial arts. Fighting him would take some effort. As for the one on the right, the throbbing pain in his lower body, combined with his rage, made Sonic lose his cool. His hand holding the sword trembled. That bastard Baldy. He turned me into a leftover egg Santa, pun on single testicle Santa. If I don't avenge this, how can I, Sonic, call myself a ninja? Seeing the black-haired young man glaring at Saitama, combined with the signature purple scarf and the hunched posture, King immediately identified him. Oh, it's the Lone Testicle Ranger. Thinking this, King put down the game controller. He casually picked up a raw meatball with his chopsticks and infused it with his power. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the meatball shot towards Sonic like a bullet fired from a gun. Oh! Attacking first. Very well. Let me show you the terror of Speedo Sound Sonic. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 70, Chapter 71. Another cute young man has arrived. 986 words. Chapter 71. Another cute young man has arrived. Sonic's gaze fixed on the flying meatball, a disdainful smirk curling his lips. Too slow. With a ninja's super reflexes, Sonic could clearly see the meatball's trajectory and could have easily dodged it. However, I will not choose to dodge. To show off his cool skills, Sonic didn't evade. Instead, he placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword. In the next second, with a flash of cold light, the sword unsheathed instantly. Slicing through the air at extreme speed, it slashed viciously at the meatball. Just as Sonic was about to confidently sheath his sword, he sensed something was wrong. Wait, why didn't I feel the impact of the cut? Since birth, Sonic had held a sword. He had cut countless things, whether living animals and humans or inanimate objects. Therefore, he was extremely sensitive to the feedback from every slash, using it to judge the opponent's defense. But that strike just now, it wasn't a matter of weak feedback. There was simply no feedback at all. Could it be? A ridiculous fact dawned on Sonic, and cold sweat poured down his back. His eyes quickly locked onto the direction where the meatball had been. Sure enough, the meatball that should have been sliced in half dissipated into an afterimage. What Sonic had seen was just the trail left behind by its sheer speed. Sonic froze. His focused slash had missed a meatball. Instantly, intense humiliation and rage enveloped his heart. Veins popped out on his face, and his hand gripping the sword trembled with anger. These three bastards. How dare they humiliate me, Speedo Sound Sonic. You will pay for this. Wait, where is the meatball? Reason broke through his rage and humiliation. A bad premonition rose in Sonic's heart as a sharp whistling sound reached his ears from behind. Chem. Just as he lowered his head, a meatball flying from behind struck him precisely between the legs. Thwack. The scene fell silent. Saitama looked at the meatball rolling on the floor with a trace of regret in his eyes. Sigh. Can't eat that one anymore. Bang stared at King in shock, subconsciously clamping his legs together. Is such a dirty move really something the strongest man on earth would use? But thinking back to my youth, I guess it's acceptable. King remained expressionless, but the upturned corners of his mouth betrayed his struggle to hold back laughter. After 2 full seconds of silence, a pig-like squeal echoed through the entire dojo. Eek! Sonic fell to his knees, clutching his crotch tightly. Cold sweat poured down his face from the pain, and his delicate features turned purple. Again. Why is it always there? Why? Sonic never imagined that the meatball, whose trajectory he had failed to detect, had ricocheted and hit him precisely in the groin. From this moment on, Single Testicle Santa Sonic had officially become No Testicle Ranger Sonic-chan. But he was a ninja, after all, and his pain tolerance was excellent. Using his sword to prop himself up, shaking like a leaf in the wind, Sonic gasped for breath while delivering his parting threat. You just wait. How dare you humiliate me like this? I, Speedo Sound Sonic, will return. After the threat, Sonic turned to run without hesitation. He couldn't possibly fight 3 people in this state. However, the moment he took his first step, a heart-wrenching pain exploded again. It felt like something had been pulled. Sonic's face twisted in agony. Damn it. With no choice, Sonic clutched his crotch with both hands. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he forced himself to run, vanishing from the spot. Watching the uninvited guest disappear, Saitama scratched his bald head. That guy looked familiar. I think I accidentally hit his brother this morning. Why did he get hit again? Jointo Sonic is really unlucky. Hearing this, King couldn't hold it in anymore. Sonic was truly pitiful. He had suffered 2 critical hits to the jewels in one day, and Saitama still couldn't remember his name. However, letting a ninja stalk them daily wasn't King's style, even if the guy was weak. Saitama, I heard that kid has a pretty high bounty. Enough to buy dozens of boxes of premium Wagyu beef. Chem. Saitama's chopsticks froze in mid-air. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and his simple face turned angular and serious. 10 seconds later, Saitama returned to the dojo, dragging an unconscious Sonic like a dead dog. Sometime later, his vision slowly cleared. An unfamiliar ceiling came into view. Hiss, my head hurts. What happened? Sonic clutched his head. The back of his skull throbbed as if he had been hit by a heavy object. He looked around and froze. Cold floors, grey walls, sparse furniture, and iron bars in front of him. Minimal sunlight filtered in. What? I'm in prison? As a ninja and assassin, Sonic immediately realized his situation. Saitama and the others must have knocked him out and sent him to jail. I have to escape. I need to train even harder. I will kill Saitama, and that blonde guy too. Sonic always possessed unparalleled confidence in himself. That invincible heart allowed him to go further and further on the path of the ninja. Even if he was scared stiff by the blonde man earlier, Sonic firmly believed he could surpass him eventually. That was why he could keep improving. Just then, a strange noise came from the iron bars in front of him. Sonic looked up in confusion. Across from his cell, a burly man covered in muscles and wrapped in bandages revealed a friendly smile. Oh tilde, another cute, delicate young man has arrived. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 71, Chapter 72, Why Do I Always Meet These Weirdos? 1055 words. Chapter 72, Why Do I Always Meet These Weirdos? Hey. Hearing the deep, resonant voice beside his ear, Sonic felt goosebumps rise all over his body. A chill ran down his spine. He looked closely. Although the muscular man in front of him was wrapped in bandages, Sonic could see the distinctive cleft chin and the affectionate gaze. Who is this guy? Though he didn't know the man's identity, Sonic's ninja intuition told him that this musclehead was definitely not weak. Having been inexplicably thrown into prison, Sonic decided to play it safe while he was still unfamiliar with the territory. Seeing Sonic remain silent, Puri prisoner didn't get angry. Instead, his smile grew even more gentle. Oh my tilde, it seems the new little darling is a bit shy. It doesn't matter. Once our hearts are connected, everything will be fine. Saying this, Puri prisoner unlocked the cell door and walked in with a beaming smile, reaching out to stroke Sonic's face. Seeing that rough, hairy hand reaching for his face, Sonic's immense pride flared up. His face darkened, and he slapped Puri prisoner's hand away. Oi, big guy. You don't look weak. Tell me which prison this is. Sonic didn't want to tangle with this powerful muscle man. He needed to figure out the guards' patrol patterns quickly, escape, and seek revenge on those two bastards. Seeing Sonic so resilient and unyielding, Puri prisoner paused for a moment. Then, excitement flashed in his eyes, and his smile widened. Little darling, you're quite naughty. Come, let our hearts touch intimately. Let the sound of my heartbeat express my love for you. Saying this, Puri prisoner spread his broad arms, intending to pull Sonic into a bear hug to let their hearts beat together. Damn it. This guy is gay. Although Sonic focused on assassination missions and diligent training, rarely paying attention to novelty news, he wasn't an idiot. Judging by this muscle man's words and actions, he had taken a fancy to Sonic. It was disgusting. Sonic's face turned icy cold. He wasn't interested in romance, and he definitely didn't want to be topped by a gay muscle man. Get lost. He shouted coldly. His body turned into an after-image and vanished from the spot. His proud speed left Puri prisoner unable to react in time. The broad arms hugged empty air. Only then did Puri prisoner realize that Sonic had appeared behind him. So fast. It seems this young man is no ordinary person. Puri prisoner shuddered. His eyes practically turned into heart shapes, and his smile became even more infatuated. Strong, handsome, and resilient, and most importantly, a criminal. Oh my God. He is exactly my type. Puri prisoner was practically drooling. He turned around eagerly, wanting nothing more than to hold Sonic in his arms and pamper him. However, Sonic's speed was beyond what the current Puri prisoner could reach. Seeing the muscle man trying to attack him again, Sonic took a step. He moved so fast that 2 or 3 after-images appeared around the cell simultaneously. Puri prisoner was dazzled. Every attempt to hug ended in failure. This feeling of being so close yet so far made him unable to stop, and a flush of excitement appeared on his rugged face. Realizing that this muscle man was getting turned on because he couldn't catch him, Sonic's mouth twitched. He felt nauseous. What a disgusting muscle gay. Just die already. Seizing the moment when Puri prisoner missed another hug, Sonic flashed directly above him. A powerful downward kick, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, aimed straight for Puri prisoner's neck. But in the very next instant, it felt like something had been pulled. A piercing pain shot through his brain, nearly making Sonic lose his balance. Crap. I pulled it again. Sonic's face twisted in agony. Puri Puri prisoner spun around abruptly, his angel hug enveloping Sonic instantly. Distracted by the intense pain, Sonic couldn't adjust his posture in time. He could only watch wide-eyed as solid muscles and a dense patch of chest hair closed in on him. Time seemed to freeze. Sonic's pupils constricted to pinpoints, and he screamed internally. "Don't come near me." However, there were no IFs. In an instant, a thick, overwhelming scent of masculinity hit him in the face, followed by immense crushing pressure from all sides. Sonic was squeezed until his eyes rolled back. Seeing Sonic in his arms, happily rolling his eyes back in bliss, Puri Puri prisoner smiled warmly, moved almost to tears. "Oh my Tilda, I didn't expect you to be so attached to my embrace, handsome boy. Then I will respond to your love properly." Feeling the person in his arms trembling constantly, Puri Puri prisoner stroked Sonic's silky black hair and whispered softly, "Although you look very much like a little girl, in my view, a piece of unpolished jade. The more it looks like glass, the higher its value. Conversely, the more you look like a girl, as long as you have the parts a man should have, I will love you with all my pity and tenderness." 30 seconds later, Puri Puri prisoner suddenly froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Why is there almost nothing there? Why do you only have one out of the set of 3? You lied to me. You aren't a boy at all." Puri Puri prisoner stumbled back 2 steps, looking utterly heartbroken. 1,000 words condensed into a long, heavy sigh. As he said before, a piece of jade is more valuable the more it looks like glass. But conversely, you can't actually be a piece of glass. Heartbroken, Puri Puri prisoner left the cell with a face full of despair. Before leaving, he glanced back at Sonic reluctantly, his large eyes with long eyelashes filled with crystal tears. "Goodbye, little thing whom I don't know whether to call boy or girl." Sonic lay on the damp floor of the cell, gasping for air. His heart was filled with endless humiliation and unwillingness. Why? Why am I so unlucky? Why do I always meet these weirdos all day long? 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 72, Chapter 73, How Could I Forget This? 1047 words. Chapter 73, How Could I Forget This? 2 days later. Saitama lay lazily at home, boredly flipping through TV channels. As the prestigious S-Class hero Bald Demon, his TV had been upgraded to a larger one, and even his manga were now limited editions signed by the authors. It was the height of luxury. Of course, luxury was defined by Saitama's own standards. Thinking about the taste of the beef yesterday, he smacked his lips involuntarily. I really want to eat that wagyu again. Ever since he tasted the delicious wagyu at Bang's place, eating regular premium beef just felt like it was missing something. He casually turned off the TV. His dead, listless eyes stared straight at the white ceiling as he scratched his side. As the saying goes, when a person is alone, their mind tends to wander. For no particular reason, Saitama thought back to the great battle a few days ago that had raged all the way into outer space. Back then, it seems I really felt the joy of battle. Recalling that feeling, the corners of Saitama's mouth turned up slightly. That guy King really is amazing. Ever since he went bald, no opponent had ever been able to withstand a single punch from him. Even a normal punch effortlessly crushed enemies. This led to a problem. Saitama had completely lost interest in fighting. After all, if everything ended in one hit, there was no point. But the battle with King had allowed Saitama to rediscover a sliver of that joy. It was the first time he had met an opponent who could tank punch after punch. Although he wasn't allowed to use serious punches, just being able to throw normal punches repeatedly gave him unprecedented satisfaction. I really want to spar with King again. That guy took my consecutive normal punches without a scratch. Next time, I definitely want to play with serious punches. Scratching his simple, doodle-like face, the bald demon rolled over and stared blankly out the window. I feel like I've forgotten something. Saitama pondered hard. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed across his smooth, egg-like head. Crap. I forgot to change my codename. He remembered. His codename was still the hateful Caped Baldy. It was strange. Every time he tried to go change it, some weird event would happen, causing him to forget. Today, no matter what, I have to change it. Saitama didn't care much about others' opinions, but he didn't want to be in a situation where he punched a monster into the sky, only for the surrounding crowd to cheer Caped Baldy excitedly. That would feel like countless Baldy words smashing into his face. To him, aside from hot pot and money, the only thing that could provoke his rage was the word bald. All right then. Let's go. To add a tiny bit of ceremony and respect to the occasion, Saitama specifically changed into his hero suit. Wearing his mustard yellow jumpsuit, he walked out the door. The moment he stepped out, dazzling sunlight shone down from the sky, and his white cape fluttered in the wind. It is worth mentioning that Saitama had received an email yesterday celebrating another rise in his hero ranking. Currently, Saitama was S-Class rank 14, having surpassed Puripuri Prisoner, Metal Bat, and Tank Top Master. S-Class rank 14, Caped Baldy. Saitama's mouth twitched, and his walking speed increased. I refuse to accept that kind of code name. Meanwhile, King's home. The sound of running water came from the kitchen. Ever since Geno's moved in next door, he had diligently helped King with all the housework without a single complaint. In his words, solving trivial matters of life is also part of training. It tempers the will and increases attention to detail. King didn't know how to evaluate the cyborg's demonic logic, but he was happy to be lazy. Are you kidding? Who would reject a fully automated housekeeping assistant? King-sensei. All dishes have been cleaned. Residual grease is less than 1%. What would you like for dinner tonight? I will go to the market to procure ingredients immediately. King wanted to say, let's go out to eat tonight, as he had his eye on a restaurant he wanted to try. But seeing Geno's mechanical eyes filled with sincere devotion and his eager mechanical body, King sighed. Forget it. Home-cooked food is fine too. Based on the home-cooked dishes he remembered from his past life, King shoved a list of raw ingredients into Geno's hands. Yes. King-sensei. I will not fail your expectations. I am departing now. Geno's answered with a clanging resolve. He pushed open the door, leaped into the air, activated his thrusters, and flew toward the market. Watching Geno's disappear into the distance, King fell into thought. Nothing had happened in the past 2 days. He had basically been lying flat, eating, sleeping, and playing games. Life was incredibly comfortable. To be honest, the multi-million yen salary for S-Class heroes was just a number. At this status, if you wanted something, you just told the association, and they would basically give it to you. For example, if you wanted a 20 million yen house, you didn't need to pay for it yourself. Just report it to the association, and they would buy you a mansion. The translucent blue data panel appeared before his eyes. King browsed through each page unhurriedly. Not bad. Getting stronger. After the earth-shattering battle last time, King had successfully broken a part of his limiter, and his strength had begun to grow steadily. Although the growth rate was very small, less than 200 points in all stats over 2 days, it was still significant progress. Just then, King suddenly realized something, and his eyes widened slightly. How could I forget this? If he remembered correctly, shortly after the Deep-Sea King arc, a certain universe dominator who looked like Plankton, Boros, would come to Earth seeking a worthy opponent. If he just came to fight, that would be fine. The problem was that when Boros arrived, he casually bombed City A into ruins. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 73, Chapter 74, that is also part of the prophecy. 991 words. Chapter 74, that is also part of the prophecy. Hero Association Headquarters. The main doors were pushed open, and King walked in with purposeful strides. The receptionist looked up instinctively. Upon seeing that majestic, domineering face, she froze on the spot. A full second or two passed before she reacted, her face flushing red with excitement. KKK. Mr. King? Why are you here at the Hero Association today? Aya. It's the living king. The strongest man on Earth is standing right in front of me. Realizing she was losing her composure, the receptionist quickly straightened her collar, tried to normalize her expression, and asked respectfully. Mr. King, may I ask what brings you here today? Do you need me to notify Mr. Sitch? King nodded. Yes, please trouble yourself. No trouble at all. No trouble. The staff member rushed off to notify him. Moments later, Sitch arrived in an even greater hurry. He practically sprinted to King, stopping only when he was right in front of him, his face etched with nervousness. What's wrong, Mr. King? Did something happen? Is it a massive outbreak of dragon-level monsters? The awakening of an ancient god? Or has a legendary god-level disaster descended? Is an evil organization about to overthrow the world? In an instant, countless scenarios capable of causing human extinction flashed through Sitch's mind. In his view, any news that warranted the strongest man on Earth coming personally to deliver it must be a crisis that could wipe out humanity. As it turned out, his intuition was sometimes spot on. King looked around and frowned, noticing the large number of people coming and going. To avoid causing unnecessary panic, he and Sitch moved to a private room and sat facing each other. Inside the room, King was calm and composed, but Sitch felt immense pressure. Normally, he might not feel it as much, but sitting directly across from the strongest man on Earth, the overpowering aura hit him like a physical weight, hammering at his psyche. To relieve the stress, he picked up his teacup, but his hand trembled slightly. Sitch took a deep breath to calm himself before taking a sip. King spoke first. Soon, a crisis capable of causing human extinction will descend. Fart. Sitch spat out his tea instantly. He choked, tears streaming down his face as he coughed violently. Cough. 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 King wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently for Sitch to stabilize. Finally recovering, Sitch's face was filled with terror for the first time. He pressed both hands onto the table, his voice trembling. Mr. King, is that true? A crisis capable of causing human extinction is coming? He hadn't expected his wild guess to be real. A legendary god-level disaster was actually descending. Is it a natural disaster or man-made? Sitch asked nervously, his heart pounding. If it was man-made, it could be prevented. If it was a natural disaster, they could only pray for humanity's safety. How should I put this? King organized his thoughts and spoke solemnly. Strictly speaking, you can view it as a natural disaster soon. A powerful universe dominator will descend upon Earth. He will lead his fleet and spaceship to arrive above City A. According to my prophecy, the moment they arrive, they will unleash a terrifying bombardment, instantly wiping out the entirety of City A. What? Aliens? Sitch was already numbed by the sheer volume of shocking information, but this keyword made him lose his composure again. He had imagined natural disasters or powerful monsters being born. But you're telling me it's aliens? Mr. King, this. Sitch was at a loss for words. From a cognitive standpoint, he found it hard to believe such an absurd prophecy. Where would an alien invasion come from? How could our satellites not detect anything? But the problem was that this absurd prophecy came from King, the strongest man on Earth. Just that fact alone made it irrefutable truth. I understand, Mr. King. The association will immediately form a highest-level disaster response team. Based on your prophecy, we will deploy a series of defensive measures. We will raise City A's defense coefficient by 2 levels, no, 3 levels. Sitch made a solemn promise, his eyes full of determination. If this prophecy was true, they had to prepare defenses in advance. Otherwise, City A would become a graveyard. City A was the first massive metropolis built among the 26 cities. It was the largest in size, had the highest population, and its political importance went without saying. If it were destroyed just like that, it would be a devastating blow to humanity. Then I'll leave it to you. King nodded, stood up, and turned to leave the room. He had come here for this reason, to reduce the casualties in City A through his forewarning. After all, even King didn't know exactly when Boros's ship would arrive, or if his existence had altered the timeline of their arrival. Since everything was uncertain, the only option was to strengthen City A's defenses beforehand to avoid the outcome of instant annihilation. Seeing King turn to leave, Sitch breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to stand up. But in the next second, King stopped near the door and slowly turned his head back. Sitch froze, tension returning to his face. No way, is there another crisis? King turned around and spoke with a straight face. Oh, right. Before long, Madam Shibabawa should make a corresponding prophecy. You can use that to verify the truth of my words. Also, tell Madam Shibabawa to eat fewer throat lozenges recently. Otherwise, there's a probability she might choke to death on one. That is also part of the prophecy. Sich, her. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 74, Chapter 75, Meteor Strike. 958 words. Chapter 75, Meteor Strike. Although slightly confused by King's last words, driven by his absolute trust in the strongest man on Earth, Sich immediately ordered the Hero Association staff to take action. Soon, the association's personnel mobilized en masse, coordinating with construction teams across City A. About 10 minutes after King left the Hero Association, the main doors were pushed open again, and a shiny bald head appeared. As soon as Saitama entered, he saw everyone rushing back and forth in the lobby, looking incredibly busy. They seem really busy. Must be something urgent. Maybe I should come back next time. Just as this thought popped up, Saitama remembered that the last few times he tried to change his codename, he had also backed out for various reasons. Am I wavering again? No. I won't have this thought again. Today, no matter what, I have to change the name, caped Baldy. With renewed determination, Saitama strode forward, intending to stop a staff member carrying a stack of documents. But after taking 2 steps and seeing the sweat pouring down the person's face, he slowly lowered his hand. Forget it. I'll go back. I can change my codename anytime. One day later. A game controller lay neatly on the floor. King wasn't playing. Instead, he was seriously pondering a question. He suddenly realized that Boros came to Earth solely to find a worthy opponent. The issue was that he was looking for a fighter, not looking to destroy cities. If I release a strong enough aura in an unpopulated area, could I lure Boros over there and prevent the destruction of City A? After considering several possibilities, King shook his head helplessly. This plan was hard to implement because he still didn't know exactly when Boros would arrive. The alien ship possessed powerful stealth capabilities, evading all satellite detection to descend silently over City A. Most likely, by the time King noticed, City A would already have been blown sky high. He couldn't just spend the next few days releasing his aura in the wilderness like an idiot. So, he could only wait passively. Woo! A piercing siren suddenly screamed outside the window, accompanied by an urgent disaster broadcast. Attention all citizens of City Z. A massive meteor has been detected falling toward the city center. Based on projections, the impact shockwave will destroy the entire city. Estimated impact in 30 minutes. Attention all citizens of City Z. A massive meteor has been detected. Instantly, everyone stopped what they were doing. They looked up in terror at the usually calm blue sky. However, what entered their vision was no longer just the endless blue. A black dot was expanding rapidly in the sky, visible to everyone. No, it wasn't a dot. It was a colossal meteor plummeting straight down. Chaos engulfed City Z instantly. Roads were clogged with a tide of vehicles. People trampled over each other in the streets, desperate to flee. Some ran in despair, some took the opportunity to commit crimes, some knelt and cried, and some embraced their families in tears. In the face of an inescapable natural disaster, humanity seemed so small and powerless. Move. Damn it. Can the people in front hurry up? If you don't move, I'll run you over. F*CKU. Do you think I don't want to run? Go yell at the people in front of me. How am I supposed to drive if they don't move? Curses and shouts rose and fell. Boss, the meteor is about to hit. Why are we still stealing stuff? Will we even live to spend this money? What do you know? Heroes will come to save the day soon enough. We just need to grab as much wealth as possible. This is our chance to get rich. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Boss is wise. 2 petty thieves rushed into an empty jewelry store, looting gold and silver while everyone else fought over food and survival supplies. Long lines formed at the entrances of bomb shelters. People at the back looked anxiously ahead, occasionally glancing up at the meteor growing larger in the sky. Meanwhile, on a skyscraper rooftop, 4 figures stood swaying in the wind, all looking up at the massive meteor in the sky. Bang, Genos, Saitama, and king. Watching the disaster descend, the martial arts grandmaster looked down at his calloused hands and sighed helplessly. In the face of such a natural disaster, the martial arts this old man has practiced for years seem as insignificant as an ant. It's quite a blow to my confidence. The water stream rock smashing fist was ultimately just a martial art. It didn't possess earth-shattering destructive power. Its main principle was redirecting force. But against a meteor of this size, redirecting force? Bang would be lucky not to be flattened into a meat pancake in a second. Saitama looked unusually serious. His face was angular, and his gaze burned as he stared at the meteor. He had heard the broadcast. If this meteor hit, his apartment would be reduced to rubble. Are you kidding me? My collection of manga is in there. How can I let it be destroyed? Saitama clenched his fist, the muscles in his right arm bulging slightly with increasing power. Compared to the seriousness of the others, King frowned slightly, showing no panic even as the meteor drew closer. He was simply thinking about how to deal with the meteor to prevent the falling debris from harming the civilians. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 75, Chapter 76. With King here, nothing is a problem. 1046 words. Chapter 76. With King here, nothing is a problem. Genos stepped forward with a serious expression. His short golden hair fluttered in the wind as his mechanical eyes flashed with a brilliant, cold light. He turned to the old man and asked with a hint of confusion. Silver Fang, why don't you choose to flee? With your strength, escaping City Z before the meteor impacts should be an easy task. Hearing this, Bang looked up at the sky. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, and he shook his head helplessly. Why would this old man leave? The water stream rock smashing fist dojo, into which I poured half my life's blood, is still here. My life has taken root here. Why should I leave? Besides. Bang paused, his gaze landing on King beside him, his tone filled with certainty. With the strongest man on earth standing guard here, there is absolutely no need for fear. In Bang's view, even if the meteor above was terrifying, compared to King's legendary feats, it was nothing. Which of King's achievements wasn't more unbelievable than stopping a meteor? Hearing Bang's words, Genos nodded firmly. As expected of Silver Fang. You hit the nail on the head. With King-sensei here, a mere meteor is indeed not worth mentioning. Thinking this, Genos took out a black briefcase and turned to ask for King's instructions. King-sensei, if I may. Could you let me try to stop the meteor? In Genos' mind, if King-sensei made a move, the seemingly menacing meteor would disappear instantly. But before that, he wanted to try. During his battle with Deep Sea King, Genos had felt what true microcontrol meant. Since then, he had gained some insights. And inside this briefcase were the latest modification parts, though they came with significant usage restrictions. Facing Genos' request, King nodded. If you want to do it, go ahead. Thank you, King-sensei. Receiving permission, Genos didn't hesitate. He immediately opened the black briefcase. Inside were 2 additional ARM components designed to drastically increase firepower. However, the drawback was severe. After firing at full power with these parts, Genos' systems would overload, rendering him completely combat ineffective. With the clanging sound of metal locking into place, the 2 mechanical components attached to Genos' arms, giving him a formidable, heavy weapon appearance. Seeing Genos eager to try, Saitama, who was just about to jump up and punch the meteor, slowly lowered his fist. Someone else wants to show off. I shouldn't ruin their fun. A breeze swirled beneath his feet. Genos' arms transformed rapidly, integrating with the mechanical parts to become a complex, precision cannon array. Bang sensed the massive energy gathering within the cannon and couldn't help but widen his eyes, surprised. Such powerful firepower. Genos raised his head, his mechanical eyes burning with fighting spirit. Tiny arcs of blue electricity began to flicker around his arm cannons. Overclocked incineration cannon. A beam of light carrying destructive power shot straight into the sky. The crimson brilliance dyed the horizon a deep yellow. The massive energy beam, wreathed in countless electric arcs, seemed to transform into a roaring dragon ascending to the heavens, charging straight at the descending meteor. In the next second, the meteor collided head-on with the overclocked incineration cannon. Invisible shockwaves swept in all directions, and the violent energy fluctuations turned into a blinding white light, forcing the people below to squint. Rah! Genos roared. The core in his chest burst with dazzling blue light, continuously supplying even more massive amounts of energy to the cannon. Under this desperate release of energy, the meteor's descent actually slowed down slightly, gradually entering a state of stagnation. Seeing this, the corner of Genos's mouth curled up. He pushed his core even harder, intending to blast the meteor back into outer space completely. But in the next second, disaster struck. Thick smoke billowed out. Genos's cannon array shattered with a crisp crack. His mechanical body fell weakly to one knee, blue electric arcs flickering across his frame. He had reached his limit. Still not enough. My body can no longer be controlled. Having lost the resistance, the meteor continued to fall. Seeing that even the heaven-piercing beam of red light couldn't stop the meteor, the people below revealed expressions of despair. Is City Z truly doomed to destruction today? Wait. Look. Who are those people on the rooftop? A voice cut through the noisy crowd. Everyone looked toward the rooftop the man was pointing at. Oh my God. It's the strongest man on Earth, King, S-Class rank 7. And Caped Baldy, S-Class rank 14. And Silver Fang, S-Class rank 3. 3 S-Class heroes are here. Yes. We're saved. With Lord King here, the meteor disaster is over. Seeing King's face, the despairing crowd wept tears of joy, sharing their relief of surviving a catastrophe with their families. Although the meteor still hung overhead, everyone knew that the moment the strongest man on Earth arrived on the scene, the meteor was no longer a problem. On the rooftop, King had already thought of a solution, but he wanted to test other possibilities. Saitama, go try and see if you can push the meteor back into outer space. Huh? Saitama looked confused. He raised his fist, clad in the cheap-looking red rubber glove. Can't I just punch it? It doesn't look that hard. King felt helpless. Just like in the original story, Saitama hadn't considered the massive collateral damage caused by shattering the meteor. In the original, although Saitama's punch saved City Z from total annihilation, the raining meteor fragments still destroyed huge portions of the city. Punching it will solve the immediate problem, but the aftermath will be severe. Listen to me. Go try and carry it away first. All right. Saitama agreed. He swung his arms, crouching down. The concrete beneath his feet caved in, and with a massive leap, he shot up like a rocket. But this time, instead of punching the meteor into pieces like in the original, the Caped Baldy reached out with both hands. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 76, Chapter 77, Falling Apart. 1050 words. Chapter 77, Falling Apart. Amidst the despair of impending doom, people saw a yellow blur shoot into the sky and block the path of the falling meteor. It's S-Class rank 14, Caped Baldy. He's gone up to stop the meteor. Go, Caped Baldy. If you can stop it, we'll definitely vote for you. Hang in there. Yeah, Caped Baldy. Do your best. We'll support you forever. That shiny bald head of yours is the sexiest thing ever. Caped Baldy. Caped Baldy. Caped Baldy. Deafening cheers erupted from the crowd below, everyone's eyes filled with the hope of survival. Saitama, who was just about to catch the meteor, broke character instantly. Veins popped out on his smooth head. Shut up already, you bunch of baldies. Although he was extremely annoyed, the people were cheering for him after all. Saitama couldn't help but get a little more serious about the meteor disaster in front of him. Facing the colossal rock that filled his entire field of vision, Saitama attempted to catch it with both hands. In his memory, Supermen on TV seemed to do this. Whether it was a crashing plane or a falling meteor, catching it with bare hands looked incredibly cool. Alright, I'll try it today too. In the next second, immense pressure swept over his body as the boundlessly huge meteor crashed down onto his tiny human frame. However, the bald demon felt no pressure. His body froze in midair, attempting to intercept the entire meteor. Crunch! With the sound of rock shattering, Saitama fell silent. Because his body was too durable, far denser than the surrounding rock, Saitama went straight through the middle of the meteor like a sharp nail piercing a block of tofu. He couldn't stop it at all. Helplessly, Saitama landed back on the ground. Looking up at the meteor, which now had a human-shaped hole drilled through it, he asked, "King, what do you think we should do? I don't seem to be able to hold this thing up. Should I just punch it?" Hearing Saitama's question, King looked up, his eyes glowing with a faint green light. Oceanic psychokinesis surged from his body, rapidly covering the entire meteor. However, it could barely slow its descent, let alone stop it. As expected, stopping the whole meteor is impossible. In that case, Saitama, let's go smash that meteor together. Break it into pieces, the smaller, the better. Oh, should have done that from the start. That's my specialty. Saitama agreed. He slowly crouched down, pulling his right fist back, clearly preparing for a charged haymaker. King raised his eyes. Instantly, crimson steam exploded from his body, burning like fire. Violent vitality swept in all directions. 8 inner gates, 8th gate of death open. Here we go, King shouted. Okay. Damn meteor, trying to destroy my home. It's clearly after my author-signed manga collection. In the next second, spiderweb cracks exploded on the rooftop beneath their feet. A red figure and a yellow figure shot into the sky. Looking at the two figures facing the meteor, the crowd below was stunned. Above was a colossal meteor blotting out the sky, burning with the terrifying majesty of a natural disaster. Below were 2 streaks of light. Both were mere humans, yet they dared to challenge the heavens with mortal bodies. Imperial Fist. Serious Punch. 2 fists landed simultaneously on the cratered surface of the meteor. In that instant, the world seemed to fall silent. Sound was stripped from reality. People could hear nothing, as if the creator had pressed the mute button outside of time. This silence lasted less than a second before a thunderous explosion echoed through the world. Boom, boom, boom. Boundless, berserk power poured from their fists into the core of the massive meteor. A solidified shockwave and dazzling golden light pierced through the entire meteor, shooting into deep space and vanishing into the silent void. Under this force, dense cracks spread across the meteor's surface. Then, it exploded, scattering countless fragments into the air. With a thought from King, the power of the Imperial Fist erupted on every single fragment. Golden light flashed, splitting the rocks into even smaller pieces. He raised his hand again. Energy Mastery activated. Golden dots of light appeared in the void, followed by countless energy threads connecting thousands of dots, forming a massive energy net covering all of City Z. The larger fragments were disintegrated the moment they touched the energy net, turning into dust. Only the smaller pebbles could pass through the gaps, continuing to fall with trails of fire. Wow, that move is seriously cool. Watching King summon such a magnificent energy net with a wave of his hand, envy flashed in Saitama's eyes. He looked at his own fist, clad in the cheap red rubber glove, and sighed helplessly. Why do I only know how to punch? Can't I learn some cool energy beam moves or something? Despite the reduction from the energy net, thousands of small rocks still rained down on City Z. Although their size and number had been greatly reduced, they would still cause some damage to the city. But in the very next instant, the psychokinesis that had been ineffective against the whole meteor activated again, instantly covering the entire city. The remaining debris was enveloped in a faint green glow. All of it floated in the air, then flew together toward the uninhabited wilderness. Just like that, the meteor disaster was dismantled step by step until it couldn't harm the city at all. After a brief silence, City Z erupted in thunderous cheers. It was the joy of survival and praise for the 2 heroes, as expected of the strongest man on Earth. Lord King, we love you. Caped Baldy, you're the best. I love that sexy little bald head of yours. Originally, hearing the crowd's praise, Saitama had a smile on his face. But upon hearing that last sentence, his smile flipped back down. You damn civilians. Praise me if you want, but why do you have to bring my bald head into it? 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 77, Chapter 78, One Punch Man. 991 words. Chapter 78, One Punch Man. The group of 4 S-class heroes leaped down from the rooftop and landed on the ground. Instantly, the cheers and adoring gazes of the public flooded in from all directions. In this moment, they were the center of the world. Countless hands, amidst the joyful clamor, quietly reached toward that sexy bald head. Saitama sensed something was wrong and quickly dodged a few hands by moving his head rapidly, but more hands swarmed in. Surrounded by ordinary people, he was blocked in. His shiny head was being rubbed like a lucky walnut. Those who managed to touch Saitama's head raised their hands excitedly. Ha 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 ha. I touched it. I touched the caped Baldy's head. It feels super smooth. Really? As expected of one of the heroes who saved City Z. Even his head feels amazing. Let me touch it too. Me too. Don't push. I want to touch caped Baldy's head too. It looks so squishy. Woohoo. I touched Mr. King's hand. I'm not washing this hand for 3 days. Feeling the countless touches on his head, Saitama froze in place, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. You bastards. Touch my head again, and I'll curse you all to go bald like me. Although he possessed invincible strength, the price was losing all his hair. Baldness had always been a thorn in Saitama's heart. It was fine if it was mentioned occasionally, but now everyone was not only shouting the word Baldy, they were dribbling his head like a basketball. Unable to take it anymore, Saitama scratched his phantom hair and faced the passionately enthusiastic crowd. I have other things to deal with, so I'll be going now. Before anyone could respond, Saitama leaped into the sky and vanished from everyone's sight in an instant. After a brief silence, the crowd's gaze shifted to King. A drop of cold sweat appeared on King's forehead. He cursed internally. Damn it. Without the shiny head to draw aggro, what am I supposed to do? After hesitating for 0.01 seconds, King also decided not to linger. With a flicker, he vanished from the spot. Before leaving, a sentence drifted into Bang's ears. Old man Bang, please take care of Genos. Carry him to the Hero Association. I'll pick him up later. Seeing Genos unable to move due to system overload, Bang helplessly picked him up with one hand and continued walking through the crowd. Wait. Lord King, don't go. What are you complaining about? Lord King left in such a hurry, surely because another terrifying disaster is about to happen, and he's going alone to save humanity. Damn, why didn't you say so? As expected of Lord King, the strongest man on Earth, always worrying about humanity's safety. We love you. Hearing the crowd's heartfelt praises, Bang stroked his white mustache and disappeared into the throng, carrying Genos. Really now, both of them ran away in the blink of an eye and left this mechanical boy to me. Soon, the news of the meteor disaster being resolved spread rapidly to all cities. While the Hero Association played a part in promoting it from the shadows, it was ultimately due to the citizens of City Z praising their saviors online. People were already accustomed to King, the strongest man on Earth, resolving this disaster. They simply treated it as another addition to his legendary record. What truly sparked heated discussion was the new S-class hero, Caped Baldy. Rumor had it that during the Hero Association exam, Caped Baldy broke almost every physical fitness record, far surpassing the previous limits. According to an anonymous examiner, Caped Baldy's body seemed to house a god, possessing the terrifying power of a beast. After becoming an S-class hero, Caped Baldy was frequently seen by the public. Residents of City Z often witnessed him one-shotting monsters. Moreover, in this meteor disaster, Caped Baldy teamed up with King to shatter the entire meteor and neutralize the dangerous debris. Thus, with the online buzz, Saitama's reputation soared. Unlike in the original story where his achievements were met with cynicism and mockery, this time he was praised. The reason was simple: he was S-class. When you are just an ordinary C-class hero, no matter how godlike your feats are, in the eyes of ordinary people, you must be cheating. Their narrow vision doesn't allow them to see beyond their cognitive bias. They always believe C-class heroes should be weak. But when you become an S-class hero, in the eyes of the public, you are a godlike existence. No matter how absurdly powerful your feats are, they will simply believe you did it. Of course, the original King was an exception. His naturally intimidating face and the bluffing King engine caused cognitive confusion among ordinary people regardless of rank. Amidst the constant discussions, some people began to feel that the title Caped Baldy was too ugly and didn't fit the image of a hero. The online debate grew fiercer. Eventually, people agreed that Saitama's hero name shouldn't be Caped Baldy, but rather One Punch Man. After all, no matter what monster he faced, Saitama always killed it in one punch. Plus, his outfit resembled Superman's, just with different colors. The public's voice reached the ears of the higher-ups. The executives of the Hero Association held another time-wasting meeting. The topic of discussion was whether to change S-Class Rank 14 Caped Baldy's name to the public's desired One Punch Man. Just for this question, they debated for another 3 hours, though nobody knew what exactly they were discussing. Sitch sat in the corner of the conference room, staring at the ceiling with dead eyes. How long can you guys talk about this, you bastards? 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 78, Chapter 79, Imminent Arrival. 943 words. Chapter 79, Imminent Arrival. So, it's decided then. Does anyone have any objections to changing S-Class Rank 14 Caped Baldy's codename to One Punch Man? No objection. I think changing the name is fine, although Caped Baldy was quite distinctive. I have no objection either. The name One Punch Man fits his characteristic perfectly, killing any monster in one punch. Ho ho, if you all think so, then I have no objections. I hope One Punch Man will be willing to take on some bodyguard jobs occasionally. By the way, One Punch Man is currently rank 14. Since he resolved such a major disaster, should we raise his rank again? Ho ho, that works. Let's raise him 2 spots. S-Class rank 12 sounds good. One Punch Man probably doesn't have his own house yet. How about we set him up with a villa in the wealthy district? Then we can invest in the real estate there and make a killing. Ha ha ha. You really know how to calculate. That's a great idea. I'm investing in that project. Listening to the Hero Association executives veer off topic again, Sitch scratched his head in frustration. He slumped in his chair like a deflated balloon. Forget it. Let it all burn. Soon, the Hero Association's official announcement was released and rebroadcasted by major media outlets. Hero codename change. Caped Baldy is officially changed to One Punch Man. Rank update. S-Class rank 14 One Punch Man has been promoted to S-Class rank 12. Instantly, the internet exploded. Whoa. The name One Punch Man is so cool and domineering. Does he really defeat every monster in one punch? Don't take it literally. Look at S-Class rank 3, Silver Fang. Does Mr. Bang actually have silver fangs? But this One Punch Man really has the skills. He just became S-Class a few days ago and is already rank 12. That's a jump of 5 ranks. Exactly. Based on his record so far, One Punch Man literally one-shots every monster he faces. That kind of power feels stronger than many other S-Class heroes. Online discussions about Saitama reached a fever pitch. Some praised his new codename, some praised his strength, and some marveled at his rapid promotion. Of course, there were a few detractors, but they were drowned out by the wave of praise. Some busybodies even started comparing Saitama, the One Punch Man, with King, the strongest man on Earth. One had legendary achievements and the title of the strongest. The other could one-shot any monster. But in the end, the consensus was unanimous. The position of the strongest man on Earth is unshakable. Meanwhile, the subject of all this discussion, Saitama, was lying lazily in bed, reading a manga with relish. When his eyes landed on a certain plot point, he sat up in shock, even forgetting to eat the snack near his mouth. Heh! Reina and Bertolt are the colossal and armored titans? That's so sudden. I thought there would be some foreshadowing. Just then, the special smartphone by his bed vibrated violently, and the screen turned red. Saitama clicked his tongue in annoyance but still closed his copy of Attack on Titan and picked up the phone. Reading the message on the screen, he sounded it out word by word. Important announcement. All S-Class heroes are requested to assemble at headquarters in City A immediately. A collective meeting? A meeting. I hope they reimburse travel expenses. Although he found it a bit troublesome, as a revered S-Class hero, Saitama decided to shoulder the responsibility that came with the fame. He put on his yellow suit, checked the GPS on his phone, and leaped into the air, turning into a yellow streak of light. At the same time, S-Class heroes in various cities received the assembly notification. Instantly, all S-Class heroes mobilized, heading toward the headquarters. Even Watchdog Man, who usually never left City Q, set off. Prison. A sturdy wall exploded with a single punch. A muscular man wearing a pink sweater jumped out of the hole, striking a fabulous pose. "Goodbye, my darlings. I'm going to a meeting. When I come back, I'll give each of you 2 kisses. Angel style." "Puri Puri," prisoner shouted. His muscles swelled instantly, and ethereal white wings seemed to appear behind him. He sprinted across the ground, faster than most vehicles. Watching Puri Puri prisoner disappear into the distance, the prisoners behind him wept tears of joy, hugging each other. "Ah, that monster finally left. I couldn't take it anymore. He's literally a monster. Last time I tried to stab him in the neck while he was sleeping, the knife broke. If I knew there was such a pervert in prison, I would never have committed a crime. This is infinitely more disgusting than anything I could have imagined." City Z reading the assembly message, King slowly put down his phone. His gaze changed. It seems the storm is coming. He knew exactly what this message meant. A meeting gathering all S-Class heroes usually signaled a major crisis for humanity's survival. Unless something unexpected happened, the great seer Madame Shibabawa must have made the prophecy: the Earth is in trouble. That was why the Hero Association was so panicked. This also meant that the Universe Dominator, Boros, was about to arrive. This time, King wanted to fight this so-called Universe Dominator personally. He wanted to see whose regeneration was stronger, Boros's, super regeneration, or his own, extreme regeneration. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 79, Chapter 80. Is Hurricane Tatsumaki striking again? 975 words. Chapter 80. Is Hurricane Tatsumaki striking again? City A, Hero Association Headquarters. 17 S-Class heroes had gathered, sitting around a long rectangular conference table. A muscular man in a pink sweater sat in his chair, wiggling his butt restlessly. His eyes, framed by long lashes, sent flirtatious glances toward a certain shiny bald head in the room. S-Class Rank 17, Puri Puri prisoner. A young man with a pompadour, wearing a red shirt and holding a metal bat, leaned back in his chair, sitting with his legs wide open. S-Class Rank 16, Metal Bat. A muscular man with short blonde hair, wearing a blue tank top, sat with his arms crossed, eyes closed in rest. S-Class Rank 15, Tank Top Master. Beside Tank Top Master sat a handsome man with long blonde hair, wearing a black bodysuit and a white cape similar to the bald demon's. His blue eyes scanned everyone present. S-Class Rank 14, Flashy Flash. Among the crowd was an anomaly. Wearing a white dog costume, he squatted on his chair like a puppy, his simple face exuding the aura of a powerhouse. S-Class Rank 13, Watchdog Man. In the dimly lit conference room, a shiny bald head dazzled, drawing everyone's gaze from time to time. Saitama looked left and right, secretly scanning the room for snacks. Finding none, he sat back down obediently, resigned. S-Class Rank 12, One Punch Man. He looked to his left, taking in everyone ranked higher than him. Saitama memorized the faces of each S-Class hero and silently commented on them. That huge black guy with the muscles seems to be Super Alloy Darkshine, Rank 11. He's bald like me. We should have something to talk about. S-Class Rank 10, Pig God. This guy is pretty fat and big. And why is he constantly eating during a meeting? S-Class Rank 9, Drive Knight. Whoa, he looks a bit like Geno's, but cooler. Has a futuristic sci-fi vibe. S-Class Rank 8, Zombieman. How does he look like a zombie? He's just pale with red eyes. Wait, aren't those vampire traits? S-Class Rank 7, oh, it's King. Wait, King is only Rank 7? S-Class Rank 6, Metal Knight. Why isn't anyone here? Is being late allowed for this meeting? S-Class Rank 5, Child Emperor. Whose kid is this? He's eating a lollipop. Someone send him home. S-Class Rank 4, Atomic Samurai. This uncle chewing on a toothpick looks cool. Like a wandering Ronin from TV. S-Class Rank 3, Old Man Bang. The Wagyu beef he gave me last time was delicious. I wonder if I can get some more next time. S-Class Rank 2, eh? Saitama's eyes widened. He stared at the petite figure with curly green hair, unable to hold back his disbelief. This brat is Rank 2. These rankings are way too inflated. Sensing a burning gaze, Tatsumaki looked over suspiciously. When she saw the shiny bald head, a vein instantly popped on her forehead. It's him. That evil boiled egg. Annoying small fry. Social trash. The earless man who doesn't listen. Stinking baldy. Why is he here too? Suddenly, she remembered that this plain-looking bald guy seemed to be an S-Class hero too, and quite famous recently. Just as Tatsumaki was about to speak, Saitama slapped the table and blurted out. Why are there two kids in the S-Class meeting? Are they lost? With this statement, not only did Tatsumaki's face turn black, but Child Emperor, who was just enjoying his lollipop, caught a stray bullet. Atomic Samurai shifted the toothpick in his mouth, his tone carrying a mix of appreciation and amusement. This new One-Punch Man has some guts. I heard he even knocked Tatsumaki out before. Not bad. Saying this, Atomic Samurai stood up and extended his hand toward Saitama, smiling. I only shake hands with the strong. You are worthy of my respect. Welcome to the ranks, One-Punch Man. Oh. Saitama froze for a second before realizing One-Punch Man referred to him. He was so used to being called Caped Baldy that he hadn't adapted to the new codename yet. This uncle seems pretty free-spirited. Does he never wash his hands after using the toilet? Despite the thought, Saitama wasn't a killjoy. He quickly shook Atomic Samurai's hand. Tatsumaki was dumbfounded. Just as she was about to explode, this boiled egg turned around and started chatting with Atomic Samurai, completely ignoring her. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Feeling ignored, Tatsumaki was furious. She stood up, ready to unleash a torrent of abuse, but Saitama turned back to her first. Don't worry. After the meeting, I'll personally take you home. Just rest for now. Ha! Tatsumaki finally snapped. Wrapped in green psychic light, she floated into the air, glaring daggers at him. Explain yourself. What do you mean? You keep emphasizing that I'm a kid. I'm 28 this year, you damn dead baldy. Hey, you brat, where are your manners? Say whatever you want, but don't call me a dead baldy. I'll say it. Dead baldy, dead baldy, dead baldy. What are you gonna do about it? Saitama was getting annoyed too. Being called dead baldy repeatedly would piss anyone off. King sat quietly in his chair, watching Tatsumaki and Saitama roast each other. He silently pulled out his phone and started recording. Nice. More blackmail material. Just as Tatsumaki grew increasingly agitated, almost ready to throw the conference room furniture at Saitama, the doors burst open. A sweating Sitch rushed in. Seeing Tatsumaki floating in midair, a sense of dread washed over him. Don't tell me, is Hurricane Tatsumaki about to strike again? 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 80, Chapter 81, The First Wave of Bombardment. 1016 words. Chapter 81, The First Wave of Bombardment. Child Emperor licked his lollipop, watching Tatsumaki throw a tantrum in mid-air, and sighed helplessly. Sigh, here we go again. Superalloy dark shine shrank his neck into his shoulders, his shiny black muscles seeming to dim a little. Oh dear, Miss Tatsumaki is angry again. An angry Tatsumaki is truly terrifying. Better keep my head down. Drive Knight sat silently, his red mechanical eye staring straight ahead, thoughts unknown. Tank Top Master felt the terrifying burst of psychic power and was so scared his tank top seemed to shrink a bit. Damn it. Is this the power of ESP? I refuse to believe muscles will lose to psychokinesis. I'm doing 10,000 squats when I get back. Pig God and Flashy Flash just glanced over, then went back to doing their own things. Pig God continued eating. Flashy Flash twirled the ends of his hair around his finger like a beauty doing hair care. The only one who stood up was the hot-tempered delinquent, Metal Bat. He pointed his bat at Tatsumaki with an annoyed expression. Oi! I skipped my little sister's piano recital to come to this meeting. Do you know what kind of loss that is? I didn't come here to watch a brat throw a tantrum. King rubbed his temples helplessly. Seeing Sitch's troubled expression, he sighed silently. Looks like I have to step in, or Hurricane Tatsumaki won't stop anytime soon. Tatsumaki, who was busy roasting Saitama, suddenly found herself targeted by Metal Bat. She turned her firepower toward him, ready to scold him too. Ha! You! That's enough. This assembly is definitely for something important. Save the other matters for later. A steady voice resonated through the conference room. Tatsumaki, Metal Bat, and Saitama all turned their eyes to the source. Seeing that it was King who spoke, the room fell silent for a moment. Metal Bat clicked his tongue in annoyance but put away his bat and sat back down obediently, muttering a low threat. Stinking brat. After the meeting, I'm gonna spank you with my bat. Hearing this, Tatsumaki almost exploded again. But catching a glimpse of King's calm face out of the corner of her eye, a flicker of apprehension crossed her gaze. She chose to retract her psychic aura, crossed her arms, and sat back down. She hadn't forgotten her battle with King. Back then, she had used her full power, even overloading her psychic abilities, yet she was effortlessly crushed by King without even knowing how she lost. Although she still acted Tsundere and refused to admit it verbally, in her heart, Tatsumaki had already placed King above herself. Perhaps only slightly weaker than Blast. Seeing the two ticking time bombs stop arguing, Saitama gave King a thumbs up. As expected of King. He actually stopped those two grumpy kids. Confirming the room was quiet, King turned his gaze to the bewildered Sitch. Mr. Sitch, the meeting can begin. Oh, right. Seeing the two who were about to fight turn into obedient children in an instant, Sitch hadn't recovered yet. King's reminder brought him back to reality. As expected of the strongest man on Earth. Suppressing two enraged S-class heroes with a single sentence. Truly terrifying. Sitch admired him secretly, then walked to the head of the table, his tone suddenly becoming serious. Everyone, the Earth might be destroyed. Hearing this, all the S-class heroes present frowned. But this time, Sitch seemed very urgent. Before anyone could ask questions, he continued. The Great Seer, Madame Shibabawa, gave a prophecy just an hour ago. The Earth is in trouble. Madame Shibabawa's prophecies are never wrong. Metal Bat was confused. He thought this meeting was just about work adjustments or maybe a large dragon-level disaster. He didn't expect to hear that the Earth was going to be destroyed right off the bat. Are you kidding? If the Earth is destroyed, what happens to my little sister? Thinking of this, Metal Bat instantly became anxious. He asked fiercely, Mr. Sitch, explain what this is about. Why is the Earth going to be destroyed? Could that old hag Shibabawa be wrong this time? Other S-class heroes had the same question, but since Metal Bat asked first, they waited for the answer. Sitch shook his head, then turned his gaze to King. Madame Shibabawa's prophecies have never been wrong. Moreover, this prophecy wasn't first raised by her, but was foreseen in advance by Mr. King. Unlike Madame Shibabawa's vague prophecy, Mr. King accurately predicted the location of the disaster and described the specific process in detail. Sitch then relayed everything King had told him about the upcoming disaster to the S-class heroes, including the arrival of the universe dominator Boros, his alien fleet, and the surprise attack that would destroy City A. For a moment, even the S-class heroes, who were all superhuman in their own right, struggled to process this massive amount of information. What the hell? Our job is fighting monsters. Since when did we jump to fighting aliens? But no matter how unbelievable it sounded, this information came not only from the Great Seer but was also a prophecy from King, the strongest man on Earth. The S-class heroes might not trust Shibabawa fully, but they trusted King. Just then, King and Saitama suddenly looked up, their eyes turning serious simultaneously. Tatsumaki. Those aliens are here. They are about to launch the first wave of bombardment on City A. You and I need to intercept those shells. As his voice fell, King took a step forward. His body turned into a streak of light and vanished from the conference room. Tatsumaki stretched lazily, looking annoyed. I know. Honestly. Ordering me around like that? Despite her complaints, Tatsumaki didn't delay. Wrapped in her psychic aura, she turned into a green light and disappeared from the room. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 81, Chapter 82, The Three Generals. 954 words. Chapter 82, The Three Generals. Outside the Hero Association headquarters. High in the sky, several birdmen flapped their wings, circling above the headquarters. The largest one, with blood-red skin, let out a bizarre laugh. Kehehehe. I am the Sky King. Today, I shall claim the surface world for my kind. What a strange building. This must be the human headquarters. Watch me destroy it. Suddenly, the sickening sound of flesh being sliced echoed behind him, followed by the dying screams of his companions. Ah, boss, run. There's a monster. A monster. Sky King turned his head dumbly, only to see his companions' bodies sliced cleanly in half vertically. In the next second, a blade flash of extreme speed descended from above. A line of blood appeared down the center of Sky King's face. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. I am the mighty Sky King, how could? As his corpse split in two, a massive humanoid creature hovered behind him, fleshy wings flapping on its back. This monster looked bizarre. Its body resembled a giant mud golem, but it had 5 heads growing from its neck, each with blood-red eyes. Melzargard. One of the 3 generals of the Dark Matter Thieves. Let's go down and check. If there are no issues, begin the bombardment immediately. The central head spoke first. The other 4 heads responded in turn. I think that works. Good suggestion. Let's do it. I think it's a bad idea. One head disagreed, but the other 4 ignored it. Minority obeys majority. After a quick scan, Melzargard found no issues and emitted a silent telepathic wave. The ship above responded quickly. Immediately after, a colossal spaceship materialized above City A. The spaceship was dark purple, and its immense size covered the entire sky above City A, rivaling the area of a small to medium-sized country. Receiving Melzargard's signal, all the cannons on the underside of the ship began to charge simultaneously. Overwhelming purple light threatened to drown the world. Boom, boom, boom. In the next second, all cannons fired, unleashing destructive energy. Purple light instantly blanketed City A. Just as the city was about to be annihilated, 2 figures floated into the sky. King and Tatsumaki exchanged a glance. They activated their psychokinesis simultaneously. The 2 similar forces quickly intertwined and merged, forming an even more massive ocean of psychic power. All the artillery shells were captured by the psychokinesis in an instant, freezing in midair. Melzargard was stunned. All 10 of his eyes stared at the suspended barrage, shock filling his hearts. Psychokinesis. Besides Geryugenshoup, there's someone on this planet who has mastered psychokinesis. Inside the ship, the artillery operator was also dumbfounded. The 3-eyed pink alien stared blankly at the shells frozen in the air. What's happening? Then, under the combined power of King and Tatsumaki, the shells flew back faster than they had been fired, creating sonic booms as they reversed course. Boom, boom, boom. Countless shells smashed back into the surface of the spaceship, creating dented craters on its hard hull, but causing little overall damage. The ship was simply too big. Even thousands of reflected shells were like pebbles hitting a mountain. Just then, a yellow figure punched through the ceiling of the Hero Association headquarters and climbed out of the hole, looking at the boundless spaceship with amazement. Whoa! So these are aliens. They really drive spaceships. Seeing Saitama appear, King relaxed slightly. He had almost forgotten about this heaven-defying existence. With the bald demon guarding the rear, even if 100 Boroses came, they would only be turned into dried pineapple snacks. This time, King didn't plan to let Saitama fight Boros. He wanted to experience the power of the universe dominator himself. Saitama, some ugly but decently strong monsters might come down later. I'll leave them to you and the other S-class heroes. Of course, mostly you. In the original story, just one general, Melzargard, had tied down several S-class heroes. Undoubtedly, if all three generals descended, the S-class heroes would be in for a tough fight, excluding Tatsumaki, of course. Adding the proud Esper Queen to the mix would tilt the battle significantly. Saitama scratched his shiny head. Although he still wanted to explore inside the ship, he chose to stay on the perimeter. All right. But after I deal with these ugly monsters outside, I want to go inside the ship too. King made an okay gesture. His body turned into a streak of light, shooting straight into the sky, leaving only a sentence echoing in the air. I'll leave the ship's artillery barrage to you, Tatsumaki. I trust in your strength. Hearing this, Tatsumaki, who was still channeling her psychic power, stumbled in mid-air. She shouted at the ascending king. Who needs your trust? I could do it anyway. And I definitely will. Tatsumaki's face flushed red with anger, her art style simplifying into the doodle-like strongest mode out of sheer annoyance. She raised her hand. The shells she had just repelled were recycled, forming a massive wave of projectiles that smashed back into the spaceship surface. Melzargard finally noticed the source of the psychokinesis, a human child with curly green hair. Looks like a human hatchling of this planet. To think she possesses such power. Die. Melzargard flickered, reappearing behind Tatsumaki. His right arm transformed into a sharp blade, slashing down viciously. Although it's a pity to kill someone with such powerful psychokinesis, you cannot be used by the dark matter thieves. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 82, Chapter 83, Nothing on this planet can stand against the two of us. 923 words. Chapter 83, Nothing on this planet can stand against the two of us. The sharp blade tore through the air, slashing viciously at Tatsumaki. But in the next second, the blade stopped eerily, suspended less than half a meter away from her. No matter how hard Melzargard pushed, he couldn't advance an inch. What? Melzargard was shocked. Veins bulged on his muscles as he exerted all his strength, yet he still couldn't breach the psychic shield. Tatsumaki finally noticed the massive humanoid creature behind her. She frowned, her green curly hair dancing in the wind. Ha! Where did this small fry come from? Trying to sneak attack me? Melzargard suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Before he could retreat, his body was enveloped in a faint green glow. Oceanic psychic power swept over him instantly. With a thought from Tatsumaki, Melzargard's body twisted into a grotesque shape. Under the violent tearing of psychokinesis, Melzargard was kneaded directly into a brown ball of meat, losing all ability to resist. Taking advantage of the brief moment Tatsumaki spent attacking Melzargard, the spaceship erupted with dazzling purple light again. Countless shells rained down, covering the sky. TCH. So annoying. Tatsumaki clicked her tongue in displeasure. She casually tossed the Melzargard ball onto an empty lot below, then turned her psychic power back to countering the barrage. Thanks to the Hero Association's preparations, most of City A's residents had already been evacuated. The city had become a battlefield for heroes and aliens. The brown meatball smashed through a building and crashed heavily into the ground, leaving a sizable crater. In the next second, the meatball began to shift and transform. Melzargard returned to his original form, but the mockery in his 10 red eyes was gone. That human hatchling is strong. Yes. We had no resistance. If she knew our weakness, we would be dead by now. We can't fight alone anymore. There seem to be quite a few strong individuals on this planet. Call Geryugenshoup immediately. Soon, Melzargard's telepathic wave reached the spaceship. In the control room, a giant blue octopus floated in mid-air, calmly operating various precision instruments. Ding ding. A notification sounded on the blue screen. After reading the message, Geryugenshoup was surprised. Melzargard is struggling? And he emphasizes that there are strong individuals on the planet he absolutely cannot defeat. Looks like we need to send reinforcements. In their campaigns, Geryugenshoup always made the decisions. Boros, as the leader, only needed to quietly accept the results of victory. Groribas. Melzargard seems to be stuck against a tough enemy. Go down and help him immediately. Take 10,000 troops with you to prevent a war of attrition. Inside the ship, a green humanoid creature about 3 meters tall, with gaping maws for hands, let out a piercing laugh. Although he had no eyes, Groribus's gaze seemed to penetrate the entire ship, seeing the beaten Melzargard below. That guy takes forever to die anyway. I'll go now. It's the perfect chance to let these pathetic natives experience my newly mastered ultimate techniques. As his voice fell, Groribus leaped. A hatch opened automatically, and he plummeted toward the surface like a falling meteor. Behind Groribus, thousands of aliens armed with weapons and gear began their descent. Meanwhile, on the ground, the S-Class heroes of the Hero Association had assembled. However, strangely, Watchdog Man, Pig God, Drive Knight, and a few others were missing. Sensing the arrival of the others, Tatsumaki, floating in mid-air, snorted coldly. She used psychokinesis to send a message into everyone's ears. See those meteor-like things up there? The enemy is invading. Go deal with them. I need to handle the artillery. Atomic Samurai chewed on his toothpick, looking at the meteor shower-like scene above with amazement. I never thought I'd live to see an alien invasion of Earth. Is this some kind of new movie? Metal Bat glared at the falling aliens, swinging his bat unhappily, creating whistling sounds in the air. I don't care if they're aliens or monsters. I'm in a terrible mood right now. I just want to smash their heads in. Tank Top Master flexed his arms, squeezing his massive muscles, and spoke confidently. My muscles will solve all difficulties. Saying that, Tank Top Master reached out and dug his fingers into the concrete of a nearby building. Ha! With a shout, he ripped the entire building out of the ground and hurled it like a javelin toward the thousands of falling meteors. The descending aliens looked down to see a multi-story building flying at them with berserk momentum. They were scared out of their wits. What is that? A planetary defense weapon? Lord Groribus, save us. Making a fuss over nothing. What is this weak attack? Groribus snorted disdainfully. He opened his gaping maw, and green acid erupted from his mouth. The moment the acid touched the building, white smoke rose instantly. The entire structure dissolved into a puddle of liquid mid-air. Winning the first exchange, Groribus's smile grew even more rampant. His piercing laughter echoed through heaven and earth. KKKKKeek. Melzargard, where are you? I've come to support you. Hearing the familiar laughter, all 5 of Melzargard's heads looked up simultaneously, revealing smiles of assured victory. So you came. Good. With this, nothing on this planet can stand against the 2 of us. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 83, Chapter 84, Identifying the Target at a Glance. 934 words. Chapter 84, Identifying the Target at a Glance. Just then, a sharp whistling sound came from behind them. A seemingly ordinary metal bat smashed down. Melzargard instinctively reached out to block, but the fierce force behind the bat shattered his arm instantly. Pchem! Sensing 4 or 5 new presences behind them, Melzargard and Groribus turned around simultaneously, facing the new enemies. Bang stroked his white beard and sighed helplessly. He lowered his center of gravity, assuming the water stream rock-smashing fist stance. Really now? I never thought this old man would see the day I'd be fighting aliens. Though these aliens look quite similar to the usual monsters. Metal Bat strode forward aggressively, veins popping on his face. He swung his bat, shaking off the monster residue stuck to it. I don't care if you're monsters or aliens. If you cross me, I'm smashing your heads in with my bat. Tank Top Master and Puripuri Prisoner flexed their muscles simultaneously, their expressions serious. We won't let you advance another step. Facing the punishment of so many S-Class heroes, you are destined to die here. Super Alloy Darkshine, wearing only a black speedo and exposing his glistening black muscles, flashed a confident, white-toothed grin. In my opinion, your muscles seem lacking. Although my muscles are also a result of hypertrophy, they still possess far more aesthetic beauty than yours. Saitama scratched his head, looking at Melzargard with wonder. Whoa, is your body really made of mud? It looks just like it. Groribus and Melzargard exchanged a glance. The playful mockery vanished from their faces as they assumed combat stances. As two of the three generals, they naturally sensed that every single one of these natives possessed considerable power. Groribus opened his mouth hands, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and let out a piercing laugh. Kehehehehe. What an interesting planet. To think so many strong individuals have gathered here. Melzargard's body began to split. In an instant, he divided into 5 separate entities of equal size, each possessing one head. Their arms transformed into various weapons. Do not be careless, Groribus. The energy contained within these natives is not much weaker than ours. Watch out for mistakes. Superalloy Darkshine took a step forward, standing directly in front of Groribus. His shiny black muscles reflected the sunlight brilliantly. Seeing the black giant, Groribus wasn't surprised. Instead, he laughed excitedly, the mouths on his arms opening and closing. Without another word, Superalloy Darkshine raised his fist. The muscles on his arm swelled instantly, smashing toward Groribus with berserk power. Groribus responded in kind. His body spun rapidly as he charged forward, spewing concentrated acid from all 3 mouths simultaneously. On the other side, Melzargard's 5 split bodies engaged 5 S-class heroes head-on. Every time Bang used the water stream rock-smashing fist, he easily neutralized Melzargard's attacks and reflected them, exploding Melzargard's body. Tank Top Master and Puri Prisoner unleashed a storm of heavy punches, denting Melzargard's body. Although they couldn't deal lasting damage due to his regeneration, they severely hindered his movements. Metal Bat smashed Melzargard into pieces with every fierce swing of his bat. Saitama had no desire to attack yet. He stood still, letting Melzargard's clone attack him frantically, unable to shake him even slightly. But even so, relying on his near-immortal regeneration, Melzargard managed to tie down 5 S-class heroes single-handedly. As for Tatsumaki, facing the relentless bombardment from the spaceship, she trusted the other heroes to handle the ground enemies while she focused on intercepting the shells and finding a way to bring down the ship. Everyone was fighting, waiting for one result. The result of the strongest man on Earth, King. They all knew King had infiltrated the spaceship alone. They just needed to hold the line, and King would inevitably dismantle the enemy's defenses from the inside. Inside the spaceship control room, Geryuganshoop floated in mid-air, watching Groribus and Melzargard engage the heroes. A faint smile touched his lips. To force 2 of the 3 generals to fight together, the natives of this planet should feel honored. However, this human hatchling is troublesome. Watching Tatsumaki continuously reflect the bombardment, a look of gravity flashed in Geryuganshoop's eyes. This was the first time he had encountered an existence with such powerful psychokinesis, power not inferior to his own. To Geryuganshoop, this was incredible. After all, he was the supreme psychic master of the universe. And now, on a backwater planet, someone possessed psychokinesis comparable to, or even stronger than, his own. Are you kidding me? In the very next second, the control room doors groaned under immense pressure, then flew off their hinges, smashing into the delicate instruments. As alarms blared, Geryuganshoop turned around in shock, his blue tentacles stiffening in mid-air. What happened? When did someone infiltrate the ship? Why didn't I detect them? There is only one reason. This intruder headed straight for the control room without going anywhere else. The dust settled, revealing a tall figure with golden hair. The domineering face, accompanied by a heartbeat that echoed like thunder, radiated overwhelming power. The intruder was King. The moment he entered the ship, he had used his powerful spiritual perception to locate Geryuganshoop directly. If the life signatures of the other crew members were like torches, Geryuganshoop was a blazing sun. It was impossible to miss. Identifying the target at a glance. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 84, Chapter 85. Don't you disappoint me either, human. 997 words. Chapter 85. Don't you disappoint me either, human. King looked at the massive blue octopus in front of him. In an instant, the creature's information surfaced in his mind. Geryuganshoop. One of the 3 generals of Boros's spaceship. possesses powerful psychokinesis and claims to be the supreme psychic master of the universe. I wonder who is stronger between him and Tatsumaki. Feeling the majestic vitality radiating from the human before him, a pressure strong enough to pierce the sky, Geryugenshoup felt immense stress. Could this human be the leader of this planet? Such terrifying power. He finally understood why Melzargard and Groribas were struggling down below. The natives of this planet were unexpectedly powerful, as expected of the planet Lord Boros spent 20 years searching for. It is fundamentally different from other primitive worlds. Although he wasn't sure if he could beat this human, Lord Boros's throne room was right behind him. He absolutely could not retreat. With that thought, Geryugenshoup waved his blue tentacles, his telepathic voice echoing in King's ears. Human, you should be proud to have made it this far. But I am different from those other small fry. I am the supreme psychic of the universe. I can manipulate light itself, and the intensity of my psychokinesis is strong enough to create black holes. You cannot defeat me. As his voice fell, Geryugenshoup held nothing back. Violent psychic power erupted from his body, levitating a massive amount of debris and stones from the surroundings. In an instant, a storm of rocks formed around Geryugenshoup, obscuring most of the vision. Having successfully formed his attack, Geryugenshoup laughed. His biggest worry was that this exaggeratedly strong human would interrupt his charging, but the guy just stood there. Indeed, just a primitive native. Not knowing the importance of interrupting a psychic user's casting. Die. Wrapped in psychokinesis, hundreds of stones shot forward. Each stone tore through the air, carrying enough power to easily pierce the spaceship's reinforced hull. Facing this barrage, King, wreathed in blue steam, simply glanced at it indifferently. In the next second, before Geryugenshoup could even see clearly, King's right hand blurred for a moment. All the stones were slapped aside. The kinetic energy carried by the stones smashed into the adjacent walls, instantly turning the hard alien alloy into a sieve. Seeing this, Geryugenshoup sweated profusely. His two yellow eyes, resembling desk lamps, were filled with terror. Are you kidding me? That was my signature move. In disbelief, Geryugenshoup roared. Majestic psychic power descended entirely on King, causing a faint blue glow to appear on his body. Since stones can't kill you, I'll crush you into a meat pancake. 300x gravity. Die. Geryugenshoup unleashed his full psychic might without reservation. Everything around them trembled violently, on the verge of collapsing under the immense gravitational pressure. However, King acted as if he didn't even feel the psychokinesis. With a flicker, he vanished from his spot, leaving only an afterimage behind. What? Geryugenshoup's mind went blank. He never expected this human to move freely under his strongest gravity suppression. When a fist wrapped in blue steam appeared in his vision, he finally reacted. Bad news. He closed the distance. The fist collided with the round blue head. Without creating a ripple, Geryugenshoup's head popped like a balloon, and his blue octopus body went limp. King retracted his hand, shaking off the blue blood that had accidentally splashed on him, and continued walking forward. The reason he hadn't instantly killed Geryugenshoop was to gauge the strength of this self-proclaimed supreme psychic of the universe. In the original story, Geryugenshoop's strength was always a mystery because he had the misfortune of encountering the Caped Baldy and was killed by a pebble. Thus, there were always online debates about who was stronger between Geryugenshoop and Tatsumaki. Now, after experiencing it personally, King realized, he's just okay. In terms of raw psychic intensity, this guy's stats were lower than Tatsumaki at full power, though his technique might be a notch higher. Unfortunately, Geryugenshoop met another stat monster who ignored all techniques and one-shotted him with a basic attack. King stood before the massive doors. He closed his eyes slowly, his spiritual perception spreading out from him, sensing everything behind the door. Behind this door, a humanoid being with a life force as vast as a blazing sun sat quietly on a throne. On the other side, Boros, sitting on his throne, cast his gaze toward the door. His single giant eye flashed with unparalleled excitement. He too sensed it. There was a powerful existence behind that door, one whose mere aura made his blood boil. King pushed open the doors. His steps were unhurried. The King engine, beating like rolling thunder, shook the entire palace hall, announcing his arrival like divine wrath. Watching the human walk in, Boros couldn't help but reveal an excited smile. He stood up from his throne and walked down the steps, one by one. Just like that, the entity known as the strongest man on Earth and the legendary universe dominator approached each other step by step. Boros spoke first. His voice trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the difficulty of controlling his excitement. Nice aura. Are you the leader of this planet? To dispatch Geryugenshoup so casually, worthy of praise. King raised his eyes. The blue steam on his body erupted even more fiercely, his aura climbing higher and higher. You mean that blue octopus? He was too weak. I felt no danger from him. I hope you won't disappoint me. Hearing this, Boros could no longer suppress the fighting spirit in his heart. His body turned into a streak of light, charging straight ahead. Then come. I won't disappoint you, and don't you disappoint me either, human. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 85, Chapter 86, The Strongest in the Universe vs. The Strongest on Earth. 990 words. Chapter 86, The Strongest in the Universe vs. The Strongest on Earth. Moving at speeds invisible to the naked eye, Boros teleported in front of King. He threw a punch imbued with massive power, his golden armor glowing with an eerie brilliance under the purple light. Facing this punch, a weaker dragon-level monster would have been reduced to a bloody mist instantly. King responded in kind. He raised his fist and met Boros's attack head-on. The two fists collided in mid-air. An invisible shockwave exploded outward from the point of impact. The reinforced floor of the spaceship shattered instantly, turning into flying debris. This stalemate lasted less than 0.1 seconds before the outcome was decided. Boros's expression changed slightly. His fist exploded on impact. He was sent flying backward faster than he had arrived, smashing heavily into a pillar behind him with a deafening boom. If this is all you have, you might still disappoint me. Too weak. King knew very well that this wasn't Boros's limit. His true power was still sealed by that armor. He said this to provoke Boros, to force him to unleash greater power. To be honest, I'm starting to understand how Saitama feels. Currently, King was practically unrivaled on Earth, second only to Saitama. Even someone like Tatsumaki, whose full power reached Dragon above, could be easily defeated by King in his seventh gate state. Most importantly, although the Gate of Wonder was an active skill, thanks to his insane regeneration, King could keep it open permanently if he wanted to, treating it as his base form. Boros slammed into the pillar. Cracks spread across his armor, which then shattered into pieces on the floor. Boros, now shirtless, cracked his neck. Violent energy fluctuations erupted from his body, and a pillar of blue light shot up from the ground. Feeling the boundless, ocean-like power surging within him, he took a deep breath. His entire body crackled with lightning-like energy. Seemingly in a good mood, Boros spread his arms. Ignoring King's strange look, he launched into a monologue. This armor wasn't used to protect me, but to suppress my power. The energy I possess is too great. To find joy in battle, I sealed myself. I was so bored. I conquered the universe, fighting everywhere, but I never found an opponent who could match me. Until 20 years ago, a seer told me that on a planet called Earth, there existed a being capable of fighting me on equal terms. So, I spent 20 years traversing the stars to come here. And you did not disappoint me. You are indeed powerful. Even with my power restricted, I was no match for you in a single exchange. That punch just now was good. Speak your name, human. I am the dominator of the universe, Boros. The one who will fight you. Facing the suddenly excited Boros, King didn't interrupt his speech. He let him finish. It was a form of respect. Interrupting someone while they recounted their life's journey would be denying their existence. Hearing Boros ask for his name, the corner of King's mouth curled up. His majestic, intimidating face softened slightly. The three eyes met. King answered truthfully. The people of Earth call me King. They say I am the strongest man on Earth. Boros paused for a moment, then laughed towards the sky. His skin suddenly turned a dark blue-black color, and his pink hair danced wildly in the violent energy storm. Ha 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 ha. King, the strongest on Earth. What a fine name. Come. As his voice fell, Boros vanished instantly, leaving only a crater where he had stood. In the next second, Boros flashed in front of King. A storm of heavy blue punches rained down, threatening to destroy the entire area. King didn't dodge. His fists turned into after-images as well. Standing his ground, he engaged in a rapid-fire exchange of blows with Boros. 10 punches per second. 20 punches per second. 30 punches per second. 50 punches per second. The speed of their exchange climbed higher and higher, the force of their blows growing more ferocious. An energy storm formed rapidly around their battle zone. Finally, in another collision of fists, Boros's fist and forearm exploded into blood mist. Such power. Boros's pupils constricted. Even in his released state, his arms were easily destroyed. He prepared to regenerate, but King didn't give him the chance. Boros sensed a fierce gale attacking. Just as he looked up, a heavy punch slammed into his abdomen. Like a cannonball, he was sent flying backward, smashing through a pillar and continuing on, momentum undiminished. After crashing through over a dozen pillars, Boros regenerated his arms and braced against a pillar behind him to stop his flight. He spat out the blood welling up in his throat. All his injuries healed in an instant. The energy on his body surged even more violently, and his immense fighting spirit boosted his power further. Hey! Ha 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 ha! Thrilling. Truly thrilling. Fight me. More. A swift blue streak flashed through the void. Boros laughed maniacally as he charged forward, delivering a vicious kick. King raised his arm to block. A pillar of blue energy erupted from the impacting leg, melting the spaceship's structure wherever it passed. Even you won't feel good after taking this move. What? Under Boros's surprised gaze, a fist emerged from the blue pillar of light. Carrying force enough to twist space, it struck Boros directly on the knee. Boros felt a massive force. His leg, still unleashing energy, snapped in half. Immediately after, his forehead took another punch. The force of this punch was so great that Boros's giant eye bulged out, and his entire face twisted grotesquely. Gah! 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 86, Chapter 87, Atomic Slash. 1057 words. Chapter 87, Atomic Slash. In an instant, Boros crashed headfirst into the spaceship floor, his head embedding deeply into the hard alien alloy. Before King could throw another punch, Boros yanked his head out and retreated hundreds of meters with a flicker. He patted his face, realigning the features that had been nearly smashed in half. His powerful regeneration instantly healed the damage. With bloodshot eyes, Boros spread his arms excitedly. His voice was filled with a maniacal craving for pure combat. This is the battle I've been waiting for. Satisfy me more. Blue lightning crackled and condensed on his right fist. Boros shouted and shot upward like a bolt of lightning, smashing a vicious punch into King's chest. A violent energy storm exploded outward from the two of them. The floor beneath their feet melted away instantly, and both Boros and King fell to the next level of the ship. King groaned, unable to stop himself from stumbling back. A trickle of blood spilled from his mouth, and the sound of cracking ribs came from his chest. Behind him, the energy from Boros's punch passed through his body, forming a blue shockwave that obliterated the ship's structure in its path. However, facing the result of his attack, Boros seemed surprised. He looked at his fist, then at King, his tone suddenly dissatisfied. Why? You clearly could have blocked that punch. Why did you choose to take it head-on instead of defending? King raised his head calmly and spat out the blood welling up in his throat. His caved-in chest expanded instantly, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones snapping back into place. His broken ribs were fully healed. Facing Boros's shock, he replied indifferently. I just wanted to feel exactly how strong the Universe Dominator is, so I took the hit with my body. The power is decent. Enough to break my defense. But that's all. The Universe Dominator is nothing special. King provoked Boros further, wanting this guy to unleash more power, pushing him to reveal all his strength before entering the meteoric burst state. Sure enough, hearing these words, Boros laughed in anger. Every muscle on his body seemed to come alive, writhing constantly. Blue dots of light appeared on his skin, and streaks of energy seemed to climb up his giant eyeball. Good. Since you want to feel it, I will let you experience it. As his voice fell, Boros unleashed his full power. Terrifying energy fluctuations made the entire spaceship tremble faintly. He could sense that King still had stronger power he hadn't unleashed. Therefore, Boros chose not to activate Meteoric Burst yet. He wanted to test King's current limit further. The three eyes met again. As if by a mutual understanding between the strong, they stepped forward simultaneously. Boros channeled the strongest energy he could muster in his current state into a punch, leaving a blazing blue trail in its wake. King raised his fist. Golden light flashed across his knuckles as he unleashed a power that mixed the flowing intent of water with domineering force. Imperial Fist. The moment their fists touched, the world seemed to fall silent. Heaven and earth lost their color, fading into monochrome black and white. In the very next instant, a blue light and a gold light illuminated the world. The resulting energy shockwave shot straight into the clouds, piercing through the spaceship entirely. On the surface, Atomic Samurai watched the blue-gold pillar of energy soaring into the sky, his eyelids twitching. Oi oi oi! What is going on? What is this energy fluctuation that makes me want to kneel? As the S-Class Rank 4 powerhouse, Atomic Samurai could naturally sense how terrifying the power erupting inside the ship was. Even as proud as he was almost certain that if he joined a battle of that level, he wouldn't last 3 rounds before being obliterated. It seems that Guy King has already entered the ship for the decapitation strike. Could this energy shockwave be from his battle with the alien leader? My. What a terrifying man. From that face, to the title of strongest man on Earth, and now even his power matches the legend. Melzargard noticed Atomic Samurai was distracted and didn't hesitate. He transformed his hands into dozens of sharp spears, thrusting them toward the fragile human body. Daring to get distracted while fighting me? Die, human. Sensing the wind pressure from behind, Atomic Samurai lowered his center of gravity and spun around gracefully. Raise hand, draw blade, slash. All in one smooth motion. The blade traced a chilling arc in the air. Slash marks spread through the void, instantly cutting Melzargard's extending spears into dozens of pieces. But in the next second, the severed body parts reconnected at extreme speed, restoring themselves in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha. Human. I am an immortal existence. Facing us, you have only one path, death. Seeing this, Atomic Samurai rubbed his forehead helplessly. The toothpick in his mouth snapped from his subconscious clenching of teeth. How troublesome. I hate fighting guys like you who aren't afraid of being cut. Not being able to kill you in one slash is really annoying. Hearing this, Melzargard frowned. Just as he was about to curse the human for his arrogance, he realized the opponent had disappeared. Where did he go? Atomic slash. A faint voice sounded from behind. Melzargard turned around in surprise, only to find Atomic Samurai already standing behind him, sheathing his sword. When did he? Melzargard sensed something and looked down in confusion. His body was now covered in thousands of slash marks. His massive form disintegrated, exploding into a cloud of fragments instantly. That should do it. Time to go support the others. As expected, the atomic slash works best. Atomic Samurai pulled a fresh toothpick from somewhere and put it in his mouth. Just as he was about to leave to help the other S-Class heroes, his pupils constricted. Instinct honed as a sword master and years of combat experience made him react without hesitation. He slashed his blade backward instantly. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 87, Chapter 88, Night Guy, 972 words. Chapter 88, Night Guy. The blade traced a swift arc through the air, slicing through the atmosphere and severing the hand of Melzargard, who was attempting a sneak attack from behind. Quick reaction, human. But I told you, I am immortal. You cannot defeat me. Watching Melzargard regenerate instantly, Atomic Samurai felt a headache coming on. Even his atomic slash couldn't kill this guy. Was he truly unkillable? Whatever. It doesn't matter if I can kill him or not. All I have to do is swing my sword. That is all. Atomic slash. Thousands of slashes covered Melzargard's body once again. Atomic Samurai teleported behind him, but this time, he didn't pose. Instead, he carefully observed the state of his opponent as he was being diced. This guy must have a weakness. If he truly is immortal, that would be too broken. Tchem. Under Atomic Samurai's observation, he finally noticed something. Melzargard's body was regenerating around specific points. He was rebuilding his new body based on those focal points. Without hesitation, Atomic Samurai's blade turned into a blur, instantly re-slashing Melzargard's newly formed head into a cloud of fragments. Found it. So it's this thing. Is this your lifeline? Atomic Samurai's gaze locked onto a small, crystal-clear marble floating amidst the debris. He slashed. A cold light flashed. Melzargard's pupils constricted sharply, his voice filled with disbelief. Damn it. How did you find it? His regeneration stopped. Black gas emitted from his body as his muscular form began to rot rapidly. Watching Melzargard lose his life force, Atomic Samurai ignored him and shouted to the others. Everyone. This monster's weakness is a small purple marble inside its body. Find it and crush it, and he dies. Hearing this, Metal Bat revealed a savage grin. Veins popped on his arms, clearly impatient. He had long been enraged by this unkillable sandbag. Every hit felt like striking cotton, disgusting and frustrating. Savage tornado. Metal Bat swung his bat wildly, smashing the Melzargard clone in front of him into smithereens. Bang chuckled, assumed the water stream rock-smashing fist stance, and shattered his opponent's body with a few punches. Tank Top Master and Puri Prisoner attacked together, engaging two clones. A storm of heavy punches rained down, constantly shattering the enemy's bodies to find the cause. As for Saitama, hearing that this mudman had a core weakness, he threw a board punch. He had originally thought this mud guy was genuinely unkillable and hoped he had found a durable punching bag. Turns out he has a core. Forget it then. The Melzargard clone facing Saitama didn't even have time to react before his entire body, core included, was obliterated by an unstoppable force. Melzargard panicked. His greatest weakness had been discovered just like that. This was big trouble. He knew the horror of his weakness being exposed. It meant his near-invincible immortality was broken. But at this moment, Melzargard had no options. These Earthlings were stronger than the last. If he chose to merge back into one body, he would definitely be instantly killed within a few rounds once they focused fire on his cause. With that thought, Melzargard could only call for help. Hey, Geryugenshoup, send more reinforcements down here. We can't hold on much longer. However, his telepathic message sank like a stone into the sea, receiving no response. Melzargard's heart sank. He knew the likely outcome. He wasn't stupid. The fluctuations of Lord Boros's battle were coming from above, meaning someone had infiltrated the ship and engaged Lord Boros. Therefore, Geryugenshoup, who was guarding the palace, was likely dead. He could only place his hopes on his partner, the other general, Groribas. But when Melzargard turned his head, all he saw was Groribas being pinned to the ground and beaten senseless by a black muscle giant. Inside the spaceship, energy waves dispersed, and two figures flew backward simultaneously, smashing into opposite walls. King shook his hand, feeling the fractured bones in his fist, his tone filled with praise. As expected of the Universe Dominator. Even without activating your strongest burst form, you can trade blows with me head-on. This was the first time King had used the Imperial Fist in actual combat, and the results were surprisingly good. On the other side, the arm Boros used to punch was gone. A massive hole had been blown through his chest, and his upper body was almost completely shattered. But in just an instant, new flesh wove together rapidly, and skin covered the wound at extreme speed. This fatal injury was fully healed in a single breath. Again, Boros's tone grew increasingly manic, clearly enjoying the battle to the fullest. He turned into a blue streak of light, shuttling through the interior of the spaceship. With a flash, Boros appeared behind King and unleashed nearly 100 punches in an instant. The violent power made the space around them tremble faintly. King spun around abruptly, countering with rapid punches of his own. The immense power in his fists compressed the air in front of him into solid shockwaves, firing them continuously like pillars of air. Tsukizo. Evening Elephant. With every collision, blood splattered from Boros's fists, but they were restored to perfection in the next second. In another clash, Boros's arm exploded again. King seized the opportunity. This time, King didn't give Boros time to regenerate. He moved directly in front of him. Then, King raised his leg. His vitality burned like a blazing sun, overflowing to the surface at extreme speed. A crimson dragon, nearly 1,000 meters long, formed rapidly, almost spanning the sky. Night Guy. -20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 88, Chapter 89, An Ordinary Punch. 969 words. Chapter 89, An Ordinary Punch. Sensing the human's vitality rising like a blazing sun before him, Boros's pupils constricted to pinpoints. He realized what King intended to do. Trying to launch a powerful strike while I'm regenerating. Normal logic would dictate immediate defense or finding a way to dodge King's Night Guy. But Boros was different. He was the dominator of the universe, a lonely powerhouse. He would never choose to dodge. If that's how it is, then come. With his arms destroyed, Boros unleashed his full energy. While regenerating his limbs, he gathered energy into the eye-like pattern on his chest. Instantly, a berserk beam of blue energy erupted with unstoppable momentum. While similar in form to Genos' incineration cannon, its power was hundreds of times greater. Inside the colossal spaceship, the beam of destructive blue energy collided head-on with the 1,000-meter Crimson Dragon. The resulting energy storm shattered the ship's hardened interior, melting through layers of structure. Many lower-level combatants living inside the ship were vaporized in terror and despair before they even knew what was happening, turned into cosmic dust by the energy storm. Boros, at the center of it, saw everything clearly. He watched as his energy beam was split in half upon collision with the red Vitality Dragon. Moreover, when Boros tried to move, he found that the space around him was twisted. He couldn't move at all, he had to take this hit. To twist space itself. Is this your true power, King? Facing this kick capable of warping space, Boros felt no fear. Instead, he revealed an unprecedented smile of pure joy. To fight such a warrior. My trip to Earth was not in vain. In the next second, Night Guy landed on Boros's abdomen. Gah! Blood sprayed from all 6 of Boros's orifices. His giant eye bulged out, and his internal organs were mashed into paste by the kick. The Crimson Dragon slammed into him directly. Although he tried his best to resist, his body was pushed back uncontrollably by the dragon's force. During the struggle, Boros and King smashed through layer after layer of the spaceship's hull, eventually piercing through the entire ship and crashing onto the surface of the planet. Finally, cracks began to appear on Boros's body, expanding rapidly. Each crack sprayed a mist of blood. The force, violent as a tsunami destroying everything in its path, instantly reduced his powerful body to a bloody mist. Boros's remaining half-eyeball floated in mid-air, looking at his disintegrated body in disbelief. Such a powerful attack. I couldn't block it at all. In that case, the eyeball spun rapidly, instantly restoring itself into a complete, massive eye. The whites turned pitch black, and the pupil shifted to an eerie purple. Unparalleled regeneration activated. Boros's misty remains reassembled in less than 0.1 seconds. His skin turned pink, covered in dense black markings. Power far more terrifying than before condensed within his body, making the surrounding space tremble. The ground beneath him shook under the immense energy. Spiderweb cracks spread, and the surface began to collapse. Meteoric burst, mode. Boros's gaze sharpened. In this state, even as the universe dominator, he couldn't maintain it for long. It was like anaerobic exercise, heavily burdening his body and significantly shortening his lifespan. But for a fight with you, I am willing to pay any price. This is the pure combat I've been seeking. Rah! Boros turned into a pink streak of light. Crossing thousands of meters in less than 0.1 seconds, he smashed a lightning-wreathed fist forward. King, having just delivered the Night Guy kick, showed no signs of fatigue. Facing Boros's sudden punch, He raised his arm to block. In the next second, when King's arm collided with Boros's fist, a massive energy shockwave penetrated his body. Tchem! The clear sound of bone cracking echoed in King's ears. After taking this punch from Boros, the bones in his forearm fractured, and the skin covering them was scorched. It seems taking on meteoric burst Boros in the 7th gate state is a bit of a stretch. This form is stronger than my current state. In meteoric burst mode, Boros far surpassed his previous speed and strength. His figure flashed continuously across the battlefield, leaving a dense web of pink trails in the void. With every pass, a barrage of heavy punches landed on King. Even when King counterattacked, he was suppressed by even stronger force. What's wrong? No strength left to resist. I know you still have moves you haven't used. Use them now. Hearing Boros's demand, King slowly raised his head amidst the relentless assault. The blue steam on his body rapidly shifted to a blood-red crimson. Since you asked, as you wish. 8 inner gates, 8th gate of death open. Vitality powerful enough to suppress heaven and earth surged forth. King's overall physical stats skyrocketed, and the sense of danger he projected to Boros instantly peaked. Hey! Ha 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 ha. That's more like it. This is my greatest opponent. Come, King, fight me. Boros moved behind King at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Each of his punches carried enough force to destroy an area of several kilometers, and he threw hundreds of them in an instant. At this moment, Boros held enough power within him to destroy the planet's surface, but instead of releasing it as a blast, he channeled it all into enhancing his physical body. In the split second those 100 punches landed, amidst the roaring crimson vitality flames, King raised his hand and landed a plain, ordinary punch on Boros's chest. Ugh. -20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 89, Chapter 90, Need to change the battlefield. 949 words. Chapter 90, Need to change the battlefield. Boros groaned as immense force traveled from his chest to his entire body. Like a cannonball, he was blasted backward at extreme speed. His body smashed into the ground, instantly creating a massive crater from the impact. But he didn't stop there, he continued to slide backward uncontrollably. Only after plowing 2 trenches tens of meters long into the earth did he finally come to a stop, coughing up blood. Ha 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 ha. So you have a new form too. Good. Now I won't be bored. His shattered internal organs regenerated in less than 0.1 seconds. In meteoric burst mode, Boros had not only vastly increased strength, speed, and durability, but his regenerative abilities were also boosted to the limit. Now, even if he were reduced to a mist of blood, he could restore himself in an instant. As long as his energy wasn't exhausted, Boros was effectively immortal. In a flash, King, wreathed in burning crimson vitality, appeared in front of him with teleportation-like speed and threw a punch. You talk too much. Boros's pupils constricted. Without hesitation, he threw a counterpunch. Neither side chose to defend, they both aimed their fists at each other. Boom. 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 The moment their fists landed, invisible shockwaves swept wildly in all directions from the point of impact. Countless buildings collapsed and shattered instantly. Boros's fist landed on King's head. The massive force caved in his nose, sending bright red blood flowing. In return, King's heavy punch, burning with crimson vitality, smashed into Boros's forehead, blasting half of his head apart. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. In the remaining half of his head, Boros's lone eye flashed with ferocity. The missing flesh regenerated instantly, and he punched again without hesitation. King's crooked nose snapped back into place amidst green flashes of light. He glanced at the crumbling ruins around them and frowned. Can't fight here. He and Tatsumaki had stopped the initial bombardment precisely to prevent City A from being destroyed. With his current 8th gate power and Boros's meteoric burst mode, a few more exchanges would reduce City A to rubble. Facing Boros's incoming fist, King stood his ground. Instead of a straight punch, he delivered a vicious uppercut. Sonic booms screamed through the air as they both struck each other's heads. King's face was knocked askew. Boros's chin took an irresistible heavy blow, shattering half his face and launching him skyward like a rocket. Seizing the moment while Boros was still adjusting his body in midair, King grabbed him and hurled him toward the top of the spaceship. To save City A from the aftershocks of their battle, King decided to replicate the original battleground, the top of the ship. A red streak and a pink streak, both carrying massive energy, intertwined in the air as they flew together toward the summit of the spaceship. Every clash triggered a terrifying energy storm. Space itself trembled, and residual energy trails lingered in the air. Meanwhile, on the surface, the S-Class heroes naturally witnessed the shocking battle. Their hearts were shaken by the terrifying aura radiating from the sky. Atomic Samurai chewed on a fresh toothpick, gripping his sword hilt in a daze, muttering to himself. Oi oi! Is that pink monster the leader of this spaceship? I feel like he could slap me to death with one hand. Atomic Samurai always had self-awareness. He could sense the heart-palpitating destructive energy contained within Boros. Based on the exchange just now, he admitted he couldn't participate in a battle of that level. He would be flattened instantly. However, he also saw the full fight. That pink-haired monster, who could slap him to death, was being suppressed and beaten by King, getting his head blown off repeatedly. It's infuriating comparing yourself to others. King is beating a monster of that level like a drum. Who's the real monster here? Atomic Samurai laughed at himself and sat down lazily on a relatively clean piece of rubble. It wasn't that he was too lazy to support his teammates, but the current battle situation on the ground was already clear as day. Bang, using his exquisite water stream rock-smashing fist, had accurately located the purple core of a Melzargard clone amidst repeated strikes and crushed it, eliminating his opponent. Metal Bat, through relentless attacks, seized the moment when his opponent was reforming from being shattered, snatched the core, and smashed it with his bat. Puri Puri Prisoner and Tanktop Master also dealt with their respective Melzargard clones. Their method was simple and brute force: smash the body until it explodes, then find the core in the mess. As for that guy, Atomic Samurai raised an eyebrow, looking at the bald man standing idly amidst the rubble. Shock flashed in his heart. He had clearly seen Saitama one-shot his Melzargard clone earlier. No wonder his nickname is One Punch Man. The reputation is well-deserved. It really was one punch. On the other side, seeing all 5 of Melzargard's clones perish in battle, Groribus felt a pang of sorrow. The 3 generals had fought side by side for Boros across the universe for centuries. Their bond was deep. And now, he could only watch helplessly as his old friend died in a desperate struggle. It's all because of this black, bald muscle man. Groribus was suffering in silence. In all his years, this was the first time he had met such a stubbornly difficult opponent to fight. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 90, Chapter 91, I Can Elbow You All Day. 1016 words. Chapter 91, I Can Elbow You All Day. Groribus swore that in all his years of fighting, this was the first time he had encountered such a disgusting opponent. Superalloy Rocket Elbow. Superalloy Darkshine raised his muscular arm and smashed his glistening black elbow viciously into Groribus's face. In an instant, immense physical power erupted through the elbow. Groribus's entire face was knocked crooked, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. Unable to control his body, he tumbled through the air, smashing through building after building before finally crashing heavily onto the ground. The moment he landed, the ground beneath him shattered, spiderweb cracks spreading rapidly. Groribus struggled to stand up. Through the dust, he could still see the glistening black muscle giant. How many times? How many times has it been? He had lost count of how many times he had been elbowed by this black giant. The most tragic part was that Groribus had mastered countless combat techniques. He had frantically used all kinds of skills in this battle, yet he couldn't even break the opponent's physical defense. Every time he prepared to spew his signature acid, the black muscle giant would charge forward, muttering something unintelligible, and send him flying with an elbow strike. Being elbowed again and again was humiliating. Groribus couldn't take it anymore. He roared and raised both hands. Damn human. I'll fight you to the death. As his voice fell, Grorabaz's raised hands began to spin at extreme speed, turning into drills in an instant. The whistling wind showcased the power of this move. He thrust his high-speed rotating hands forward, stabbing directly at Darkshine's rock-hard abs. In the next second, something incredibly awkward happened. Grorabaz's hands, capable of easily shredding diamonds, were stuck on Darkshine's skin, unable to advance an inch. Even when he desperately spun his hands faster, all he managed to do was create sparks against Darkshine's skin. Why? How can a human body reach this level? Are you kidding me? Grorabaz wanted to continue attacking, but Darkshine flashed a devilish smile. His shiny bald head reflected the sunlight, and his muscles seemed to glow. I told you, didn't I? You're just a cosmic hillbilly. You think you can break through these muscles forged by countless buckets of sweat. Saying that, Darkshine glanced cautiously at Tatsumaki in the sky, intercepting shells. Confirming she wasn't looking, his confident smile widened. He pointed a thumb at himself and flexed, his muscles twitching rhythmically, flashing his white teeth. There are 3 people in the Hero Association you don't mess with. One is King, the strongest man on Earth, who is currently beating up your boss. One is Tornado of Terror, the Esper Queen, who is catching all your shells barehanded. And the last one is me, the Hero Association's strongest shield, Superalloy Darkshine, the possessor of the strongest muscles. How could a hillbilly from space like you understand the value of muscles? Hearing this, Grorabaz finally snapped. You call me a cosmic hillbilly? What are you natives then? Grorabaz never imagined he would be called a hillbilly in his life, especially by a native who had never left his own planet. Fury burning in his heart, Grorabaz laughed in anger. He opened his mouth hands wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and roared. So I don't understand your muscles, huh? Fine. I'll use my signature acid to corrode your proudest muscles into nothing. I'll show you how fragile the white bones beneath your muscles really are. Violent acid brewed in Grorabaz's throat. Just as he was about to spray it, a powerful forearm smashed into his face. Gah! Taking another heavy elbow to the face, Grorabaz choked, the acid getting stuck in his throat. This is bullying. At this moment, cracks appeared on Grorabaz's green armored skin, green blood seeping out. He was clearly heavily injured. In front of Darkshine, Grorabaz had almost no way to fight back. His amazing combat skills couldn't break the defense, and his only hope, the acid, was interrupted by an elbow every time he tried to use it. In his years of life-and-death battles across the universe, Grorabaz had never experienced such a frustrating fight. Enraged, he decided to throw caution to the wind and fire the acid stuck in his throat again. He had to land a hit on this elbow-spamming native no matter what. However, Darkshine seemed to see through Grorabaz's intent. Before the acid could even launch, a continuous barrage of elbows smashed into Grorabaz's face. Ah! Grorabaz screamed miserably. Every elbow strike shattered his armor further. Fragments of skin flew into the air, accompanied by splashes of green blood. Darkshine's smile became even more devilish, his confidence shining brighter. His muscles seemed encouraged by his will, becoming even stronger. I said, for invaders like you. I can do this all day. Actually, even Darkshine didn't know why. He usually preferred using the Superalloy Bazooka, which channeled his full body strength into his fist. But in today's battle, Darkshine suddenly discovered that his newly developed Superalloy Rocket Elbow felt much more satisfying and humiliating for the opponent. Moreover, every time he launched an elbow strike, he felt his black skin and strong muscles responding to him, a feeling he didn't get when using the bazooka. Elbowing feels good. With that thought, Darkshine's expression became even more spirited, and the force and speed of his elbows increased. Pinned down, Grorabaz's body trembled constantly. Every time he tried to raise his arms to resist, he couldn't gather his consciousness. Damn it! I can't control my body. Under the relentless elbow strikes, Grorabaz's facial armor was completely shattered. Green blood turned into a mist. His body, which had been resisting and trembling, finally stopped moving. Grorabaz, one of the 3 generals of the Dark Matter Thieves, known as the strongest warrior, was elbowed to death by Darkshine. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 91, Chapter 92, A Battle of Attrition. 852 words. Chapter 92, A Battle of Attrition. Bang looked at Grorabaz's shriveled head, flattened by countless elbows, and then at Darkshine, whose muscles had swollen even further. He stroked his white mustache, sighing once again. Sigh, youth is wonderful. Strong and energetic. Unlike this old man, who can only rely on borrowing force to scrape by. Atomic Samurai, watching Grorabaz get elbowed to death, spoke with a mix of surprise and admiration. I can only say, as expected of superalloy Darkshine. His combat style is as violent and simple as ever. That alien suffered quite a bit, his head was literally flattened. Honestly, instead of getting beat up by the brutal Darkshine, he should have just taken a few of my atomic slashes. At least he would have suffered less. Metal Bat watched as Darkshine single-handedly eliminated one of the three generals, raising an eyebrow. S-class heroes occasionally sparred with each other. Bang had once fought Darkshine, and the result was a draw where neither could do anything to the other. Bang could skillfully redirect Darkshine's physical power, rendering his immense brute force useless. Darkshine's ridiculously tough body could withstand Bang's water-stream rock-smashing fist, meaning Bang couldn't hurt him no matter what he tried. Naturally, Metal Bat had also fought Darkshine less than a year after the Hero Association was founded. That time, Metal Bat realized what a true physical king meant. He simply couldn't break through. Every swing of his bat felt like hitting a steel plate with a stick. Not only did it cause zero damage, but the recoil numbed his own hands. As for Saitama, having finished his opponent too quickly, he had nothing to do. He wandered aimlessly around the ruins, looking for any leftover enemies. It is worth noting that the army of 10,000 aliens Grorabaz brought down had been completely wiped out by Atomic Samurai's atomic slashes once he was freed up. Not a single one was left for anyone else. Now, Saitama sat on a piece of rubble, staring blankly at the massive spaceship above. He could feel it. At the very top of the spaceship, someone was fighting. Waves of immense energy were erupting continuously. If he remembered correctly, King was fighting the alien leader up there. I really want to go join in. But after thinking about it, Saitama abandoned the idea. For no other reason than this, it was King's battle. Interfering just because he wanted to join in would be disrespectful. Meanwhile, top of the spaceship. Boros was sent flying backward, smashing through the roof of the ship beneath him. Immediately after, he charged forward again at extreme speed. King, wreathed in flame-like crimson vitality, created ear-piercing sonic booms with every step. Every punch he threw twisted space itself. A red streak and a pink streak tangled frantically. Their clashes triggered energy storms that warped space, shaking heaven and earth. Imperial Fist. Fists glowing with golden light and crimson vitality rained down at a rate of hundreds per second, all landing on Boros's abdomen, instantly shattering his body. Behind Boros, solidified air shockwaves stretched for 100 miles, forming countless white trails in the sky. Boros's pupils constricted. Blood sprayed from his mouth like it was free. His shattered body healed instantly, and he launched a fierce counterattack. A sky full of pink fist shadows, carrying destructive energy, bombarded King's body, each hit triggering an energy explosion. King had no intention of dodging. He accepted Boros's attacks entirely, then countered without hesitation. Boros did the same. Both combatants had completely abandoned defense, focusing solely on fighting and attacking. King's Gate of Death state lasted only 10 minutes. After that, it would start consuming his life source. Boros's meteoric burst state also couldn't last long, about 10 minutes at most, before forcing him out of the form due to exhaustion. This battle had thoroughly turned into a war of attrition. Whoever could outlast the other's ultimate burst form would likely win. But looking at the results of the exchanges, the difference in strength was clear. Boros's punches landed on King, causing at most flesh wounds or bone fractures. But every Imperial Fist King landed on Boros tore his flesh apart, often blowing massive holes in his body. If not for Boros's insanely broken regeneration, he would have been beaten into meat paste within a few rounds. Both fighters were seeing red. They threw punches recklessly, unleashing every attack in their arsenal without a single defensive move. Even if King's flesh was torn and his bones cracked, a flash of green light restored him instantly. Even if Boros was beaten into a pulp, his regeneration, vastly enhanced by meteoric burst, healed fatal wounds in a split second. Blood sprayed constantly. Massive craters appeared all over the top of the spaceship. The clouds above had long been dispersed by the soaring energy waves, leaving a clear sky. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 92, Chapter 93, Thank goodness I haven't started balding yet. 1017 words. Chapter 93, Thank goodness I haven't started balding yet. When the golden fist expanded to fill his entire vision again. When his own fist collided head-on with the opponent's, only to be crushed into fragments effortlessly. When the punch, containing heart-stopping power, blew his neck apart. Boros's headless body continued to swing punches, launching charge after charge, even as his severed head flew through the air, his scarlet eye flickering with a dazed light. In this tense moment of a life-or-death duel, for some reason, Boros felt an unprecedented calm. It was as if his entire state of mind had transformed into a tranquil surface of water. The river of time churned with colorful fragments of memory. Unknowingly, scenes from his long life flashed through his mind. Years ago, Boros was born on his home planet, a world with an extremely harsh environment. To survive, his people had no choice but to constantly become stronger. His race was naturally powerful and possessed incredible regenerative abilities, making them the dominant species in their galaxy. And Boros was the pinnacle of them all. His regeneration far surpassed that of ordinary kin, and his energy reserves exceeded the limits of his race. When he released all the energy in his body, he could level the entire surface of a planet. Given the chance to direct all his energy into a planet's core, destroying the entire world wasn't impossible for him. After growing up, the powerful Boros left his home planet and founded the Dark Matter Thieves, conquering endlessly across the vast, silent cosmos. During his travels, he gathered a large group of subordinates, including powerful generals like Melzargard, Geriyugenshoup, and Groribas. The name of the Dark Matter Thieves resounded through the stars. As time passed, Boros grew bored. He longed to find an opponent who could fight him, making it the ultimate goal of the latter half of his life. Upon learning that Earth had an opponent capable of fighting him, Boros spent 20 years crossing galaxies to reach this place. In mid-air, watching his own scarlet blood spray around him, Boros's eyeball rolled twice, and he suddenly understood. Yes. I spent the first half of my life conquering, and the second half searching for an opponent to fight. Everything else in the world seemed to fade away. Boros's I could no longer see anything but the blond man burning with berserk vitality reflected in his pupil. Perhaps my entire life existed just for this battle with you. Then, let me bloom with the most brilliant light of my long years. Let me burn passionately for the last time. Thousands of flesh tendrils extended from his severed neck and head simultaneously. In an instant, they wove together and fused. Boros's head reattached to his neck in the blink of an eye, and the energy fluctuations around him grew even more violent. I was born to defeat you. Come. Let us fight to our heart's content. King. Boros looked like a demon. His pink hair danced wildly in the void as he sprinted at extreme speed, roaring. A dazzling trail of pink light followed him, warping space wherever he passed. He appeared in front of King instantaneously, unleashing the strongest energy available in his meteoric burst state without reservation. Originally, Boros had ample energy. Even with constant regeneration from heavy injuries, if he only used energy to heal and maintain meteoric burst, he could have lasted at least another 10 minutes. But now, Boros was exploding with all his energy regardless of the consequences or exhaustion. His desire for victory in this battle had transcended his own life. Or perhaps, he no longer cared about winning, but was simply enjoying the process of combat. Sensing Boros's desperate burning of life force, King's expression remained unchanged. Thunderous drumming echoed in his chest as the King engine beat in rhythm with the tremors of heaven and earth. He sensed the purity and madness in Boros's heart. In that case, the corner of King's mouth curled up slowly. He raised his fist again. The crimson vitality burning on his body surged like fire doused in oil, his strength rising to another level. I will grant your wish. King, with his physical stats boosted again across the board, took a step forward. A casual punch unleashed a shockwave that spanned dozens of miles. When their fists collided, King's fist crushed Boros's right hand with unstoppable force and punched a massive hole directly through his chest. However, Boros didn't care. Facing a fatal wound that would kill a normal person instantly, he regenerated in less than 0.1 seconds and threw a vicious left hook. King countered without hesitation. Boros's left fist exploded into a mist of blood, skin fragments, and energy scattering everywhere. But in the split second their left fists clashed, Boros's right fist had already regenerated and launched another attack. Just like this, they stood in place, trading blows frantically. Even though Boros's fists were easily shattered every time, and his body was destroyed by irresistible attacks, he launched new attacks again and again. Unknowingly, King's expression became weirder and weirder. Looking at Boros, who had abandoned defense relying on super regeneration, King found it increasingly familiar. This fighting style, where have I seen it before? Crap. Isn't this me? King remembered. During his spar with the bald demon, hadn't he relied on his insane regeneration to struggle and survive because the stat difference was just too massive? Looking closely, it was exactly the same. Back then, Saitama smashed his arms with every punch. Now, King was smashing Boros's fists with every punch. Bad news. I've become the Demon King. In the midst of such a tense battle, King actually reached up and ran a hand through his golden hair, then breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I haven't started balding yet. Otherwise, I'd really be in trouble. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 93, Chapter 94, Collapsing Star Roaring Cannon. 992 words. Chapter 94, Collapsing Star Roaring Cannon. Seeing Boros in such a manic state, King decided to sell him an opening. In the midst of their relentless exchange of blows, King staggered slightly, creating a tiny gap in his defense. Boros's eye narrowed. Without hesitation, he threw a punch aimed directly at King's head. This punch contained enough destructive energy to twist space. If it hit, even King in his gate of death state would bleed. But in the very next second, King pushed off with his right leg. Boros's fist grazed past his cheek, his golden hair fluttering in the energy wake. Bad news. If Boros couldn't see through this, he would have wasted his centuries of combat experience. He had been too obsessed with the fight and failed to see King's ploy in time. Now, it was too late to react. King closed the distance instantly. His left hand chopped sideways, slicing the arm Boros used to attack in half. Then, he raised his right fist high. Imperial Fist. Containing the impact force of Sekizo, the Imperial Fist possessed terrifying power. When it collided squarely with Boros's chin, Boros's entire head was flattened, his chin almost touching his forehead. Violent air shockwaves erupted upwards. Boros lost all control of his body, launched into the sky by the immense force. Electric blue blood splattered. Boros twisted his head, and his shattered jaw regenerated instantly. However, this was exactly what King wanted. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, before Boros could even adjust his posture, King was already there like a shadow, blasting half of Boros's body into a bloody mist with another punch. On the ground, the S-Class heroes looked up, stunned, speechless. What is that scene? In the azure sky, a crimson streak of light seemed to be shuttle-weaving at extreme speed. The trails of vitality it left behind almost formed a net across the heavens, intersecting with white shockwaves of compressed air. With every punch, Boros's body spun rapidly in the air, trying to dissipate the impact force. It looked like someone was whipping a spinning top frantically. Just then, Boros froze. He seemed to sense something. The pink glow on his body intensified, and a crisp sound like shattering glass exploded within him. What is this? Something inside me seems to have broken. Although he didn't know what it was, his power was growing stronger. Every time his body was destroyed, his strength seemed to rise further. Could it be? Boros's pupil constricted sharply. During his years of conquering the universe, he hadn't remained stagnant, he had gathered knowledge extensively. On one of the planets he invaded, Boros learned about a concept called the limiter. Legend had it that every species had its own limit. To surpass that limit, one had to break their own limiter. The limiter was a genetic shackle, the endpoint of every species. The conditions required to break it remained unknown. Did I break my limiter? No. Boros's head exploded again. His massive eyeball floated in midair, staring fixedly at his own body. He realized that although he had broken one layer of his limiter, there seemed to be endless shackles within him, requiring layer after layer of slow breakthroughs. Why think so much? I just need to keep fighting. I will understand the reason eventually. Power is just the key to challenging strong enemies. His head regenerated. Boros let out a dull roar. His fists turned into a blur of afterimages, engaging King in a fierce aerial duel. King frowned slightly. He could feel that Boros's power had increased again. Oh! This guy unlocked a layer of his limiter too. In fact, beings like King and Boros, who could regenerate endlessly, had a much higher probability of breaking their limiters than others. After all, fighting strong enemies allowed them to dance on the edge of death countless times thanks to their regeneration, making it easier to comprehend the true essence of power. But breaking through now is a bit late. King saw through Boros's condition and shook his head helplessly. In their exchange of blows, while King's power shattered Boros's body, a portion of that force naturally penetrated through him. Thus, King realized that even if Boros broke his limiter, he was already dead. If the meteoric burst state was like anaerobic exercise for Boros, damaging to the body but not immediately life-threatening, then the current Boros was burning his life force frantically. While increasing his power and breaking the limiter with his remaining potential, he was consuming himself. To use an analogy, Boros was like a burning torch. The flames seemed to grow higher and brighter, but once the fuel ran out, even the greatest fire would extinguish instantly. What a battle-obsessed maniac. Fine, I'll give you the utmost respect. With that thought, King flashed in front of Boros. A left hook shattered the arm Boros used to counter, followed by another vicious uppercut. Boros spat blood, flying uncontrollably upward again. This time, King didn't chase him to continue the beatdown. Instead, he stood still in midair, like an old monk in meditation. The crimson vitality burning on his body slowly extinguished, but his aura became increasingly terrifying. Just the leaking energy was enough to warp space. Boros sensed it too. His mouth split open in an excited grin, his eye filled with dense bloodshot veins and the ultimate enjoyment of battle. Ha 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 ha. Come on. The universe dominator who had roamed the galaxies unchecked was about to unleash his final, life-burning attack. In this moment, both sides paused eerily, standing still. Doom. Accompanying a heartbeat that resonated with the planet's vibration, the markings on Boros's body turned black, then erupted with dazzling golden light. Collapsing Star Roaring Cannon. -20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 94. Chapter 95. I have no more regrets. 997 words. Chapter 95. I have no more regrets. In this instant, the whole world fell silent. The world seen by human eyes seemed to fade into grayscale. All color was drained, leaving only the blinding golden light piercing the heavens. Boros's body was covered in hairline cracks. His life force and internal energy burned madly as a beam of ultimate destruction erupted from his chest. This attack will destroy the entire surface of this planet. Let's see what you'll do, King. King stood still, calmly watching the collapsing star-roaring cannon that connected heaven and earth. The deafening heartbeat surrounding him resonated with the world in this moment. So this is the collapsing star-roaring cannon. Seeing it in the original manga was shocking enough, but witnessing it in reality was infinitely more impactful. King slowly lowered his center of gravity. The space around him was already twisted by his condensed vitality. When he raised his head, all the vitality compressed within him exploded. A soaring crimson dragon descended upon the world with a roar. This crimson dragon was even larger than the one used against Saitama, reaching several thousand meters in length. Facing the world-destroying energy beam, the crimson dragon coiled briefly before roaring and charging straight into the sky. On the ground, the S-Class heroes, the evacuated citizens of City A, and the people in surrounding cities stared blankly at the apocalyptic scene above. Night Guy. Scarlet light burst from King's eyes. The massive crimson dragon glowed with golden brilliance, its power escalating further. A mysterious, profound intent emerged within the dragon. Yes, King had integrated his imperial fist entirely into Night Guy, merging the flowing intent of water with domineering power. Simultaneously, King raised his hand. Massive golden energy spread outward from his body, instantly forming a solid energy barrier covering a 10-mile radius in the sky. This was to prevent the aftershocks of the collapsing star-roaring cannon from spreading and harming the cities below. Realizing King's power had increased again, Boros's pupil moved. His mouth split open to its limit, his entire body on the verge of collapsing under the violent energy. Yes. Just like that. Go all out. This is what a true battle should be. Boros burned every ounce of energy in his body, leaving only the last 0.1%. He didn't know why he kept this tiny sliver, barely enough to sustain life signs. It was almost an instinctive reaction. The sound of glass shattering echoed within his body again. The power of the collapsing star-roaring cannon rose to another level, providing the final fuel for this torch about to burn out. Under the gaze of millions, the Crimson Dragon collided head-on with the collapsing star-roaring cannon. Sound was stripped away. Space was twisted. When people's hearing returned, all they heard was a deafening roar. Cracks appeared on the surface of the Crimson Dragon, as if it would shatter in the next second. Vitality leaked from the fissures, drifting away. But it still moved forward. Against the pillar of destruction piercing the heavens, it advanced unwaveringly. No matter how much Boros increased his energy output, he couldn't stop the Crimson Dragon's advance. When the collapsing star-roaring cannon was completely destroyed, and the Crimson Dragon filled his entire field of vision, Boros suddenly smiled. Is this my end? His gaze shifted, finally landing on the golden-haired man wrapped within the Crimson Dragon. Losing to you. I have no regrets in this life. As the collapsing star-roaring cannon dissolved into specks of light, the Crimson Dragon faced no more obstacles. The kick landed squarely on Boros's body. Boom. The moment they made contact, Boros unsurprisingly exploded into a mist of blood. But in the very next second, instinct drove Boros to unconsciously regenerate. Burning the last of his energy, he restored his body. However, compared to his previous divine bravery, the current Boros had grey-black skin and a shriveled, withered body. He had been beaten into a dried pineapple. Watching Boros fall, King floated in mid-air. He didn't choose to deliver the killing blow, instead letting his opponent fall. At the same time, deep within the spaceship, the pink sphere hidden in the core emitted a crisp cracking sound. Dense fissures spread across its surface before it shattered into countless fragments. This was the power core that kept the colossal ship afloat, inextricably linked to Boros's life force. Now that Boros was dying, the core could no longer sustain itself and perished with him. With a thunderous groan, the air seemed to compress. The boundless spaceship began to plummet, flames igniting on its surface from friction with the air. This scene looked like the apocalypse. On the tilting top of the spaceship, King landed. His golden hair fluttered, and his majestic face maintained its calm composure. The reason was simple. King never thought he would lose. This was the mindset every strong person possessed. The strong have an invincible heart. If you think you might lose from the start, you probably will. Boros, falling from the sky, finally crashed back onto the surface of the ship. He struggled to open his shriveled eye as he hit the floor. Under King's gaze, every time Boros moved, more cracks appeared on his body, and his life force weakened further. But he still stood up. He stood straight on the tilting ship, as if he were still the universe dominator who roamed the galaxies. Kill me. Winner takes all. Dying by your hand isn't a bad way to go. Boros spoke intermittently, his voice hoarse and broken. He spread his arms, looking up at the endless starry sky. To experience such a thrilling battle before the end of my life. I have no more regrets. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 95, Chapter 96, I have come to aid you. 984 words. Chapter 96, I have come to aid you. King walked steadily across the top of the spaceship, his footsteps ringing like metal striking metal against the hull. With every step, his aura rose higher. When he finally stood before Boros, the sound of glass shattering echoed from within King's body. That's right. In this passionate battle, King had broken yet another layer of his limiter, making his stats even more powerful. He spoke, his tone carrying a hint of regret. It's a pity. You broke a layer of your limiter as well. If you could survive this battle, you would likely become even stronger. Boros smiled miserably. He sensed it. King had become stronger again. Really now? The gap between you and me keeps growing. It doesn't matter. I never sought power for the sake of power. Power was merely a tool, my ticket, the foundation for challenging stronger beings. In the end, I was able to break my limiter solely because of this battle with you. A loss is a loss. I am willing to pay the price with my life, for that is the fate of the loser. Boros paused for a second or two, looking even more drained. He took 2 ragged breaths before he could force out his next words. I am the dominator of the universe who has roamed the galaxies for years, the leader of the dark matter thieves. Do not pity me. That is an insult. As his voice fell, Boros spoke no more. He seemed already dead, with only a faint wisp of life force rippling within him. King nodded. He slowly raised his hand. Powerful vitality coated his palm, compressing into the shape of a blade. Do you have any last words? I have nothing more to say. Please, make it quick. A sharp hand chop sliced through the air with a chilling trail. Boros's head flew into the sky. This time, he did not grow a new head. The severed neck showed granulation tissue trying to reconnect, but his life energy was too weak to sustain regeneration. Boros's headless corpse stood tall atop the dark matter thieves' spaceship. It remained standing, showing no sign of falling. Just as he said before he died, he was the universe dominator, the leader of the dark matter thieves. Even in death, he would die standing. Boros, you were truly a good opponent. With those final words, feeling the ship tilt further beneath his feet, King turned and walked away. The universe dominator, Boros, dead. Amidst earth-shattering vibrations, the burning spaceship plummeted. It was about to crash into City A and raze the entire metropolis to the ground. Below, Tatsumaki frowned. Her oceanic psychic power erupted instantly. The entire spaceship glowed green as its descent slowed significantly. It looked like she had control, but Tatsumaki's frown deepened, and veins popped out on her forehead. I can't control it completely. Tatsumaki exerted her full strength, but she didn't know what materials this ship was made of. Its mass was far greater than its visible volume suggested. Even with her psychokinesis, she couldn't stop its fall entirely. Just then, a shiny bald head shot into the sky, arriving beneath the spaceship. Seeing the ship falling, Saitama wanted to see if he could hold it up single-handedly. He couldn't let this thing crash and flatten the city below into a 2D image. With that thought, Saitama pressed both hands against the bottom of the ship. Then, stepping hard on the air, he used the immense recoil to push upward. Go up. In the next second, a yellow streak of light passed through the spaceship without hindrance, punching a human-shaped hole straight through its layered structure. Saitama. I punched through it again. Simply put, the difference in density between Saitama's body and the spaceship was too vast. If one was a block of soft tofu, the other was an indestructible divine needle. Saitama was like a sharp needle flying upward, while the spaceship was a block of tofu floating in the sky. The needle could easily pierce the tofu, but it couldn't lift the entire block. I knew that stinking boiled egg baldy was useless. It's up to me. Tatsumaki, who had held a sliver of hope upon seeing Saitama act, snorted coldly. She refocused her psychic power on controlling the ship. Meanwhile, on the ground, Puripuri prisoner, tank-top master, Bang, and atomic samurai looked at each other. Oi, old man Bang. That super-huge spaceship seems to be falling. If we stay down here, we're going to be squashed into meat pancakes, atomic samurai said, chewing on his toothpick as the ship loomed larger in his vision. In that case, let's run. Bang turned and fled without hesitation, sprinting out of the ship's impact zone. Are you kidding? I'm a martial arts grandmaster, not a god of martial arts. I can reflect attacks from humanoid monsters with water stream rock smashing fist, but asking me to block a falling spaceship? That's ridiculous. Seeing S-Class Rank 3 and Rank 4, Bang and Atomic Samurai, running away, Tank Top Master and Puri Prisoner exchanged a glance and fled without hesitation. Although they trusted their muscles and tank tops, they weren't idiots. Even Tank Top Master, who had a fanatical faith in the versatility of the tank top, didn't believe his shirt could help him tank a falling spaceship. Floating in mid-air, Tatsumaki had used all her strength. The ship's descent had slowed by about 60%, but it was still falling. Damn it! Can I really not hold it? Just as Tatsumaki was overloading her psychic power, a tall figure appeared beside her. I have come to aid you. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 96, Chapter 97, The Gap Between Them and the Strongest. 979 words. Chapter 97, The Gap Between Them and the Strongest. Hearing the voice, Tatsumaki instinctively turned around. King was already standing beside her. While his weakened state hadn't kicked in yet, he unleashed his boundless psychokinesis, enveloping the entire spaceship. Seeing his fluttering golden hair, Tatsumaki was momentarily entranced, her large emerald eyes staring straight at him. In a daze, King's figure seemed to slowly merge with a certain deeply etched memory. Blast! Tatsumaki paused, then snapped out of it. She shook her head vigorously, her green curls dancing in the air like snakes. Raising her hand again, their psychic powers merged in the void, forming an even more majestic force that locked the entire spaceship in place. The descent of the colossal ship slowed until it stagnated. Under the control of King and Tatsumaki, it began to lower inch by inch from the sky. Tatsumaki glanced at King's calm face. She brushed away a stray lock of hair and asked nonchalantly, "So, did you deal with the alien leader?" King nodded, a hint of respect in his tone. "It's done." He was a very worthy opponent. His strength was truly formidable. "Oh." Tatsumaki raised an eyebrow, intrigued. For the so-called strongest man on Earth to say he was strong, it seems this alien leader wasn't just some small fry. Not bad. In fact, Tatsumaki knew in her heart that if she were the one fighting, she most likely couldn't have defeated the alien leader. When King and Boros fought briefly on the surface, Tatsumaki, with her powerful senses, had felt the terrifying pressure emanating from Boros, pressure that exceeded her own by a significant margin. Even though Tatsumaki was extremely confident in her psychic abilities, the sheer intensity of the battle between King and Boros was too overwhelming. Combining this with the fact that King had defeated her in just a few moves but had struggled with Boros for over 10 minutes, Tatsumaki formed her judgment. This guy really lives up to his reputation. Once upon a time, when King was first named the strongest man on Earth, Tatsumaki had been disdainful, thinking it was just exaggerated hype. It wasn't until King achieved more and more legendary feats that she began to see him differently, developing a sense of respect. Later, after their spar where she was easily defeated, the proud Esper Queen finally acknowledged the title of the strongest man on Earth. Rumble. Under the combined control of King and Tatsumaki, the spaceship finally touched down slowly in a desolate wilderness. A-class and B-class heroes swarmed forward, while S-class heroes held the line at the rear, beginning a massive sweep of the ship. Soon, a large group of alien soldiers who had survived the shockwaves of King and Boros's battle were bound tightly and tossed out in bundles. One pink-skinned alien who looked suspiciously like Patrick Star was thrown out. Seeing the densely packed heroes outside, his legs went weak with fear. "Wah! I want to go home. What is this? Why is this invasion so messed up?" The Patrick alien burst into tears, sinking into a depression. He thought this would be just a routine invasion of a primitive planet. Instead, news came from the control room that the three generals were struggling. Then, the powerful Lord Geriyugenshoup went silent after a brief skirmish. Even the legendary leader, Lord Boros, was engaged in a hard fight. After that, the ship shook violently, and a bunch of inexplicable energy waves flooded through. If he hadn't been ostracized and lived in a remote part of the ship, he would have been turned into ash long ago. And now, the ship had crashed, they were all captured, and there was no sign of the three generals or Lord Boros. This obviously means we lost. Thinking of this, the Patrick alien cried even harder, knowing he probably wouldn't escape death. Just then, crisp footsteps approached. The Patrick alien and the other soldiers looked up simultaneously. Before them stood a slender man with long blue hair draping casually over his shoulders. His yellow eyes and enchantingly handsome face left a deep impression. Hey! Before the aliens could react, veins popped out on the blue-haired man's face. Undisguised disgust appeared on his handsome features. Truly a group of filthy monsters. How ugly. You have no value living in this world. With a roar, Sweet Mask raised his hand. His palm turned into a blade, slicing through the void with sharp precision. In an instant, he chopped the group of alien soldiers in front of him into a mist of blood. Sweet Mask, what are you doing? These are important hostages. We need them to interrogate for information about the aliens. Are you on the monsters' side? Why are you covering up for them? Did you kill them to destroy evidence? Facing the accusations of the heroes, Sweet Mask snorted coldly, his tone dripping with disdain. Monsters deserve to die, especially ugly ones. You question my motives for killing them. I question your motives for wanting to save them. The argument intensified, almost escalating into a physical fight. Sweet Mask was simply too arrogant and didn't put the other heroes in his eyes at all. Just as Sweet Mask's veins bulged further, ready to strike, a sudden, rhythmic booming sound echoed in everyone's ears. Doom. 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 Doom doom. That sound is familiar. It's the King engine. Mr. King is back. Hearing this, everyone stopped arguing instantly. King's reputation was simply too immense. Especially after his battle with Boros, everyone had witnessed the true power of the strongest man on Earth and felt the gap between themselves and the pinnacle of strength. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 97, Chapter 98. Was I exposed? 969 words. Chapter 98. Was I exposed? King walked slowly toward the group, hearing the argument between the heroes and Sweet Mask. Seeing the tall, golden-haired figure approach, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. We're done for. We were making such a ruckus. Mr. King just finished an intense battle, and he hears us arguing here. He must be angry. Of course Mr. King is angry. Didn't you hear the King engine in your ears? That sound only appears when Mr. King enters combat mode. He's obviously very displeased with our quarreling. Sweet Mask was equally intimidated. As A-Class Rank 1, who actually possessed strength in the upper tier of S-Class, just hearing the legendary King engine made his body stiffen in the presence of the strongest man on Earth. Is this King? Although Sweet Mask had often heard of King's legendary achievements and genuinely believed him to be a qualified hero, he had never experienced his power firsthand. Until now. Sweet Mask realized that even though he had tried to overestimate the strongest man on Earth, he had still underestimated him. Seeing King, that soul-shaking aura and terrifying pressure made every cell in Sweet Mask's body scream. His monster form almost broke through his human disguise. That's right. The A-Class Rank 1 idol hero, the world's superstar Sweet Mask, was actually a monster in disguise and a very ugly one at that. Years ago, Sweet Mask was saved by Blast. Under Blast's guidance, he had been performing heroic deeds ever since. When the Hero Association was established, he joined without hesitation. 4 years, Sweet Mask stayed at A-Class Rank 1 not because he lacked S-Class strength, but because he voluntarily chose to gatekeep the S-Class. Only by doing so could he filter out the weak, preventing unworthy heroes from reaching S-Class and dying on missions beyond their capabilities. In Sweet Mask's view, to be a righteous hero, to uphold justice, one must kill monsters without hesitation. All monsters were evil. Just then, King swept his gaze over everyone. The weakness side effect of the Gate of Death surged through his body. He felt exhausted, as empty as if he had just fired off dozens of times. Getting sleepy. Of course, even in his weakened state, King could still one-shot most dragon-level monsters. After all, I'm just weakened, not powerless. Speaking of which, Sweet Mask really is stubborn. Looking at the fragments of alien corpses on the ground, King sighed wearily and spoke. Sweet Mask, why did you choose to kill these alien soldiers immediately? There was still important intelligence we hadn't extracted. Hearing even the strongest man on Earth question his decision, Sweet Mask felt like he had been struck by lightning. His face twisted instantly. The justice in his heart compelled him to speak. Even though his monster body was suppressed by King's aura, he forced himself to say, "King, you disappoint me. I thought you would be a sensible person, but even you think like this. Shouldn't monsters be killed? All monsters are twisted and evil. They stain the word justice. They all deserve to die. Monsters have no value in living." Sweet Mask expounded on his version of justice, killing all monsters in the world. Only such a person could be called a hero. Hearing this, King suddenly had a good response. He raised an eyebrow. His domineering face and the roaring King engine constantly stimulated Sweet Mask's nerves as his deep voice rang out. "You mean to say, in your eyes, as long as someone is a monster, they should be killed, correct?" The pressure on Sweet Mask intensified. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead, but he gritted his teeth. "That's right. That's what I believe. All monsters should die. Their so-called docility is just a disguise. The nature of monsters is evil." The corner of King's mouth curled up. With just one sentence, he silenced all of Sweet Mask's arguments. "In that case, if there was a monster who became a hero and pursued their own justice, should I choose to kill them immediately?" This sentence exploded in Sweet Mask's heart like a thunderclap. His handsome, enchanting face turned pale instantly. He subconsciously took 2 steps back, panic reaching its peak. What does King mean by that? Did he see through me? In Sweet Mask's ears, a monster who became a hero and pursuing their own justice, isn't that talking about Emmy? In this moment, immense fear overwhelmed Sweet Mask's mind. In his eyes, King's gaze seemed to have pierced through his beautiful human skin, seeing his ugly essence underneath. He couldn't imagine the catastrophic consequences if King, the strongest man on Earth, revealed this secret. First, as a national idol with the strength of the strongest, the public would believe almost anything King said. Sweet Mask's image would collapse instantly. He would go from a beloved hero to a pariah everyone wanted to beat. Most importantly, if he lost his identity as a hero, he would only be able to live as a monster. "No. I can't let that happen." Sweet Mask's breathing became rapid, his eyes staring fixedly at King. Finally, he lowered his head. The proud idol hero chose to compromise, his tone sincere. "I apologize, Mr. King. I was obsessed. Perhaps the justice I pursue is too extreme. I will reflect on it." Seeing Sweet Mask panicking, King waved his hand, losing interest in teasing him further. He turned to leave. "Go back and think carefully. Is the extreme justice you pursue truly correct? And is it truly compatible with yourself? 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 98, Chapter 99, Only This Way. 1004 words. Chapter 99, Only This Way. Watching King's retreating figure, the A-class and B-class heroes looked at each other. As expected of Mr. King. Everything he says is so philosophical. We shouldn't fail his expectations. Let's hurry up with the search. There must be some surviving aliens hiding in the ship. Exactly. Mr. King earnestly educated us. If we start arguing pointlessly again like before, we'll just disappoint him. With a few words, the heroes remobilized, rushing into the spaceship to continue searching for surviving alien soldiers. As for Sweet Mask, he stood frozen on the spot as if struck by lightning, his eyes vacant. He stared blankly at King's receding back, that calm sentence echoing endlessly in his mind. Am I really wrong? Has the justice I pursue become twisted? Sweet Mask fell into self-doubt. He had always taken killing monsters as his duty, believing all monsters were evil and deserved to die. But he had gradually forgotten that his true form was also a monster. This fact alone proved his previous viewpoint wrong. Thinking of this, Sweet Mask suddenly felt nauseous. He thought of his monster body, then of the principles he had upheld for so many years. Slowly, he raised his hand. His sharp handblade moved toward his own neck, his eyes filling with fanaticism. If I want to prove my view is correct, then this is the only way. Sweet Mask's breathing quickened. He began to gather strength in his handblade, pressing it closer to his neck until a trickle of blood seeped from his skin. He was naturally a paranoid existence. Or rather, the monster group as a whole possessed a certain degree of paranoia and distortion. The justice he had upheld for so many years was easily negated by the strongest man on Earth, with reasoning even he found irrefutable. But Sweet Mask was unwilling to accept it. He wanted to prove the justice he upheld was right. All monsters must be killed. All monsters were evil. All monsters deserved to die. Since I am also a monster, then I should die too. Just as Sweet Mask prepared to strike, an aged hand grabbed his arm. A helpless sigh reached his ears. Really now? Young people these days are so impatient. Seeking life or death over such small matters. It's much better to be content and happy like this old man. Stopped suddenly, Sweet Mask looked at the newcomer, surprise flashing in his eyes. Silver Fang. What are you doing here? Bang looked at Sweet Mask, whose eyes still held traces of fanaticism, and frowned slightly. This guy seems to have some inner demons. Inner demons were simply hurdles in the heart one couldn't overcome. Bang, resting nearby, had heard every word King said. He understood that King's teachings had conflicted heavily with Sweet Mask's own philosophy, but Sweet Mask had been forced to admit King was right, causing a code error in his brain. Just as Bang was about to speak, Saitama, who had been gazing at the sky nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and walked over. Hearing footsteps, Sweet Mask turned his head confusedly. Seeing a shiny bald head gleaming in the sunlight, his confusion deepened. One Punch Man? When did you get here? What do you want? Saitama's mouth was stuffed with snacks provided by the Hero Association as consolation. He swallowed twice before speaking slowly. I saw you trying to kill yourself just now. Why? Don't you want to live anymore? The bald demon's simple question was the final blade that pierced Sweet Mask's heart. His face suddenly twisted. He grabbed his own blue hair tightly, his eyes becoming bloodshot. What choice do I have? I want to kill all monsters, but even King thinks my idea is wrong, and his reasons are undeniable. In that case, the value of my existence in this world is negated. Only by ending my own life can I prove I am right. I must uphold my own philosophy. Facing Sweet Mask's shout, Saitama just grabbed another handful of chips, chewed twice, and patted his shoulder. He spoke somewhat unclearly with his mouth full. If that's the case, why not just prove your own value? Prove that even without that so-called philosophy, your existence has value to this world. Why end your life to prove a point? This statement silenced Sweet Mask instantly. The words seemed stuck in his throat, he couldn't say a thing. Saitama patted Sweet Mask's shoulder again, accidentally wiping some chip dust onto his clothes, and smiled as he turned to leave, leaving one sentence floating in the air. I'm not a psychiatrist. You have to figure these things out yourself. Bye. Bang wanted to add something, but after thinking about it, Saitama had said enough. So he patted Sweet Mask's other shoulder, the one without chip dust, and turned to leave as well. Sweet Mask stood frozen on the spot, his worldview seemingly impacted in a different way. Prove my own value. Even without blindly killing monsters, do I have value as a hero? He stood there silently for a long time, speechless, but his inner world was churning like a stormy sea, thoughts tumbling over one another. 10 minutes passed, and Sweet Mask remained AFK, the impact on his philosophy forcing him to rethink everything. Seeing this, other heroes clicked their tongues in annoyance. Is this guy going to work or not? Yeah, acting like some great philosopher, cosplaying a silent statue here. Who does he think he is? Forget it, let him be. If he gets angry and punches us, we can't beat him. He is the A-class rank 1, after all. TCH. Let him try hitting us while we're doing search operations. Unless he's a monster, he wouldn't be that undisciplined. A-class rank 1 or not. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 99, Chapter 100, Undying and Imperishable. 919 words. Chapter 100, Undying and Imperishable. Welcome home. With the greeting of the AI smart home system, King returned to his doghouse, one of the few places where he could completely relax. After confirming that Genos hadn't followed him, King finally breathed a sigh of relief. Great. That guy didn't follow me. Finally, some personal space. King flopped onto his soft, large bed, spreading his limbs in a shape without a care for his image. Hiss, it really hurts. Feeling the tearing pain all over his body, King grimaced. In fact, he wasn't some saint who felt no pain. Regeneration after injury was often accompanied by excruciating pain. Especially after opening the gate of death, every muscle in his body constantly transmitted sensations of tearing and agony. To avoid being affected by pain during battle, King would use his vitality to compress his pain nerves, temporarily disabling his sense of pain. But this trick couldn't be used for long. He could compress them for at most half an hour at a time. Any longer would affect his nervous system. From the start of his battle with Boros until he returned home, more than 20 minutes had passed, so he released the suppression on his pain nerves. F***CK. It hurts like hell. Every muscle in his body writhed. Countless muscle fibers tore and rebuilt, becoming tougher with each cycle of destruction. He could feel a stronger power surging from his cells, constantly filling his robust body. That's right. King had broken another layer of his limiter. Breaking a limiter was something that happened either 0 times or countless times. Either you never broke it until you died, or once you broke it, subsequent growth became easier. The nature of his battle with Boros was different from his spar with Saitama. Breaking the limiter during the spar with the bald demon was purely because King got blown up too many times. Hovering on the edge of death with every explosion allowed him to break the genetic shackles. But in this battle with Boros, King gradually comprehended his own power. Through the combat, he fused with his body's potential, naturally breaking the second limiter. Lying on the bed, staring at the white ceiling, the tearing pain couldn't affect King's thoughts. Although the original story didn't describe it in detail, the reason Saitama became so powerful was likely that he broke a massive number of limiters through constant fighting. When Saitama still had hair, he was just an ordinary person. But through life-and-death battles and relentless effort, he broke layer after layer of limiters, eventually becoming the invincible bald demon. After all, just doing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10 kilometers run every day would at most give you a healthy body, not godlike power. Right. Didn't the system send some notification when I killed Boros? With a thought, the translucent blue data panel appeared before him. He found the system notification history and clicked on the message from 20 minutes ago. Ding. Congratulations host for successfully slaying the universe dominator, Boros. Reward, stat points x 5000. Ding. Congratulations host for the first kill of a dragon above level entity. Reward, random passive skill x2, stat points x 2000. Ahem. Seeing these two rewards, King's eyes widened. So generous. As expected of the EXP baby Boros. Compared to the 7000 stat points, the two new passive skills were what King valued most. He subconsciously moved to open his status panel, but his hand stopped mid-air just before touching the blue interface. System, add 4000 points to strength and 3000 points to spirit. Are you kidding? I have to add the free attribute points first, then open the status panel. That's the only way to feel the rush. Name, Chen Xiao, King. Gender, male. Abilities, King Engine, Extreme Regeneration, Precision Control, Energy Mastery, Soul Indestructibility, Adaptive Nature. Strength, 22,500. Speed, 17,000. Stamina, 15,000. Defense, 13,000. Spirit, 7,000. Note, the threshold for dragon level is 1,000 in all stats. Looking at his pleasing stats, King nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. I'm looking more and more like a stat monster. His gaze fell on the skill bar, looking at the two new skills, Soul Indestructibility, and Adaptive Nature. The detailed descriptions surfaced in his mind. Soul Indestructibility, when the host's physical body is obliterated, the soul will wrap around the consciousness and detach from the flesh. Can be combined with Extreme Regeneration, to reconstruct the physical body while in a soul state. Seeing this description, King bolted upright from the bed, his eyes filled with shock. This passive skill surprised him immensely. Holy crap! Does this mean I basically have true immortality now? Previously, King's body was indestructible as long as he had stamina to regenerate, but his weakness was his consciousness. If King were killed instantly without time to regenerate, he would truly die. For example, if the bald demon Saitama hit him with a serious punch, he would likely be dead for good. But now, it was different. Even if his body was beaten into a mist of blood, King could reconstruct his body through his consciousness wrapped in his soul. The first skill gave him such a huge surprise. What about the second one? With excitement, King looked at the description of the second skill. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 100, Chapter 101, The Damn Puri. 1049 words. Chapter 101, The Damn Puri Prisoner. Adaptive nature. Your body will adapt to all extreme environments, including but not limited to super high temperatures, super low temperatures, oxygen-free environments, pure oxygen environments, and highly toxic environments. You will also develop adaptability to any form of attack. Holy SHT *. King read the skill description again and couldn't help but blurt out a curse. This meant he could fight in all kinds of extreme conditions, even traverse the stars effortlessly. Why be the strongest man on Earth anymore? He should just upgrade to strongest man in space. But most importantly, the key to adaptive nature wasn't just environmental adaptation, it was the adaptability to any form of attack. This meant whether it was mental attacks, physical attacks, or magical attacks, as long as King wasn't killed instantly, he would gradually adapt to them. Looking at his two new passive skills, King grinned so wide his mouth almost crooked. These two skills massively boosted his survivability, practically making him unkillable. Unless something unexpected happened, there was likely no one left in the One Punch Man world who could kill him. Not even the bald demon Saitama. Of course, excluding the unknown god, since the original story never revealed the full extent of God's abilities. Nice. Maxed out this time. Thanks to the big EXP pack, Boros. This praise was sincere. If Boros hadn't willingly sacrificed himself, where would King have gotten such awesome rewards? As expected of the universe dominator, the loot drop after death was incredibly generous. Feeling the majestic power flowing through his body, King's hands itched for a fight. Time to find the bald demon and have a proper brawl. King sat up abruptly but immediately lay back down due to the tearing pain in his muscles, returning to his pose, paralyzed on the bed. Forget it. I'll just lie here for a bit. Excited by the rewards, King had momentarily forgotten he was still in the weakened state after opening the gate of death. Just then, a brilliant idea flashed in his mind. Wait, I have a plan. Psychokinesis surged from his body. King floated into the air, enveloped in a faint green glow, carried by his mind. This way, his muscles didn't need to exert force, so he wouldn't feel the tearing pain. This pain only lasts 10 minutes anyway. I'll just rely on psychokinesis for these 10 minutes. With that thought, King manipulated his psychokinesis to lift the game controller in front of him, turn on the console, and press the buttons telekinetically. If an outsider saw this scene, their jaw would drop. In the eyes of a normal person, a tall blonde man was floating in the air like a zombie, with a game controller floating in front of him, buttons clicking furiously on their own. Just like that, King played the AAA masterpiece Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice for the first time using only his mind. After half an hour, even King, a master gamer, had veins popping out on his forehead. TCH. Why are there so many delayed attacks? And sometimes the hitboxes don't match the animations at all. I dodged perfectly backward, yet I still got hit. Wait, a scripted death. Where's the fun in that? Damn it. I tried to talk to the NPC, why did it auto-lock onto the pig in the pen next to him? Meanwhile, Saitama's home. With his shiny bald head, Saitama scratched his butt. Wearing casual home clothes, he lay lazily in front of the TV, watching the news leisurely. An open bag of tomato-flavored chips sat beside him. He chewed constantly, but his eyes were somewhat vacant. So boring. After resolving the alien invasion, the S-Class heroes returned to their respective cities to stand guard, and Saitama was no exception. Thanks to King's advance prophecy, Boros's arrival hadn't caused many casualties in City A. The only loss was the destruction of numerous high-rise buildings. But precisely because of this event, the Hero Association's social prestige skyrocketed. People trusted the association more than the government, and the popularity of S-Class heroes soared. Especially One Punch Man Saitama. When the 5 S-Class heroes fought Melzargard's 5 clones separately, only he had one shot at his opponent with a blank expression. Thus, Saitama's support in the public eye grew higher and higher. Some even said he was likely the strongest person after King. Because of this, more and more bald people appeared on the streets. Saitama's fans took pride in being bald, just like Tank Top Master's loyal fans loved wearing tank tops. Watching the news report recap the alien invasion, Saitama yawned sleepily. Really, they said aliens would destroy the Earth, but they didn't feel that strong. King beat their leader to death all by himself. What should I do next? Saitama rolled over, pondering his schedule. Go to the supermarket to buy premium beef for Hot Pot? Or go find King to play games? In the bald demon's cognition, only these two things could spark a little interest. Especially playing games with King. Although he got destroyed in various creative ways every time, it was during gaming that Saitama could truly feel his rich human emotions. However, the bald demon, currently activating his superintelligence, didn't realize that a crisis capable of making him lose his cool was quietly approaching. Outside the prison. Boom. With a loud explosion, the prison wall was sliced open by a sharp hand chop. Debris flew everywhere. A slender figure with flowing black hair and delicate features, hard to tell if male or female, leaped out of the hole and sprinted away without hesitation. His speed was extreme. To the naked eye of an ordinary person, he was just a blur. In minutes, he covered dozens of miles, turning into a black and white streak shuttling through the void. That's right. This was Sonic, who had successfully escaped from prison. In the howling wind, Sonic almost burst into tears. The humiliation and hatred in his heart exploded completely in this moment. I finally escaped. I will kill you all. Saitama. King. And the damn Puri Puri prisoner. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 101, Chapter 102, It was you, wasn't it, you bastard? 898 words. Chapter 102, It was you, wasn't it, you bastard? Recalling the unbearable time he spent in prison, Sonic's handsome face twisted further, and his teeth ground together audibly. Ever since Puri Puri prisoner had mistakenly identified him as a girl and given up on him, Sonic's life in prison had been paradise. He could train alone in the dimly lit cell, perfectly suiting his shadowy ninja style. He didn't even have to do manual labor, because Puri Puri prisoner believed that with so many big men around, making a frail girl work would lack manliness. Sonic had thought this prison life would continue for a while until he figured out the patrol patterns and escaped. But he never expected that a single sentence from a nobody would plunge his life from heaven into hell. To this day, that person's words echoed repeatedly in Sonic's soul. Boss, you said he only has one of the 3-piece set, so he counts as a girl. I think that's not quite right. Even if he lost 2 parts, he still has 1/3. According to your theory, boss, a piece of jade is more valuable the more it looks like glass. Conversely, if it really is glass, it loses all value. But think about it, boss. This guy retains 1/3 of the set. That means he isn't glass, he is jade that is infinitely close to glass. How can he be judged as glass? His value is off the charts. In other words, Puri Puri prisoner had thought Sonic became female after losing his 2 Dragon Balls. But in the minion's view, Sonic still had the gun, making him the purest trap, a perfect existence infinitely close to a girl but not one. Sonic didn't know what Puri Puri prisoner was thinking in that moment, but he noticed the prisoner's eyes shining like stars. From that day on, Sonic's happiness ended. Puri Puri prisoner came to find him every day for kisses, hugs, and lifts. Every time he was enveloped by that thick masculinity, Sonic's face twisted in agony. Especially when those stiff chest hairs pricked his face. It wasn't just physical pain, it was 1,000 holes pierced through his soul. Because his lower body injury hadn't healed, any large movement would pull the wound. Combined with being locked up daily, Sonic couldn't run. Thus, the proud, gloomy ninja was thoroughly arranged by the muscular boss every day. Granted, Puri Puri prisoner didn't do anything unforgivable to him, but just the daily cuddling was enough to shatter Sonic's mental defenses. Until today. Puri Puri prisoner seemed to be out for some hero activity. Sonic exerted all his strength to escape, even risking re-injury to his crotch to unleash his maximum speed. After days of rest, his wound had mostly healed. The fire of vengeance burned brighter than ever. Kill. I, Speedo Sound Sonic, will never forget the humiliation you brought me. People on the street only felt a gust of wind, they didn't even see what zipped past them. After easily vaulting over the warning fence, Sonic officially entered the City Z abandoned zone. It's worth noting that even after becoming an S-class hero with a massive salary, Saitama chose not to move out of the abandoned zone. 1. He was used to living there, and moving was a hassle. 2. Not paying for water and electricity was always a plus. Relying on his memory, Sonic stopped in front of a dilapidated apartment building. He sensed it. The aura of that dead Baldy was inside. Sonic changed back into his all-black ninja suit, tied his purple scarf around his neck, and let his messy black hair flow in the wind. With a sinister grin, he pulled out a dozen small black balls from behind his back. On the way here, he had stopped by his secret base and fully geared up, eager for revenge. Since I want revenge, I'll start by destroying your shelter. The smile on Sonic's face grew wilder. He raised his hand and threw the explosive shurikens. Tracing arcs through the air under his precise control, they instantly surrounded Saitama's apartment. Boom. 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 Deafening explosions rang out. A small mushroom cloud rose from the abandoned zone, accompanied by thick black smoke. Sonic retreated 100 meters away, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. He looked at the smoke and flames below with mockery in his eyes. Come on, Saitama. Let's see what you'll do. But in the very next instant, a violent wind pressure exploded from the center of the smoke, dispersing the fire and fumes instantly. Oi oi oi. What happened? Did the gas leak and explode? A voice filled with annoyance rang out. Saitama waved his hand in front of his nose, looking around in confusion. When he saw that his newly bought TV and his author-signed manga collection had been turned to ash, his face darkened rapidly. Suddenly, his gaze shot upward, locking eyes with Sonic standing on a high-rise building 100 meters away. Saitama sniffed the air, detecting the faint scent of gunpowder on Sonic's right hand. His face turned as dark as water. It was you, wasn't it, you bastard? 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 102, Chapter 103, NOOO. 994 words. Chapter 103, NOOO. Saitama had never been this angry. Since he lost his hair and became the strongest, he hadn't felt such overwhelming rage. Even when Bang repeatedly crushed him at rock paper scissors, or when King destroyed him in fighting games, his anger was mostly frustration at losing. But now, looking at the TV that had accompanied him for years, the signed manga volumes he had queued half a day for, the air conditioner he had just spent a fortune on, and the severed water pipes and electrical cables, Saitama snapped. In that moment, he saw a halo appear over his free water and electricity as they slowly ascended to heaven. Sonic, why did you blow up someone's house for no reason? Do you think this is funny? The bald demon rarely got Sonic's name right, but this time he did. Veins popped out on his smooth scalp, and his killing intent erupted without restraint. Sonic had achieved his goal of angering Saitama. The corner of his mouth curled up, his eyes filled with the thrill of revenge and the joy of successful provocation. Yes, hate me, and then enjoy my vengeance. Just as he was about to taunt Saitama further, his gaze met Saitama's eyes. In the next second, Sonic froze, feeling like he had been plunged into an ice cave. In his vision, the world turned blood-red. Endless, violent killing intent radiated from the enraged bald man before him. Every cell in Sonic's body screamed in terror. I'm going to die. Die. I definitely won't survive this. In the trained mind of a ninja, there was no thought of escape or killing the enemy, only the alarm of impending death remained. Slash. Sonic suddenly drew his sword and slashed his own leg. As pain flared and blood splattered from the wound on his thigh, he regained control of his body. Are you kidding me? How can this bald guy be this strong? Without hesitation, Sonic reached behind his back and pulled out a dozen sharp black shurikens from nowhere, throwing them at Saitama. Controlled by precise ninja force, the dozen shurikens flew in different trajectories, encircling Saitama. They sliced through the air with chilling trails, aiming for fatal spots: the back of the head, the crown of the skull, the neck, the heart. Having done this, Sonic didn't press the attack. Instead, he turned and ran without hesitation, vanishing into a blur. My body hasn't fully recovered yet. We'll fight another day. Don't think I'm afraid of you. He had no choice. He was truly terrified by the horrific killing intent Saitama had just released. Every part of his body told him that if he attacked, he would die. Thus, Sonic blamed his cowardice on his unhealed injuries, believing that once he recovered, he could definitely beat Saitama. Yes. That must be it. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out behind him. Sonic instinctively turned his head, only to see a shiny bald head rapidly approaching him. Enraged, Saitama had no patience for ninja games. He slapped all the shurikens away with one hand. His terrifying physical strength made him infinitely faster than Sonic. He closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Crap. Sonic never expected his proud speed to be crushed by a seemingly ordinary bald man. Realizing he couldn't outrun him, Sonic decisively drew his sword. The blade glinted sharply in the sunlight as he slashed at Saitama with extreme speed. Tchem! Sensing the wind pressure at his neck, Saitama simply turned his head, opened his mouth, and bit down on the blade. Crack! The sound of shattering rang out. But it wasn't Saitama's teeth that broke, it was Sonic's tempered steel sword. Amidst the flying shards of metal, Sonic felt a chill run down his spine for the first time. Unprecedented terror flooded his heart. Is this guy really human? Before the thought could fully form, a strong hand grabbed him by the collar. A demonic voice reached his ears. Caught you. Compensate me for all the damage here, you bastard. You public property destroyer. Before Sonic could react, a heavy punch landed on his face. His eyes rolled back, and he almost lost consciousness on the spot. However, the bald demon's control over his strength was absolute. Even possessing the power to destroy the world with one punch, he could effortlessly beat up someone infinitely weaker than himself without killing them. Sonic was drowned in a storm of red fist shadows, beaten black and blue. Seeing Sonic's miserable state, Saitama stopped his punch mid-air. He sighed helplessly and released Sonic's collar. Sigh, forget it. Let's talk about compensation. You blew up my house, so how much do you want to pay? Before Saitama could finish, Sonic used the moment of release to distance himself rapidly. He picked up the broken half of his sword. With a black blur cutting through the void, Sonic appeared directly above Saitama. Blade pointing down, he let gravity take him, aiming to plunge the broken sword straight into Saitama's forehead. Thinking of the humiliations he suffered in prison, the hellish nightmare he lived every day, all caused by this bald man and that king. Die, Saitama. I will kill you. Shadow blade slash. Just then, Saitama looked up. He took 2 steps back and raised his fist, holding it steady in midair. Sonic's pupils constricted sharply. Looking at his body's weak point and the position of the fist, alarm bells rang in his mind. No way, that landing spot isn't right. Are you kidding me? In his horrified, wide-eyed stare, the spot between his legs drew closer and closer to that fist. No. No 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 no. No. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 103, Chapter 104, IT definitely is. 976 words. Chapter 104, IT definitely is. Legend has it that long ago, there was a pillar that stood tall between heaven and earth, flanked by 2 equally massive boulders. Until one day, a man with no hair appeared. With a casual punch, he cracked the massive boulders. After the bald man, a blonde man appeared. His attack completely shattered the towering boulders. Thus, the pillar stood alone, unsupported. Then, The bald man who first damaged the boulders returned. With another punch, the pillar standing between heaven and earth finally couldn't hold on anymore and snapped. Ah! The moment the fist made contact, Sonic's face turned blue instantly. A wretched scream echoed through the clouds. She rolled on the ground in agony, her body convulsing violently, her eyes filled with dense bloodshot veins. Again. Why do you keep hitting there? Can't you hit somewhere else, you bastards? Sonic's heart was filled with unparalleled rage. Waves of excruciating pain washed over her, making it nearly impossible to control her body. Seeing Sonic screaming in agony, Saitama seemed to realize he might have gone a little overboard. He extended a hand awkwardly. Do you want me to call an ambulance? We can discuss compensation later. What do you think? However, in this state, Sonic couldn't hear a word. Her mind was a kaleidoscope of tumultuous emotions. The humiliation and torture of being sent to prison, the unwillingness of failing revenge, the intense pain of being struck in the mysterious area, all these emotions assaulted Sonic's psyche. If it were an ordinary person with weak will, they would have mutated into a monster in the next second, only to be punched into fragments by the bald demon. But Sonic was no ordinary person. As the sole survivor of the 44th graduation class, his mental fortitude was far beyond average. A second before his mind showed signs of distortion, Sonic's brain triggered a self-defense mechanism. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out. The piercing screams stopped abruptly. Saitama felt a bit unaccustomed to the sudden silence. He crouched down, looking at the unconscious Sonic, scratching his head. Hey, really passed out? By the way, this guy's face looks so familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Maybe on TV? Just as Saitama pondered while staring at Sonic's face, his S-Class exclusive phone rang. A ninja suspected of possessing S-Class combat power has escaped from prison. According to satellite tracking, the target has fled into City Z. S-Class heroes currently in City Z are requested to provide support immediately. The following is the appearance and identity information of the ninja. After seeing the wanted notice, Saitama looked at the phone screen, then at the unconscious Sonic. Surprise flashed in his eyes. So you escaped from prison. In that case, I'll just send you back. Saitama picked Sonic up by the scruff of the neck. The ninja, known for his speed, was now limp as a dead fish, letting Saitama carry him like a chick. After seeing the bounty amount on the wanted notice, a rare smile appeared on Saitama's face. Most of his annoyance dissipated. Not bad. Your bounty is pretty high. I guess you don't need to pay compensation yourself. The Hero Association will pay it for you. The ground beneath his feet exploded. Saitama's immense physical strength erupted, launching him into the sky. Carrying Sonic, he turned into a yellow streak of light, speeding toward the Hero Association. When he returned, he saw a tall, blond man standing at the entrance of his home, or rather, the entrance of the ruins. Yo, King. What are you doing here? Came to play games? Unfortunately, the console got blown up too. It was King. He had been lounging at home when he received the alert on his S-Class phone. He immediately realized that Sonic, whom he had thrown into prison, had escaped and hadn't come for him. So King deduced that Sonic would only have two targets, either him or Saitama. When he arrived at the scene, he saw only a mess. Saitama and Sonic were gone. Saitama squatted in front of the pile of ash that used to be his bookshelf of signed manga. He hugged his knees to his chest and buried his head in his arms. Yes, even the usually optimistic bald demon was a bit depressed right now. Those signed manga volumes were obtained after queuing for hours at signing events, going back multiple times. And now they were reduced to ash. Even Saitama felt a faint sorrow. Sharp-eyed King noticed the residual bloodstains on the ground and roughly understood what had happened. Sonic, eager for revenge, blew up the bald demon's house, got beaten up, and was probably thrown back into prison by now. It hurts. My whole body hurts. What happened? This was Sonic's first thought upon opening her eyes. She felt like she had been beaten up in her sleep, everything ached. Then, a magnetic voice rang in her ears. Gentle and soft, yet it sent chills down Sonic's spine. You're awake. You are now a qualified girl. What the hell? Hearing this, Sonic felt like she had been struck by lightning. She reached down in terror to check. But in the next moment, a reality absurd enough to shatter her worldview lay before her eyes. Gone. It's gone. The mysterious part she had touched for decades had vanished from her perception. She couldn't feel it at all. Are you kidding me? It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. I'm just delirious from severe injuries. That has to be it. It definitely is. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 104, Chapter 105, determined by various factors. 1040 words. Chapter 105, determined by various factors. Although Sonic wasn't overly sensitive about whether he was male or female, believing that any gender could be a good ninja, he had been a boy for many years. He and his little brother had known each other since birth. To receive the sudden news that his brother was dead. Screams of terror filled the cell. Sonic had never felt such humiliation. His eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins. Where is my brother? I can't feel his presence anymore. No. What broke Sonic was this: if he had simply transformed from male to female, he could barely accept it. The problem was, Sonic had not only lost his male dignity but also lacked female characteristics. He was now a freak, neither man nor woman. Seeing his beloved little darling in such pain, a flicker of heartache crossed Puri prisoner's tender eyes. He strode forward. By the time the grieving Sonic realized what was happening, it was too late. A thick wave of masculine scent hit him in the face. In an instant, Sonic felt like his face was being pricked by countless steel needles. Intense crushing pressure came from all sides, and the stiff chest hair stabbing his face almost suffocated him. Puri prisoner spoke, his tone filled with heartache and pity. It's okay, darling. Although your current form is no longer my preferred type, I will still love you. I won't let you feel cold. After all, my love for every little darling is deep. Hearing these words, Sonic, already suffocating from the passionate hug, nearly passed out from rage. Who the hell wants your love? You damn muscle bro. Let go of me. Why must I suffer this ultimate humiliation? But these words could only remain in his mind. Sonic's mouth was blocked, and his entire face was buried in powerful pectoral muscles. He couldn't breathe. This passionate hug lasted for over 2 minutes. During this time, Puri prisoner constantly expounded on his philosophy of love, ceaselessly expressing his deep affection for his little darlings. Finally finished. Now you know how passionate my love for you is, darling. Hey, darling, what's wrong? Puri prisoner released his arms, looking panicked at Sonic, whose eyes had rolled back and was foaming at the mouth. Oh no. I was so moved that I forgot you couldn't breathe in my angel hug. I must make up for my mistake. Puri prisoner carefully laid the unconscious Sonic on the cold, damp prison floor. Then, he leaned down, his chiseled muscles jumping with his movements. More tilde. Puri prisoner puckered his thick, sexy red lips. His stubbly chin moved closer and closer to Sonic's fair, delicate face. Yes, his remedy was to use a love-filled CPR to wake up his unconscious darling. Just as their lips were about to touch, Sonic frowned as if sensing danger and opened his eyes in confusion. The moment he opened them, a giant pair of sexy red lips filled his entire field of vision. Don't come near me. Just regaining consciousness, Sonic's mental state collapsed again. In this moment, Sonic loathed not only the muscle-gay Puri prisoner in front of him but also the bald demon Saitama and King. The former brought him unprecedented humiliation, and the latter too were guilty of the heinous crime of confiscating his male qualification certificate. FCK**. Watching Puri prisoner leaning closer, despair filled Sonic's eyes. The painful memories of the past few days resurfaced. Gah! Don't come near me, you damn gay. Oh flirting by playing hard to get. You really understand me as expected of my little darling 3 days later. City Z remained bustling and lively. Even though this was one of the cities with the highest frequency of monster appearances, people didn't feel much fear. Only because 2 extremely popular S-class heroes were stationed in this city. In the eyes of the public, no matter how powerful a monster descended upon this city, it would be easily resolved by these 2. S-class rank 5, the man known as the strongest on Earth, King. He possessed countless legendary achievements and was hailed as the hidden S-Class Rank 1. S-Class Rank 10, One Punch Man. The fastest promoted S-Class hero since the association's founding. It was said he killed any enemy in one punch, and his iconic bald head was admired by countless fans. It is worth noting that after the recent Boros invasion, the Hero Association witnessed Saitama one-shotting Melzargard's clone and decided to promote him again. As for why King only moved up one rank, the reason was simple. The higher-ups of the Hero Association acknowledged that King had defeated the leader of the alien fleet during the invasion. His popularity was almost number one in the association, only slightly behind Sweet Mask, A-Class Rank 1, making him a national idol. However, the titles of the top 4 S-Class heroes weren't just symbols of strength, they represented certain interests and connections. S-Class Rank 1, Blast. His position was unshakable. Even most executives didn't know why a hero missing for 2 years was ranked first. S-Class Rank 2, Tatsumaki. She was the model worker since the association's founding, handling various powerful monster disasters daily. Her appearance rate among the public was the highest. Given her hard work and high kill count, her rank was well deserved. S-Class Rank 3, Bang. He was special. Not only because of his strength and excellent record, but also because he was a martial arts grandmaster renowned throughout the martial arts world. He alone represented the support of the martial arts community. S-Class Rank 4, Atomic Samurai. As the premier swordsman, his strength justified his rank, but he also represented the council of swordsmasters behind him. Therefore, in the eyes of the Hero Association executives, based solely on contribution and displayed strength, ranking King at 5th place was appropriate. After all, from the beginning, the Hero Association rankings weren't determined purely by strength, but by a combination of contribution, popularity, and various other factors. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 105, Chapter 106. Why do YOU get to be the Monster King? 870 words. Chapter 106. Why do YOU get to be the Monster King? King and Saitama didn't care about the ranking changes. At this moment, all their attention was focused on the game console in front of them. King maintained his one-handed operation, resting 4 fingers and using only his index finger to furiously tap the controller. His other hand casually picked up a cola or some chips. He looked relaxed and breezy, as if he wasn't playing an intense fighting game. On the other hand, Saitama was going all out. His eyes were glued to the screen, gripping the controller tightly, afraid to miss a single detail. Left punch high damage. Right punch high damage. Up, up, down, down, left, right, B, A. You didn't expect this, King. I found this secret combo online. Watch me one-shot you. On screen, Saitama's character executed a rhythmic sequence of inputs, launching a flaming shoryuken at the lowly character King controlled. This attack was ferocious. If it hit, King's lowly character would lose all her health instantly, losing the match. However, facing this sure-kill strike, King didn't dodge backward as Saitama expected. Instead, he stood still. Ho-ho. Finally giving up. Watching the flaming uppercut approach, Saitama couldn't help but smile. The joy of victory flashed in his eyes. Could it be? After hundreds of losses, am I finally going to win one? Am I finally going to beat King? But in the very next second, the moment the two characters collided, King's index finger turned into a blur, tapping the controller surface at lightning speed, inputting over a dozen different commands in an instant. This burst of inputs was fluid and practiced, as if his body had rehearsed it countless times. King even reached for his cola with his other hand while executing the combo, completely casual. In the next second, King's lowly assumed a parry stance. Her ultimate move meter drained instantly, forming a shield of light around her body. A miraculous thing happened. The flaming shoryuken unleashed by Saitama's character hit the shield and was reflected back, emptying Saitama's own health bar instantly. Damn it. Why did I lose again? I don't believe it. Again. Saitama roared in anguish. His smooth egghead flushed red with anger as he restarted the match, looking unconvinced. King glanced at the agitated Saitama, smirking. He spread his hands. How about this, Saitama? I'll let you hit me freely until I have 1 HP left. Then I'll fight back using only 1 finger. What do you think? Saitama. The bald demon, who claimed to have lost his emotions, felt humiliation spreading through his mind for the first time. Let me beat you to 1 HP, and then you one-shot me with a single finger. Are you kidding me? Fine. Don't say I bullied you. You're definitely losing this time, King. Watching Saitama operate furiously, King sipped his cola, feeling a bit helpless. Since the bald demon's house had been blown up by a certain ninja who lost his male qualification certificate, he had nowhere to stay for a while. The Hero Association had promised to rebuild Saitama's house for free and reconnect the water and electricity lines. This was good news for Saitama. He was used to living there and didn't want to move casually. Besides, what Saitama cherished most was always the free water and electricity. Gino stood behind them, watching the relaxed King and the serious Saitama. His pen scribbled furiously in his notebook. Facing Mr. Saitama's 358th challenge, King Sensei's relaxed demeanor proves that this is a crucial part of the game between strong minds. Only by firmly believing one is invincible, confirming one can handle all difficulties, and maintaining composure no matter how dire the conditions, can one achieve the mindset of a true powerhouse. Meanwhile, deep underground beneath City Z, dark currents surged. Countless neat tunnels extended deep underground, eventually converging into a massive cavern. In the cavern, hundreds of powerful monsters sat in their respective seats, looking toward the central platform. On the platform stood a fat, pink, one-eyed monster, 4 to 5 meters tall, delivering a speech. I'm sure you all saw the earth-shattering battle between King, the strongest man on Earth, and the alien leader. His strength far exceeds our imagination, a power beyond human comprehension. But Gyoro paused, pointing all dozens of its small arms toward the colossal monster on its right. As long as we have our monster King Orokai, whether it is King, the Tornado of Terror, or the recently famous One Punch Man, they will all bow down. Beside Gyoro, the hideous monster King Orokai stood by the platform. Dozens of snake-like tentacles writhed on his body, and his tyrannical, cold eyes scanned all the monsters present. Feeling Orochi's powerful strength, the vast majority of the monsters lowered their heads deeply in submission. Just then, a discordant voice drifted into everyone's ears. Oi oi oi! Why do you get to be the Monster King? 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 106, Chapter 107, Saves Me the Trouble. 1009 words. Chapter 107, Saves Me the Trouble. As those words echoed, the entire cavern fell silent. Gyoro, who had been giving a passionate speech with his right hand raised at a 45-degree angle, stopped talking. His large single eye narrowed. Oh! Who has an objection? Does someone disapprove of Lord Orokai holding the position of Monster King? I do. The arrogant voice rang out again. This time, the monsters clearly heard that it came from the elevated seating area reserved for the dragon-level executives. In his seat, a small, black, simply drawn humanoid figure stared disdainfully at Orokai. I joined this so-called Monster Association solely to team up and eliminate the Hero Association, not to have some Monster King inexplicably placed above my head. I don't accept this guy. This small black monster was none other than the dragon-level executive, Black Sperm. Beside Black Sperm, other dragon-level monsters with equally powerful auras sat in their seats, looking down at Gyoro and Monster King Orokai. A massive monster, over 10 meters tall with a muscular build, covered in black skin and possessing dozens of scarlet eyes on his head, sat upright in his seat. Dragon-level executive, Guketsu. To Black Sperm's right, a slender, yellow cat-like monster yawned lazily. His body seemed almost liquid, and his sharp claws glinted with cold light. Dragon-level executive, Yin. Chem. What is it? What are you looking at? Are you mocking my face? A furious roar erupted. Everyone looked over to see a grotesque, giant human with sparse hair standing up in the executive seating, his clothes almost bursting from his bulging muscles. Dragon-level executive, Fura ugly. How boring. Just a bunch of ants bowing before God, engaging in pointless squabbles all day. Beside Führer Ugly, a disheveled-looking ordinary human leaned lazily back in his chair. He had stubble on his chin, messy hair, and a tattered cape. But no monster present dared to underestimate him. This man possessed terrifying destructive power, capable of destroying a city with a wave of his hand. Dragon-level executive, homeless emperor. Gurgle gurgle. Incomprehensible noises reached the monster's ears. A creature resembling a giant dumpling with short limbs, no facial features, and only a massive mouth, rolled around occasionally in his executive seat. Dragon-level executive, gums. Although these 6 dragon-level executives were all doing different things, their pressure was simultaneously directed at the colossal entity in the center of the arena, Monster King Orokai. Clearly, none of the dragon-level executives wanted a Monster King suddenly placed above them. As for why only 6 executives were present, the reason was simple. Elder Centipede was just too damn big. Even if the Monster Association expanded several times over, it probably couldn't fit his entire body, so he naturally couldn't attend the meeting. Overgrown Rover, though powerful, was disobedient and refused to sit still, so Gyoro let him run wild in his territory. As for evil natural water, that thing had no brain, so calling it to a meeting was pointless. Gyoro scanned the 6 executives' radiating pressure, thinking, this is bad. Troublesome. I knew these unruly monsters wouldn't accept Monster King Orokai so easily, but I didn't expect such strong rejection. The main mission now wasn't infighting, but resolving external conflicts together. Thinking this, Gyoro spoke, his sinister, feminine voice echoing through the cavern. Since everyone has such strong opinions. After we destroy the Hero Association, anyone who wants to become the Monster King can challenge Lord Orokai. The winner takes the throne. His meaning was clear, I don't care if you want to be king, but finish the war first. Fight for the title afterwards. Black Sperm clearly understood the implied meaning. Although he snorted disdainfully, he sat back down. Seeing even the instigator Black Sperm sit down, the other executives didn't press the issue and retracted their killing intent. Seeing the budding civil war nipped in the bud, Gyoro breathed a sigh of relief and resumed his speech. Now then, we will deploy our powerful demon-level monsters to major cities. You may destroy wantonly, kill to your heart's content, and release your true nature. Do whatever you want. These words resonated deeply with the monsters. As beings with corrupted hearts, their nature was mostly violent and bloodthirsty, their inner darkness constantly expanding. But due to the Hero Association's existence, any monster causing chaos in the city was easily surrounded and killed by heroes. Now, Gyoro was giving them a chance to vent their stress and kill freely. Yes. I can't wait. I'm going to tear apart 10 humans today. No, 50. Humans, frail creatures daring to build cities that destroy nature. To protect the environment, I will destroy all cities. Ha 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 ha. I want to see if those heroes can catch up to my speed. Can their severed heads even see their own bodies? Kehehehe. Listening to the manic laughter of the demon-level monsters, a hint of helplessness flashed in Gyoro's eye. He knew his subordinates were repressed, but he didn't expect them to be this repressed. Just one opportunity to go out and kill made them ecstatic. But in the very next instant, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom, boom. The ceiling above began to tremble. Massive rocks fell, and cracks spread rapidly across the roof of the cavern, as if it were about to collapse. What's happening? Earthquake? Or are the heroes attacking? Are you kidding me? Gyoro and the dragon-level executives all looked up, staring at the crumbling ceiling with solemn shock. These powerful beings sensed a terrifying presence about to appear. Crash! With the shattering of the ceiling, a tall, golden-haired figure descended from the sky, floating steadily in mid-air. The King engine, exploding like thunder, resonated through the entire cavern. Everyone's here? That saves me the trouble. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segariz. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 107, Chapter 108, Far inferior to your master. 966 words. Chapter 108, Far inferior to your master. In an instant, a soul-shaking, massive pressure descended upon the entire arena. Every monster present felt terror strike their hearts, every cell in their bodies screaming danger signals. Some of the saner monsters recognized the tall, golden-haired figure before them. Trembling uncontrollably, they shouted out the name that was taboo among monsters. King. It's King, the strongest man on Earth. He came to us. No. I don't want to die. That sound like thunder in my ears. That must be the King engine. I haven't killed enough humans yet. Gyoro. Dragon-level executives. Monster King Orokai. Aren't you all powerful? Hurry up and kill King. King just floated in mid-air, having done nothing yet, but the monsters were already in disarray. Countless monsters below dragon level were running around like ants on a hot pan, some in despair, some in anger, some in panic, but none dared to attack. The dragon-level executives weren't as panicked as the cannon fodder, but their expressions were incredibly grave. As powerhouses, they could feel it more keenly, the terrifying power contained within this human. Just sensing it slightly, they felt as if they were about to be drowned by a violent ocean of vitality. Gyoro was completely dumbfounded. It stared incredulously at the figure that looked like a descending god, its mind filled with endless confusion. What is happening? Why did King find our location? When were we exposed? 20 minutes ago. King, in a great mood after crushing Saitama in video games with various fancy combos, went out to buy some snacks to treat himself. He hadn't walked far when his steps slowed. He looked across the street with a hint of confusion. He could sense that he had been locked onto by an extremely aggressive gaze. To King, this gaze felt like an old bachelor who had been thirsty for decades suddenly seeing a stunning beauty, barely restraining the urge to pounce. He turned his head and looked. Across the crowded street, a tall, muscular young man stood unmoving, his narrow, wolf-like eyes staring dead at King. The young man wore a tight black shirt that outlined his powerful muscles and white martial arts pants. His white hair looked like a mountain split in two, forming sharp peaks on either side. After seeing the young man's appearance, King paused for a moment before recalling his identity. Isn't this little brother Garou, the hero hunter? Currently, the Monster Association arc hadn't officially started, and Garou hadn't begun his hero hunt yet. King didn't expect to have such fate with this unkillable cockroach. And by the looks of it, Garou wanted to hunt him? On the other side, Garou looked at the tall man whose face was mostly hidden by a cap. The smile on his face grew more excited, and his muscles trembled with anticipation. Perfect. Even fate is favoring me. I was just about to start my hero hunt, and I run into the strongest man on Earth, King. This is fantastic. In Garou's eyes, if he could announce the start of his hero hunt by defeating the strongest man on Earth, how cool would that be? Thinking of this, Garou was almost impatient to strike. But just as he took a step, he frowned. There were too many people around. If he attacked rashly, even Garou wasn't 100% confident he could take down King quickly. After all, the man was S-Class rank 5. Noticing that King was also looking at him, Garou grinned arrogantly. He pointed toward a deserted construction site nearby, the meaning of his provocation self-evident. King had the same intention. Although he was confident he could take down Garou in one move, he didn't want to fight on a street with such heavy foot traffic. Accidental injury to civilians would be bad. 1 minute later, abandoned construction site. Garou and King stood facing each other. Facing the prestigious strongest man on Earth, the arrogant youth dared not be careless. He immediately raised his hands, assuming the opening stance of the powerful martial art he hadn't intended to use yet. Water stream rock smashing fist. Blue energy flowed through his palms. Garou's muscular body seemed to turn into flowing water. With a flash, he charged at King with extreme speed, leaving only one sentence drifting in the air. Come. S-Class rank 5, the so-called strongest man on Earth, King. Remember my name. I am Garou, the existence who will hunt all heroes. Facing the menacing Garou, King was too lazy to even waste a word. He simply raised his hand and slapped. Such a simple attack, who couldn't neutralize that? It seems the so-called strongest man on Earth is nothing special. Watching the incoming slap, the corner of Garou's mouth curled up in confidence. His water stream rock smashing fist, flickering with flowing energy, struck King's palm, intending to redirect the force and counterattack. But in the very next second, Garou heard the crisp sound of bones cracking. He looked at his hands in shock. At this moment, both of Garu's arms, the ones he used to execute the water stream rock smashing fist, had their bones snapped instantly in an attempt to block King's casual slap. Are you kidding me? Feeling the intense pain shooting through his brain, Garu was stupefied. Didn't I use the water stream rock smashing fist to block King's attack? Why are my arms the ones broken? Seeming to see Garu's confusion, a calm voice rang in his ears. Your water stream rock smashing fist is far inferior to your master's. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 108, Chapter 109, It Should End Now. 1014 words. Chapter 109, It Should End Now. These words were like sharp needles, piercing deep into Garu's heart. He could accept ridicule. After all, if he was truly too weak to beat an opponent, being mocked was normal. But what he could absolutely never accept was being compared to Bang. As Bang's former top disciple, Garu knew clearly that his water stream rock smashing fist was inferior to his master's. But so what? The reason Garu chose to flee the dojo was to pursue his path as a monster. He wanted to defeat all heroes to prove his absolute evil. And his master, Bang, was precisely the highly respected S-Class Rank 3 hero, Silver Fang. Admitting he was weaker than his master was tantamount to admitting he was weaker than a hero. Although the logic sounded childish, for Garu, who wanted to prove he was the strongest monster by defeating all heroes, it fit his mindset perfectly. Instantly, Garu's face twisted savagely. However, he didn't attack rashly. Instead, he retreated rapidly, putting dozens of meters between him and King. Staring at his broken arms, he gritted his teeth and snapped them violently. With the sickening crunch of bones, intense pain shot through his brain. Through sheer force of will, Garu realigned his broken bones. But they looked unstable, ready to snap again at any moment. Using special martial arts techniques, he barely managed to connect his severed bones. Although using the water stream rock smashing fist in this state would cause excruciating pain, Garu had no way out. He didn't believe he could successfully escape from King, the strongest man on earth. To create an opening to flee, his only option was a fight to the death. Garu controlled his breathing rhythmically, his chest expanding and contracting. His hands traced mysterious arcs in the air, blue energy flowing between his palms like soft water. Boom! The ground beneath him exploded. Garu's powerful leg muscles fired, launching him like a cannonball straight at King. Come on, let me see what the strongest man on earth will do against my attack. In an instant, countless possibilities flashed through Garu's mind. Will he dodge? Block with brute force? Or redirect the force? During his charge, the fierce wind slapped against his face. Garu's eyes were wide open, observing King's every move, trying to predict his next action. Seeing Garu charge, King could have slapped him into oblivion, but he chose not to. For an arrogant, conceited young genius like Garu, you had to crush his pride into dust in the field he excelled at most. In the next second, King moved. Here it comes. Garu stared intently at King, afraid to miss a single detail. Fighting the legendary strongest man on earth put him under even more pressure than he had imagined. But in the very next instant, when he saw King's movement clearly, Garu's pupils shrank to pinpoints, his eyes filled with disbelief. Are you kidding me? In front of him, King moved his hands in the void. Faint golden light swirled around his palms, radiating an aura that was both domineering and fluid like water. Garu, having studied for years, recognized the opening stance immediately. It was the water stream rock smashing fist he had practiced countless times. No, that's not right. Garu realized that although the stance and flow were similar to the water stream rock smashing fist, the power and aura contained within were different. What is going on? Is this guy also the old man's disciple? But it looks like he modified the water stream rock smashing fist. His mind filled with chaotic thoughts, Garu arrived right in front of King and threw a ferocious straight punch. It looked like a simple straight punch, but it contained the internal force of the water stream rock smashing fist. If King chose to block, it would trigger the technique's counterattack mechanism. Facing the fist expanding in his vision, King merely smiled faintly. He extended his right fist and lightly tapped Garu's. The moment they touched, Garou froze. His fist felt like it had hit an immense, divine mountain. His ferocious force couldn't advance an inch, and the flowing water force hidden within was neutralized by an even more skillful energy. Impossible. Garou felt completely crushed. Whether in stats or in the martial arts he took such pride in, he was utterly suppressed. Just as he tried to retreat after the failed attack, a strong hand grabbed his head and lifted him into the air. I told you, Garou. Your water stream rock-smashing fist is far inferior to your master, bangs. Boom. The ground cratered, spiderweb cracks spreading outward. Garou's head was smashed directly into the earth. King released his grip, looking down at Garou, who lay face down like a dog. His tone was calm. If this is the extent of your ability, fleeing the dojo was indeed a mistake. As for your idea of hunting heroes, you can forget about it. Your so-called absolute evil is just the Chunibya ranting of a child who hasn't even mastered the water stream rock-smashing fist. King's words were like sharp blades cutting into Garou's already fragile psyche. His face, buried in the dirt, twisted savagely as he ground his teeth. Garou pulled his face out of the soil, spitting out the dirt that had gotten into his mouth. His eyes turned slightly red, clearly entering a state of rage. What do you hypocritical heroes know? I will defeat all heroes to prove the righteousness of monsters. I alone am absolute evil. I exist to defeat you all. As he spoke, Garou's aura grew faintly stronger. In his enraged state, his potential was further stimulated, boosting his strength a notch. Seeing this, King nodded. His mockery hadn't been in vain, the legendary unkillable cockroach had leveled up. However, it should end now. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 109, Chapter 110. Actually, there's no difference. 900 words. Chapter 110. Actually, there's no difference. Rah! Garou roared as he charged forward, emitting strange, meaningless battle cries. He pushed his water stream rock-smashing fist to the absolute limit, unleashing a skyfall of fist shadows attacking King from all directions simultaneously. He didn't believe it. He refused to accept it. How could his hero hunt encounter such a setback right at the first step? How could he fail immediately? Garou considered himself a peerless genius, a talent that manifested clearly when he was Bang's top disciple. Techniques others had to practice for ages, he learned with a glance. His combat ability far surpassed the other disciples. He was once Bang's most satisfying student, but one day, he resolutely chose to betray the dojo. Before leaving, he deliberately beat up all the other disciples. Terrified of Garou's potential return, many disciples quit the dojo. In the end, only the untalented weakling Chiranko remained, and the once popular water stream rock-smashing fist school gradually declined. Although Garou disliked the old man, he had to admit that the water stream rock-smashing fist Bang taught him was his capital to challenge the strong. However, facing Garou's all-out assault, King stood motionless, simply raising one finger. In the next second, King's right hand seemed to turn into a blur of after-images. Every time it extended, it accurately met Garou's fist, effortlessly neutralizing the flowing water force attached to it. Garou realized this too. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, but he maintained his maximum punching frequency, refusing to stop no matter what. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it all! Why is all my force being neutralized by just one finger? Are you kidding me? This feeling was the worst. If he were simply crushed by brute strength, Garou would just accept that he was weak, but at least he could grow stronger through the visceral combat. But now, Garou didn't even know how his flowing water force was being neutralized. It felt like smashing cotton with full force, frustrating and painful. This barrage lasted for nearly a minute before Garou finally stopped. Every muscle in his body trembled uncontrollably, he had clearly reached the peak of exhaustion. He gasped for breath, his narrow, wolf-like eyes filled with unwillingness. Damn it, why couldn't a single punch touch him? Why was every ounce of force neutralized so easily? Garou was a martial arts genius after all. After so many exchanges, he sensed that while King wasn't using the water stream rock-smashing fist exactly, it was a new martial art derived from it. Or rather, it was a modified water stream rock-smashing fist combined with King's own characteristics, its power even surpassing the original. In each exchange, Garou tried to imitate it. He assumed an attack posture similar to King's, but he couldn't integrate that domineering intent. He only mimicked the form, lacking the substance. Panting heavily, even though his body had reached its limit, Garou assumed the water-stream rock-smashing fist stance again, staring dead at King. Hey hey hey, you don't think I'm going to fall, do you? I'm tenacious. Before defeating you, a so-called hero, a monster won't go down easily. Instantly, as if responding to Garou's unyielding will, his exhausted body squeezed out the last bit of strength. He launched another water-stream rock-smashing fist. The punch, containing powerful force, sliced through the air with a whistling sound, carrying both ferocious impact and the fluid skill of flowing water. Ha! Garou let out a hot-blooded roar worthy of a Chunibya protagonist. His fist aimed straight for King's face, his expression filled with resilience and determination. Bonk! A dull thud rang out. Garou's passionate roar cut off abruptly. He collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, eyes rolling back, unconscious. King retracted his finger. He had simply flicked Garou's forehead. Just an ordinary flick, but the precise force traveled through the skin directly into Garou's brain, giving him a moderate concussion. Honestly, screaming and shouting like a Chunibya teenager having an episode. Does he really think he's a shonen protagonist? Well, he basically is. The manga One Punch Man even had an arc unofficially called The Legend of Garou, and this kid's screen time took up a huge chunk of the story. King casually picked up Garou by the scruff of his neck and contacted the Hero Association staff to throw him into prison for a while. The charge was simple: attacking pro-heroes on the street and attempted murder were enough to lock this kid up. After dealing with the minor annoyance of Garou, King remembered that a monster association was hiding beneath City Z, waiting for its chance. So, King released his massive spiritual perception. To his surprise, he found a large number of dragon-level monster auras gathered in one place, along with many demon and tiger-level trash mobs. He immediately realized, this group of monsters is holding a meeting. With that thought, King didn't hesitate. He chose to crash the venue directly. He wasn't worried about traps or a planned ambush. In King's eyes, these so-called dragon-level monsters were, in reality, no different from the weakest wolf-level monsters. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 110, Chapter 111, Triggered at a Touch. 1117 words. Chapter 111, Triggered at a Touch. Back to the present. Watching King suddenly barge into the venue, all the monsters present fell into panic. After a brief moment of shock, Gyuro recovered. Its voice carried a heavy tone mixed with hidden excitement. I never expected this. As the strongest man on Earth, King, you are surprisingly arrogant to barge into our entire monster association alone. King, your strength is indeed formidable. But look around you. The Monster Association not only has 6 dragon-level executives but also our monster king Orokai. You cannot win. Although I don't know how you found this place, listen to my advice. Starting a war now benefits neither of us. I am willing to represent the Monster Association and sign a truce with the Hero Association. I just want to prove to the world that monsters and humans can coexist peacefully. We are on the same side. Gyuro's heartfelt speech echoed through the entire cavern. For a moment, the terrified lower-level monsters froze, turning countless eyes toward their strategist. Bro, what happened to your domineering stance about destroying the human world just a minute ago? What about the declaration of war, killing recklessly, and treating human life like grass? Even the dragon-level executives, who were ready to strike, paused. They looked at the Monster Association's strategist with confusion. We are ready to fight to the death, so why is the strategist surrendering first? Even Monster King Orokai, who stood to the side ready to attack, stopped his movements. His cold, emotionless eyes stared at Gyuro beside him. Even he couldn't figure out what this guy was planning. Facing the questioning and shocked gazes, Gyuro's expression remained unchanged, but it sighed internally. These monsters really have no brains. At this moment, in Gyuro's estimation, King, the strongest man on Earth, possessed power that dominated the world. Even if they could use their endless numbers to force a defeat, it would be incredibly difficult to kill King, even with the terrifyingly powerful monster King Orokai present. After all, defeating a powerhouse might be hard, but killing one was several times harder. At least based on Gyoro's current observations, their combined strength wasn't enough to keep a being whose power likely far exceeded the dragon level from escaping. Moreover, if they fought King head-on, the Monster Association would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. After all, he was the peak powerhouse of humanity. These were just the basic considerations. To Gyoro, King's appearance represented a much deeper problem. Since King had found this place, it likely meant the Hero Association had also discovered it. If they got entangled with King and wasted too much time, they might face a lightning strike from numerous S-class heroes of the Hero Association. Secondly, how did King find the Monster Association's location? Gyoro had strictly restricted other members from showing their faces on the surface as much as possible, and even if they did, they were not to reveal the Monster Association's name. The association's base had always been deep underground and had never been discovered before. Being discovered now, did it mean there was a traitor within the Monster Association? This question was worth pondering, and it made Gyoro consider purging the Monster Association later. Facing Gyoro's peace offer, King floated in mid-air. His vitality, vast as an abyss and deep as the ocean, was undisguised within the monster's perception. The thunderous King engine resonated through the entire arena. The corner of his mouth curled up as he stared calmly at Gyoro. Knowing the original plot, he knew that Gyoro, or rather, the controller behind this puppet, Psychos, had never intended to make peace with humanity. Her goal from start to finish was the annihilation of the human race. An excellent proposal. In this grotesque era, even humans can turn into monsters due to a sudden emotional outburst. If humans and monsters could coexist peacefully, I think society would become much more stable. After all, monsters are quite a productive force. The world would become more prosperous. Hearing that King didn't reject the proposal and even listed a series of benefits, Gyoro thought, I've got him. As expected of the strongest man on Earth. He saw the benefits of this proposal immediately. Now I just need to wait for him to agree, and the Monster Association can gain some breathing room. And then, Gyoro's massive eye narrowed slightly. Its dozens of small pink hands rubbed together, and its voice took on a flattering tone. Lord King, since peaceful coexistence between humans and monsters brings so many benefits, what do you think of my proposal? Facing Gyoro's anticipation, King's serious voice, propelled by his vitality, reached the ears of every monster present. However, I refuse. Ha! Hearing this answer, not only the monsters, but even the relatively clever Gyoro froze for a few seconds. Then, realizing what happened, it flew into a rage. So you were playing me the whole time? All the monsters present realized this too. Every monster's face twisted, and violent emotions rose in their hearts. They were already unstable beings. After being built up for so long only to be mocked, all their fear was catalyzed by their emotions, turning into burning rage. I don't care if you're the strongest man on Earth or underground. You dare mock me? I'll tear you apart. Screw it. If I can fight the strongest man on Earth, my disaster level ranking should skyrocket. Even if I die, it's worth the price of admission. Everyone attack together. Don't let this damn human look down on us. We monsters have pride too. Amidst countless roars and howls, a massive number of uncontrollably emotional tiger and demon-level monsters shot into the sky, charging straight at King. In an instant, King's vision was filled with an endless tide of monsters. Bizarre, ugly, and ferocious faces appeared before him, and an intensely dense monster aura shrouded his senses. However, facing hundreds of powerful monsters, King merely raised one hand. Then, he brought his 5 fingers together and clenched them into a fist. Boom, boom, boom. Violent power capable of twisting space poured out, whipping up a storm in front of him. A sky full of severed limbs and broken bodies exploded instantly within the monster tide. The strongest man on Earth, King vs the entire Monster Association. This battle of disparate numbers broke out instantly. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 111, Chapter 112, Hurry Up and Die. 1006 words. Chapter 112, Hurry Up and Die. With just one punch, the entire underground world began to shake violently. Massive rocks fell from above, and the terrifying force of the blow seemed to shake heaven and earth. The monster tide, which had been surging like a flood, was blown open, leaving a huge gap in their formation. A mist of blood filled the air, and countless severed limbs rained down on the remaining monsters. The violent emotions that had fueled their charge were extinguished instantly by this single punch, like a raging fire doused by a tsunami. They had zero resistance. The monsters who had charged forward were scared witless. They knew King was strong, he was the renowned strongest man on Earth. But they had always believed that no matter how strong a human was, there was a limit. How could he possibly match their monster bodies? Due to the influence of monster cells, most monsters were extremely arrogant, believing themselves invincible. Their emotions were volatile, often turning violent over trivial matters. But now, all the monsters shared a single emotion: terror. Pairs of eyes filled with despair and shock landed on King. The monsters lost the courage to charge. They turned and fled without hesitation, wishing their parents had given them 10 extra legs. Run. This guy is a monster. He's not human. Are you kidding me? I saw Royal Ripper get punched into dust. He was a demon-level monster. How could he be one-shotted? Are you an idiot? There were dozens of demon-level monsters in that group. King just exploded. Stop talking and run. Get in my way, and I'll kill you first. However, as the monsters fled frantically, they slammed headfirst into a shimmering golden barrier. When did I say you could leave? King's voice rang out like a great bell. Accompanied by the rhythmic thump-thump of the King engine, it sounded like a deity issuing a decree of extermination. Activating energy mastery, a skill he hadn't used in a long time, King's body erupted with dazzling golden light. A near-infinite energy storm exploded outward from his body, sweeping in all directions. Since this skill had certain limitations, the maximum energy it could control was capped at peak dragon. It wasn't very effective in high-level duels. But for clearing minions like this, it was undoubtedly a god-tier skill. Countless demon-level monsters were engulfed by the destructive golden storm before they could even scream. Their bodies were torn into thousands of pieces, eventually turning into ash and dissipating into the world. Seeing this scene, Homeless Emperor in the distance froze. He stared incredulously at the sky-filling golden energy storm, his pupils constricting sharply. Impossible. Why is this energy manipulation so similar to mine? Could it be that King is also a messenger of God? In an instant, a thought exploded in Homeless Emperor's mind like a thunderclap. He seemed to realize something, his eyes shining brightly. I understand. No wonder King, a mere lowly human, could become the so-called strongest man on Earth. He is a messenger sent by God to the mortal world, just like me. But, watching King conjure such a powerful energy storm in less than a second, a flash of jealousy appeared in Homeless Emperor's eyes. If we are both God's messengers, why is the energy he controls stronger than mine? Does God have favorites? The moment this thought appeared, Homeless Emperor trembled. He slapped himself hard across the face, leaving a red mark on his stubbly cheek. Bastard! How could I doubt God? God is always benevolent, righteous, and great. Beside him, Black Sperm looked at Homeless Emperor slapping himself like he was looking at a mental patient. He shook his head. I always thought this guy looked a bit crazy despite being human. Turns out he really is a lunatic. Seeing the world-destroying energy storm sweeping toward them, Yin didn't hesitate. He turned and ran. Using his ability, his body turned into a thin line, slipping into a crack in the rock and disappearing instantly. Fura Ugly, sensing the terrifying power that made his robust body tremble, also showed no hesitation. He turned and fled, smashing straight through the rock wall behind him. Gurgle gurgle. Gums let out a strange cry. His instinct to seek luck and avoid calamity made him turn tail and run, following the tunnel Fura Ugly had smashed open, terrified he would be insta-killed if he stayed a second longer. Black Sperm's expression was grim as he considered fighting back. This energy storm's power had clearly exceeded the limit of his individual black sperm cells. To resist this force, he would have to merge 54 trillion cells into his ultimate life form, golden sperm, or platinum sperm. But that would be too costly. He still had the chance to split more cells, there was no need to use his trump card now. Thinking this, Black Sperm decided to bail. Before leaving, he glanced at the still shocked homeless emperor standing frozen in place. He clicked his tongue impatiently. In the next second, Black Sperm's right hand expanded and transformed into a giant hand tens of meters long. He grabbed homeless emperor and dragged him away from the scene. He had no choice. The trash mobs of the Monster Association were definitely dead, but as long as the dragon-level executives survived, the Monster Association could be rebuilt anytime. Although homeless emperor was usually crazy, spouting nonsense about the world being God's gift and looking like an idiot, he was still a standard dragon-level combatant. Black Sperm never forgot his ultimate goal in joining the Monster Association, to unite with other monsters and destroy the Hero Association. Thus, the more high-end combat power they retained, the better. As for those weak demon-level monsters, sorry, even he couldn't help them. Hurry up and die. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.